Chapter 1, War Fronts. The year was 2066. Not that most of the public thought much about that. The decade had already blurred under the weight of 100 quiet betrayals, misread headlines, and broken treaties. But behind sealed boardroom doors in cities that still pretended to be invincible, Washington, Boston, Philadelphia, even the crumbling outer rings of Baltimore, everyone knew what was coming. The war with China had started months ago, quietly at first. Skirmishes in Anchorage, trade sanctions, cyber interference that made the stock exchange tick irregular like a dying heart. But none of that mattered, not to the ones at the top. Because for them, the future had already been written, inked into defense contracts and classified vault schematics. Vault Tech had the biggest slice of that future. Bigger even than Poseidon Energy or Robco. Their clean white boardroom in DC overlooked the Potomac, though the water was already too brackish to shimmer like it used to. Inside that room, the suits watched old satellite feeds of Beijing troop movements and drafted another 10,000-page proposal for civil stabilization and survivability shelters. Another way to say, underground bunkers for the ones we want to keep alive. In that same room, a glass pitcher of water sat untouched. It always did. Vault Tech's executive liaison, a woman named Dr. Evangeline Marr, had long since stopped drinking water from open air. Not since the chemical snowstorms out west. She stood now at the window, watching the bridges sway in winter wind, her mind on prototype Vault 74, already breaking ground somewhere in Allegheny. That one was meant to house artists and writers. A test. What would a society look like with no soldiers? No leaders? Behind her, the men in suits argued over cost projections. Project Safe House was already billions over budget. And none of them cared. Because none of them expected to be here when it all ended. Across the coast, other pieces moved. In a Camden warehouse lit by failing fluorescence, a Robco engineer named Louise Kane pulled the plastic sheeting off an early prototype of the civilian Mr. Handy line. The design was still too sharp, too segmented. The rounded voice modules hadn't been installed yet. Kane had a box of voice chips on the table beside him, one marked Domestic V72.0. He picked it up, turning it in his hand like it might answer for the shape of the world. They're gonna use these to clean up blood, not kitchens, he muttered. His partner, an ex-Repkin dropout named Hollis, didn't look up. That's not our problem. Maybe it should be. Then go to Canada. Volunteer. Kane didn't say anything more. Outside, the wind howled through the chain link. Somewhere far off, a siren wailed. Not the war kind. The everyday kind. For now. By spring of '67, things escalated. American troops moved deeper into Alaska. The front lines turned cold and permanent. Vault Tech's DC office expanded, leasing new space beneath old metro lines, testing air filtration systems and geothermal layouts in complete silence. Dr. Marr met with Army brass weekly, her expression unreadable. She didn't ask for timelines anymore. She knew what everyone else was pretending not to know. The bombs weren't years away. Not anymore. And somewhere, miles south in an unremarkable corner of East Pennsylvania, a boy was born to a family who still believed in the future. They named him Bradley. Not that it mattered yet. Not that anyone outside that family knew what kind of blood he carried, or how far it would echo. Because this was still the time before the rose bloomed. Still the time before cities died, and tunnels sang with old ghosts. Still the time before the wasteland. But it was coming. Everyone who mattered already knew. West Tech's Virginia facility was already 23 months behind schedule. Officially, it was a materials testing range buried into the side of a coal-reclaimed mountain near Roanoke. But the parking lot out front told the real story. Black SUVs with no tags. Paladin-grade security contractors, ex-enclave ghosts mostly, their left sleeves rolled to reveal thick burn scars and ink serial codes long since classified. And deep within that hardened shell of concrete and steel, FEV was waking up. Forced evolutionary virus. It hadn't even been named that yet, not formally. Inside the West Tech R&D logs, it was just Project Alpha Delta Victor. A speculative countermeasure. A contingency against the looming Chinese bioweapons program that DC intelligence claimed was already in human trials. West Tech, ever the patriot with its hand wide open for federal dollars, took the contract without hesitation. The initial goal was clear: create a viral compound that could adapt human physiology to survive the battlefield of tomorrow. Radiation, biological agents, harsh environments. The virus would make humans better, stronger, faster, harder to kill. What the scientists didn't mention on the quarterly briefings, what they wouldn't even whisper near microphones, was that most of the test subjects weren't surviving at all. And the ones who did weren't staying human. Not exactly. One of the researchers, Dr. Henry Niven, started keeping a private log. He didn't trust the internal archive anymore. It had already been adjusted twice. Log entry 034. Subject 12A no longer responds to verbal cues. Height has increased by 18%. Muscle mass nearly doubled. Pupils unresponsive. Subject can break reinforced restraints with minimal effort. Behavioral shift suggests complete loss of human empathy. West Tech brass insists trials continue. This is no cure. This is a weapon. That was February. By May, the Anchorage front had stabilized, but at a horrifying cost. Over 10,000 American soldiers dead. Twice that wounded. China had deployed something new, something no one was ready for. Some said it was a radiation pulse mine. Others said it was psychological, a signal weapon that made troops hallucinate, hear things, lose sense of time and direction. No one knew for sure. And the Pentagon didn't care. They just wanted something worse to send back. Enter FEV. Meanwhile, Poseidon Energy quietly expanded its offshore reactors. No press releases. No ribbon cuttings. Just barges headed into the Atlantic, loaded with sealed cores and crane assemblies. Rumors swirled in military think tanks about power armor farms floating training hubs for elite units, likely T-51 series. Vault-Tec, sensing a shift in federal funding, doubled down on social experimentation vault designs. Vault 53 was already being built with intentionally defective electronics. Vault 12. No proper seal on the outer door. In a memo sent from corporate to high-level regional architects, the phrase "observe long-term human response to sustained radiation exposure" was used like it was a line item on a grocery list. No one blinked. Back in DC, the president's face still appeared on screens, still told people things were fine. That liberty would prevail. That Anchorage was under control. But the East Coast wasn't sleeping easy anymore. Not after the stock crash in Boston. Not after the sabotage in Norfolk's fusion yards. Not after the blackout in New York, the one they blamed on windstorms but which quietly took down 2 military satellites and the emergency bunker grid beneath Manhattan. There was a quiet war happening beneath the surface. America was smiling on the outside, bleeding from the inside. And the deeper you looked, the more places like West Tech you walked through, the more it became clear. The future wasn't going to be won. It was going to be survived. By late 2068, the word nuclear had become something else. It wasn't science anymore. Wasn't engineering. It was prophecy. And it was leaking. Not from politicians, not yet, but from whispers inside defense symposiums, from off-the-record warnings between generals, from contractors who'd seen just enough of the wrong file before their clearance was revoked. The war in Alaska wasn't going well. China had dug in with subterranean bunkers built into the permafrost, deploying biologically engineered troops that no longer looked like people. America responded with aggression, power armor deployments, orbital weapons testing, and increasingly, FEV prototypes that never made the news. But even so, troop morale was cratering. Supply chains were cracking. And behind all that chaos, something else began to stir. The Enclave. It had started, years earlier, as little more than a think tank. A continuity council made up of ex-cabinet officials, shadow-drenched CEOs, retired generals, and billionaire industrialists with ties to DARPA, West Tech, and Vault-Tec. They met behind closed doors in hotels that no longer appeared on maps. Back then, they didn't even call themselves the Enclave. They called it the Strategy. The strategy's goal was singular: if America fell, how do you keep the idea of it alive? Not the people. The idea. By 2069, The strategy had taken root in the minds of an alarming number of high-ranking government officials, especially those stationed overseas. Quiet coups were happening in embassies. Defense contractors were swapping contracts like playing cards, aligning with the secretive networks behind the scenes. And someone no one knew who finally named it what it was. The Enclave. By the turn of the next year, the Enclave was no longer a theory passed between paranoid insiders. It was a growing ideological divide within the US government itself. One side wanted to win the war. End it with numbers, with FEV, with firepower, with superiority. The other side, the Enclave, was already thinking post-war, post-society. They weren't planning to win. They were planning to inherit. In a sub-basement of a retired Air Force base in Delaware, a transmission was recorded by a technician working third shift. He logged it and buried it like instructed, but he made a copy for himself. It came from somewhere in orbit. Unknown satellite. Transmission 8B7, timestamp 341 EST. This is Facility Athena. Repeat, Athena. Radiation event simulations complete. 43% variance in urban impact modeling. Recommending immediate initiation of continuity plan protocol Zulu. All US continuity assets are go. Enclave standing by. The tech never came back to work after he heard that. In Washington, fractures formed between agencies. State and defense were no longer aligned. Half of the National Security Council was rumored to be meeting in secret with Poseidon officials, while the other half was demanding criminal inquiries into Vault-Tech's sociological testing logs. Congress, now effectively neutered, tried to hold hearings on FEV testing in rural Colorado, but the lead witness vanished en route to testify. His family said he went out for groceries and never came back. And now, in smoky rooms behind the White House, somewhere between strategy meetings and evening briefings, nuclear options started creeping back into the conversation. Not publicly. Not yet. But someone wrote a memo. And someone else signed off. And somewhere, buried in the ruins of a long-deleted press embargo from Poseidon Energy, were the words: "In the event of a projected defeat or irreversible economic collapse, all sanctioned executive powers are authorized to preserve the Republic through strategic fire cleansing." They didn't say nukes. They didn't have to. The Enclave knew. And the ones who didn't, they'd find out when it was already too late. America hadn't fallen yet. Not officially. But the soul of the country, its vision, its promise, was now divided cleanly in two. One half still believed in tomorrow. The other was preparing to rebuild from the ashes. Television still smiled. The news anchors wore sharp suits, spoke in clean tones. They said the word victory 10 times more than Alaska. They said unity louder than shortages. And every other ad between evening broadcasts was a war bond pitch, a Vault-Tech enrollment reminder, or some new Poseidon energy campaign showing smiling white families drinking cold Nuka-Cola next to a fusion-powered home reactor. But underneath the screen glow and supermarket calm, paranoia was a rising tide. America wasn't just at war overseas anymore, it was at war with itself. And it was getting harder to tell who the enemy actually was. By 2070, the Department of Homeland Security had rebranded. Officially, it was now the American Protection Initiative. API agents operated without jurisdictional limits, conducting civilian interviews, worksite sweeps, and loyalty audits in schools, vault construction sites, and even churches. People weren't being arrested. Not often. That would cause panic. They were just disappearing. Transferred. Reassigned. Reviewed. A new word emerged in the public lexicon: subversion. Subversion wasn't about violence. It was about doubt. It was buying from the wrong supplier, asking the wrong question, posting a comment on an intranet forum that someone flagged for social destabilization. The Enclave's fingerprints were all over this, but never directly. They worked through proxies, shell corporations, old war buddies in the DOD. It didn't matter which coast you were on. Someone was always watching. Spies were everywhere. Some wore military uniforms. Some wore Vault-Tec maintenance jumpsuits. Some posed as city workers repairing sewer lines outside government buildings. But beneath those manholes were fiber cables rerouted to data intercept hubs, tech that was 10 years ahead of what the public thought existed. Even high schools weren't exempt. Defense recruiters and Enclave-affiliated counselors started showing up at career fairs. Strategic Potential Index aptitude tests were being administered to kids as young as 12. Students who scored high got invites to government-sponsored youth leadership summits. The ones who scored low, they were quietly added to a watch list. In rural Texas, the family of a West Tech whistleblower was burned alive in what the local fire department claimed was a power system failure. 3 towns over, a small militia group known as the Freedom Sons posted intercepted Vault-Tec documents to an underground forum. Within 6 hours, every node on the server was traced and eliminated. A week later, their compound was gone. Flattened. The official report blamed a gas leak explosion. No bodies were found. The propaganda machine was shifting into overdrive. Vault-Tec released a short film, Tomorrow's America, today. Played before every movie screening nationwide. It showed animated characters hiding under mushroom clouds while patriotic music swelled. Remember, the cartoon mascot chirped, "Safety is a vault away." Meanwhile, Robco's Mr. Handy series started coming standard with pre-installed phrases like, "Report suspicious activity to your nearest API liaison." Unauthorized deviation from civic routines may result in audit. We are all in this together, citizen. And then there were the radios. Stations once dedicated to bluegrass or fusion jazz now played military time update blocks every 15 minutes. Little interludes like, "The President reminds us, loyalty is more than words, it's action." Report hoarding. Report dissent. Stand proud, stand together. The enemy wears many faces. Nobody ever said who the enemy was. But by now, everyone had their guesses. Your neighbor. Your boss. Your daughter. Maybe even yourself. The dream of America hadn't died. Not yet. But it had gone mad. And as the whispers of preemptive strike plans grew louder, as the enclave spread its roots through the bones of government, as Vault-Tec finalized its last batches of secret vault experiments, as West-Tec ran its final trial, the question was no longer if the bombs would fall. It was how many, and who would still be left to count them. Vault-Tec kept the lie elegant. The official number of vaults, as published in government white papers and publicly distributed press kits, was 122. Later it became 137. Eventually, after expanded congressional budgeting, they admitted to 217. But that was just the surface layer, the smoke screen for public reassurance and polite television interviews. In reality, by the year 2071, Vault-Tec had built or begun constructing over 2,000 vaults across the continental United States alone. Most of them were hidden, some literally underground, others tucked into corporate basements, beneath repurposed industrial zones, inside decommissioned military bases, or camouflaged by natural terrain like sinkholes and abandoned mines. They had vaults inside mountains and beneath luxury arcology towers built by Poseidon. One was built under an amusement park. One was inside the hollowed-out skeleton of a cathedral. And almost no one, not even the people assigned to them, knew the full scope. The deception was surgical. A civilian conscripted to Vault 738 might be told, "Your number reflects your district." The 700s correspond to the Eastern Coal region. Another, sent to Vault 1914, might be told, "Ignore the high number, it's a code error from the central processing hub." Doesn't mean anything. If someone noticed that a family in the next county over also got assigned to a Vault 738, Vault-Tec Systems flagged it for auditory reassignment. They'd receive a new briefing within 48 hours. A new vault. A new explanation. Others were told it was a promotional code. A beta vault. A military offshoot. In some cases, they weren't told anything at all. They were just put on a truck, driven through 3 states, led into a metal door. The truth behind the vault number system was a chaotic mosaic of lies and silent directives. Vaults with triple digits starting in 1 were the only ones ever publicly acknowledged. Vaults in the 2000s were operated in partnership with the early Enclave Initiative, hidden survival sites for select government and military personnel. Vaults marked 9XXX were ghost vaults, experimental vaults never meant to be found again, built for edge case testing or one-time use. Vaults with alphabetical suffixes, like Vault 47B or Vault 602Q, were multi-winged facilities, each isolated from the others under different pretenses. And then there were the echo vaults, cloned vaults with the same number as existing ones but located elsewhere entirely, populated by test subjects unaware that their vault's designation was duplicated 3, 4, sometimes 5 times across the country. These echo vaults served a singular purpose: to test variables. Same number, different demographics. Same layout, different social rules. Same mission, different lies. In a 2072 classified memo intercepted by an Enclave-aligned analyst and later buried, a Vault Tech regional director wrote, "We are no longer tracking the Vault population by name. We track by behavioral divergence. There are now 87 vaults designated as 101s. Let the citizens think it's a database glitch. They won't remember numbers when the sky turns white." Meanwhile, the media machine did its part. Vault Tech ran ads with animated mascots pointing at big red signs. "Only 1 in 1,000 will make it in. Will you be lucky enough to be assigned a vault?" What they didn't say: most people were already assigned. They just hadn't been told yet. And when the day came, the day everyone feared but no one believed would come, they'd be herded into doors they didn't understand, into numbered tombs with broken clocks and padded truths. And all across America, across thousands of miles and thousands of lies, the vault doors would close. Not to save them, but to watch them. Because by then, the real experiment wasn't about survival. It was about what came next. The cruelest part wasn't that they lied. It was that they chose who to lie to. The Enclave, now no longer a theory but a metastasized organ deep in the gut of the US government, had wormed its way into every level of Vault Tech's topography. Most of the public still saw Vault Tech as a plucky private sector company saving humanity from extinction. But inside their deepest logs, sealed under biometric encryption and buried in Continuity Directive Level 5, the truth was written in stone. Control vaults are necessary. Not for comparison. Not for mercy. But to preserve the original sample. To measure the extent of degradation. That was it. The control vaults weren't there to protect people. They were there to watch people. To see what happened to humanity without chemical sterilants in the water. Without engineered panic events. Without food rationing algorithms that created artificial scarcity. Without injected madness. They were the baseline, the clean petri dish against which all the twisted horrors could be compared. Vault 8. Vault 76. Vault 101, at least one of them. And a few others never publicly confirmed. These were the unbroken ones. Not safe. Not good. But normal. Humane. Controlled. And everywhere else? The rest of the vaults, the overwhelming majority, were elaborate mazes of cruelty, set loose under the Enclave's sterile gaze. Some vaults were flooded with mind-altering neurotoxins through the ventilation system within the first 48 hours. Others were told that outside the vault was already lost when it wasn't. For years, they remained locked inside while the world outside remained untouched. One vault had every light engineered to fail after 30 days. Another was stocked with cloned meat that the inhabitants were never told was grown from human DNA. Vault 53's mechanical systems were designed to always fail, just enough to cause discomfort but never enough to force repair. Vault 27 was overcrowded on purpose. Vault 11 ran on the sacrifice of one citizen per year. Vault 106 introduced psychoactive drugs into the air supply with no schedule. Vault 87 was for the FEV. And above it all, the Enclave watched. With satellite pings. With fiber taps buried in vault infrastructure. With AI monitoring programs trained to catalog voice pitch changes, stress levels, sleep patterns, moral drift. A recovered document incl.projctral.exe/log_700888 contained the following. We are not testing for survival. We are testing for pliability. Can you break a man so badly that he doesn't even know he's broken? That he defends the machine that's devouring him? That's what we're measuring. The clean vaults exist so we have something left if all the others fail. But between you and me, I want to see how many don't. Signed, Deputy Director R. Klein, Enclave Operational Group 9. And when the bombs finally did fall, when mushroom clouds painted the horizon with blood orange death, when cities vanished under their own shadows, when the sirens wailed and the panic spilled into streets and highways and blood-soaked riot lines, the vault doors closed. Some sealed with ceremony and calm, others under gunfire and screams. Some never closed at all, and some were sealed before the alarms even rang. In the days that followed, Enclave black sites lit up like fireflies across the continent. Deep beneath oil rigs, inside Arctic labs, aboard isolated orbital stations, they began to sift through the data. Behavioral logs, heart rate spikes, conversations, betrayals. The great experiment had begun. They weren't watching for salvation. They were watching for the moment when humanity snapped. Because the Enclave didn't want to save the world. They wanted to see how far they could push it. Before the pieces stopped looking like people. They didn't fear the end of the world. They craved it. In darkened sublevels beneath Poseidon control hubs and on encrypted inter-satellite loops, the Enclave wasn't speaking in terms of if anymore. The word inevitable had become their doctrine. But even that wasn't enough. They weren't just waiting for the bombs. They were positioning them. Because in the secret rooms where the American experiment had been turned inside out, where the flag still hung on the wall, but only as a symbol of inheritance, not unity. They had already moved past hope, past preservation. They weren't here to survive the collapse. They were here to rule what came after. In a classified tape recovered from a West Coast bunker long after the bombs had fallen, an Enclave commander's voice is heard through a grainy haze. What comes next is not ruin. It's order. Not chaos, but correction. Every vault is a seed. Every lie is a scalpel. We're not watching the world die. We're watching it become ours. They had failed to control the people, so they controlled the narrative. Then the systems. Then the machines. Then the fall itself. And when they couldn't predict how humanity would behave, they didn't wait to find out. They created thousands of vaults just to see how much pressure it would take to turn love into fear, order into madness, community into cannibalism. And through it all, they smiled. Not because it was working, but because it was theirs. The pre-war years weren't a countdown. They were a coronation. The Enclave saw the apocalypse not as a tragedy but as a boardroom acquisition. A clean wipe. A tabula rasa. They spoke of genetic purification in the same breath as resource realignment. They measured FEV variance against DNA charts like stock dividends. They used words like acceptable degradation, moral drift threshold, and civil dissociation curves. They made charts for how many survivors were too many. Because peace was never the goal. Control was. And chaos. That was just the opening they needed. When the first satellites blinked offline. When the panic spread faster than the bombs. When people screamed and ran for vault doors they never found. The Enclave didn't panic. They poured drinks. And toasted the ash that would rise. Because finally the world was quiet. And it was theirs to rebuild. From fire. From steel. From data. And from whatever broken pieces of humanity still crawled up from the dark, begging for a new order. They would be there. Waiting. Smiling. Already in control. The calendar lost meaning after 2073. Not officially. Dates still rolled by on government memos. School children were still told it was the year of progress, and Vault Tech still published glossy flyers about upcoming civic readiness events. But underground beneath the ashes of public knowledge and under the hum of black site fusion cores the world had already moved past the countdown. By now, the clock was just for show. The Enclave didn't count time like the rest of the world. They counted checkpoints. 2073 was the year of central severance, the final quiet disconnect of the public emergency network from any civilian oversight. Communications now ran through Enclave-moderated proxies. What the world saw was what the Enclave wanted it to see. 2074 was FEV0 when subject series Delta C became viable, when mutations stopped being accidents and started being intentional. The last handful of test vaults came online. Echo vaults were sealed in places so remote they wouldn't be discovered for a century. Vault-Tech's internal logs recorded their official purpose as deep wilderness continuity pods. The actual file tag: post-human variable observation sites. And now, it was 2075. The air tasted like ozone more often now. The sky was wrong at sunset. The horizon shimmered sometimes just slightly like a heat wave behind the clouds. And no one asked why anymore. They were too tired. The cities had changed. Washington, D.C. was fortified in ways no one talked about. Whole districts were quietly under renovation, but really they were being converted street by street into concrete bunkers and drone launch hubs. Boston's Commonwealth region was under constant surveillance. Entire neighborhoods had vanished into construction zones with barbed wire fences and smiling Vault-Tech mascots. It was said you could hear humming beneath the streets at night like turbines the size of cities. West Coast trade routes had gone silent. The Pacific military fleet was repositioned but never resurfaced in public updates. In New York, blackouts had become weekly, and no one repaired the grid anymore. Police stations were being converted into automated defense hubs. Not with people. With algorithms. With bots. And in the heartland, farms were either abandoned or burning. The Enclave had everything it needed now. Power. Personnel. Purity protocols. They'd stockpiled food reserves that would outlast time itself. They had Vault-Tech's master vault map, the real one, not the one anyone in Congress had ever seen. They had a fleet of black fusion rigs off the coast, mobile refineries hidden under fake shipping manifests. They had orbital weapons platforms disguised as debris mitigation satellites. And they had a plan. It was called Project Legacy Ember. It didn't involve defense. It involved detonation. Not by America's enemies, but by its saviors. The Enclave would ignite the world. They just needed the right moment. A final flashpoint. A last straw. A convenient atrocity. And in the background, the propaganda continued to hum. Buy bonds. Report dissent. Trust in the vaults. We are the future. No one knew they were listening to their own eulogies. And now it was 2075. 2 years from the fire. 2 years from the silence. 2 years from the day when the clocks would stop. And the vault doors would close. And the last lie would be told. And above it all, deep in the cold steel of a mountain that didn't appear on any map, an Enclave technician looked over the final satellite alignment logs. He smiled. We're ahead of schedule. And in a voice that echoed down into the dark. Begin countdown to ascension. October 23, 2077. A date etched into the marrow of the earth itself. Not whispered. Not shouted. Just detonated. It didn't begin with a warning. There was no speech. No flash of diplomatic breakdown. No televised ultimatum. It began with silence. And then, the world screamed. 7:53 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Vault-Tec HQ issued the final activation code to all vaults. Not just the ones on the books. The real map lit up like a slow burn constellation. From New York to San Bernardino, from Detroit to Atlanta, hundreds of hidden facilities received the same ping. Lock. Seal. Observe. The time for experimentation was over. Now it was time to record the aftermath. 8:11 a.m. EST. A Poseidon satellite identified multiple heat signatures breaching the upper atmosphere. Initial assumption, failed re-entry. Reality, it was delivery. China. Maybe. Maybe not. Some of the Enclave insiders wondered if they launched first just to make sure no one beat them to it. It didn't matter. By then, it was happening everywhere. 8:30 a.m. EST. Boston was already fire. DC was gone. Rural communities outside Pittsfield saw the sky open like an eye. They called it God. They called it judgment. The light was so bright it burned shadows into bones. Within 35 minutes, over 2 billion lives were gone. And the rest were being catalogued. Across the Vault network, final social triggers were activated. In Vault 47, the air pressure was dropped. Half the inhabitants died before realizing it wasn't a system failure. In Vault 1892, experimental neuroweave implants began broadcasting hallucinations designed to simulate the resurrection of national pride. In Vault Echo 101A, nothing changed. It had already eaten itself. And the control vaults, they went quiet. No celebration. No horror. Just the quiet realization that they were now the baseline. The final test was underway. From orbit, Earth looked like a dying ember. Oceans boiled in places. The Mississippi bled black from oil refineries shattered by shock waves. California cracked open. Ash clouds circled the globe. And the stars above watched as civilization turned to glass and flame. The Great War lasted 2 hours and 11 minutes. There would be no surrender. No peace treaty. No reconstruction. There would only be the after. And deep beneath Cheyenne Mountain, an Enclave officer entered the final log before power conservation protocols kicked in. Phase 1 complete. Humanity has been broken. Now, let's see what rises. The world was over. The clock had stopped. The door had closed. And in the darkness, humanity waited. Buried. Fragmented. Watched. Measured. Mutating. The age of man had ended. Now came the age of what was left. Chapter 2, Vault 717. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. October 23, 2077. 3:42 a.m. The air smelled of static and wood smoke. Downtown was quiet, too quiet for a city that still claimed over 70,000 residents. The streets weren't empty yet, but they moved like molasses. People walked faster, eyes darted longer, conversations cut shorter. Every television still played the same all-clear bulletin. Every emergency broadcast repeated the same lie. We are not at war. But everyone knew. The lie had run out of road. At the edge of the city, beyond the still glowing neon of East King Street, Vault 717 sat hidden beneath a converted textile mill. Officially, it was a research annex. Unofficially, it was a control vault. Not clean, not cruel, just observed. Inside, technicians moved without speaking. Final checks. Power readings. Population status boards scrolling through names. Eshelman, Bradley. Fink, Marla. Rodriguez, Kellen. Nguyen, Lacey. And hundreds more. Every one of them selected. Not random. Never random. Vault 717 was built to hold 1,000. It had room for 800. They planned it that way. In the city, the tension was liquid. In diners still open after midnight, waitresses handed out coffee refills like they were giving away hope. On side streets, families packed cars in silence. Some thought they had time to drive. They didn't. Some waited for military convoys that would never arrive. Others just stared at the sky. At 4:11 a.m., Lancaster's emergency alert system activated. The sirens didn't scream like the movies promised. They pulsed. A dull, mechanical thrum that echoed through the alleys, across the courthouse square, up the walls of Franklin and Marshall College. No announcement. No context. Just the sound. And that's when the city moved. A long convoy formed across South Duke Street, dozens of pre-registered families who'd received the Vault Tech letters. Some arrived early. Some arrived in shock. Some hadn't slept in 3 days. One man, in a press suit, stood with his daughter and repeated over and over, "It's just a drill. They said we'd get a real message first. They promised. They promised." No one answered him. Because just then at 4:26 a.m. the sky blinked orange. To the south. Far off. Over Maryland. Then again. Then again. One woman screamed. Most didn't. They just walked faster. Inside Vault 717, the heavy gears engaged. The inner door rotated for what might be the final time. Overhead lights buzzed in a low golden hue. The speaker system gave one last message in that soft, corporate Vault Tech voice. Please proceed in an orderly fashion. Vault 717 welcomes you to your new future underground. Children cried. Teenagers filmed it. Old men stood still. And then the thunder rolled in. 4:39 a.m. A detonation. Not in the city center. Too small for that. But close enough. A nuclear device, likely low yield, likely a misfire or intentional. Dropped outside Quarryville. The horizon turned white and then black. The blast flattened a strip of old farmland and silenced the power grid across the eastern half of the county. Lancaster saw the light, but only felt the quake. Buildings cracked. Windows shattered. Alarms failed. Sirens died. The city trembled. But it still stood. The last ones into Vault 717 ran. Some left family behind. Some turned back too late. One man was shot when he tried to force his way in with falsified clearance. The guards weren't government. They were Enclave-provisioned Vault Tech assets. They shot clean. No hesitation. At 4:51 a.m., the outer vault door sealed. 824 people inside. One final siren faded into silence. And Lancaster City red brick and rust, neon signs, and carved stone fell quiet. The bombs kept falling elsewhere. Philadelphia. Gone. Harrisburg. Glass. Baltimore. Crater. But Lancaster? Lancaster burned slow. The edges of the county were charred to cinders. Shock waves rattled the spines of its stone bridges. Ash fell like snow over Amish farmland. But it lived. Damaged. Haunted. Scorched. But not erased. And beneath it, in cold steel and humming light, Vault 717 settled into its long watch. The experiment had begun. And somewhere inside, a boy named Bradley sat in silence. Listening. Waiting. Changing. The people of Vault 717 never stood a chance. Not because of bombs, but because of a clipboard. Tucked inside a steel briefcase labeled Project Luminary, the outline was chilling in its simplicity. A single-page summary, watermarked with both Vault Tech and Enclave insignias, read like it was written by a machine. Objective: determine post-radiological psychological and physiological evolution in juvenile subjects exposed to FEV-influenced biospheres under isolation. Method: separate all subjects under age 16. Relocate to Section D, Dark Side. Inhabit in total light deprivation aside from controlled UV exposure. Introduce FEV-laced luminescent fungal substrate to simulate long-term adaptive biosymbiosis. Observe. Notes: parental contact strictly forbidden. Emotional instability encouraged. Status: approved. Arcline, Enclave Oversight Node 3. October 24, 2077. 9:14 a.m. The world was gone. and deep underground, the vault had settled into a grim hum of procedure. Without warning or ceremony, the children of Vault 717 were gathered. They were told it was a safety protocol, a quarantine, a necessary adjustment due to atmospheric destabilization. But what they were led into was no medical wing. It was the dark. Section D was always part of the vault's blueprints, but no one ever talked about it. It didn't appear on the orientation maps. There were no nameplates. The door into the section bore only one sign: authorized research access only. Eyes adjust with time. The children were ushered inside by figures in full biohazard suits. No explanations. No comfort. No goodbyes. 11-year-old Bradley was one of the first. His mother screamed. She tried to fight the guards. They sedated her. He watched as the door sealed behind him, hydraulic locks hissing into place. And then, darkness. The fungi glowed. Soft blue and pale green. It pulsed on the walls like it was breathing. It covered every surface: ceiling, floor, pipes, even the bedding mats rolled out in uneven rows. It was mesmerizing. The kids were scared at first. Huddled together. Whispered questions. Silent crying. Then they saw the lights. Not lights. Bulbs. Long, flickering UV tubes hanging from the ceiling like dead vines, buzzing faintly in colors that didn't exist before the war. The light didn't feel right. It ached in the back of your head if you stared too long. It made your teeth itch. And everywhere, the fungus. Bioluminescent. Gentle. And completely soaked in a mutated strain of FEV1 that didn't infect like a virus, but waited. Waited for the right host. The right chemistry. The right age. And so the waiting began. Bradley didn't cry. He sat alone, his knees pulled up to his chest, watching the others. Some of the older kids, 13, 15, tried to act tough. Told stories. Tried to turn it into a game. But they didn't sleep well. The dreams came quickly. Things in the walls. Eyes inside the fungus. A voice beneath the hum of the UV bulbs. Bradley saw it too. Felt it. The pulse of the room. Like it was listening. Days passed. Or weeks. It became impossible to tell. There were no clocks. Only the cycles of UV flicker, and the rise and fall of the glow shrooms, sometimes brighter, sometimes dimmer. Feeding off the children's breath, their fear, their growth. Food came from the walls. A dispenser. Slop. Nutrient-rich and tasteless. Water tasted faintly metallic. It shimmered with a faint tint like it remembered something. Some kids stopped eating. Others started talking to the walls. And still, no one changed. Not at first. Then came the whispers. Low at first. Impossible to tell who started them. Maybe it wasn't anyone. Just voices between voices. Some children developed light sensitivity. Their pupils stopped shrinking under the UV. Others stopped sleeping entirely. And Bradley? He started hearing names he'd never been told. Names of vault staff. Of rooms he'd never seen. Names of people long dead. When he touched the fungus, it pulsed with memory. The experiment was working. Just not the way Vault Tech expected. The FEV strain in Vault 717 didn't cause immediate mutation. It wasn't about physical change. It was about neural rewiring. About symbiosis. About seeing in the dark. About becoming the dark. And through it all, the Enclave watched. Logs recorded pulse rates. Brainwave patterns. Infrared footage of children staring directly into cameras they couldn't possibly see. And they smiled. Because Project Luminary wasn't about survival. It was about awakening something new. Something that remembers pain as light. Something that feeds on memory. Something that starts as a child. And ends as something else entirely. No one knew what the voices were. No one knew where the memories came from. Not the children. Not the vault staff. Not even the Enclave. That was the most terrifying part. Because this wasn't just another control experiment. It wasn't just social stress or neural reconditioning. Project Luminary had gone off script. And it was working too well. By the second week, if it was the second week, names began to vanish. Not spoken. Not erased. Just forgotten. Kids stared at each other and saw strangers. Friends they'd arrived with now looked unfamiliar. The boy who once clung to his older sister couldn't remember he had one. The girl who cried for her dad no longer remembered what his voice sounded like. Some wrote their names on the floor in chalk from the meal kits. But every morning, the chalk was gone. So were the names. The fungus grew thicker and brighter. Where it once gently glowed in soft pulses, it now shimmered like water-disturbed colors that didn't match any earthly spectrum. The spores hung in the air like snow, never settling. You couldn't breathe without inhaling them. They weren't toxic. They were invasive. They didn't kill cells. They learned them. Talked to them. Rewrote them. Bradley had stopped speaking days ago. His voice didn't feel like his. He could still think, at least he thought he could. But the thoughts didn't always feel like they belonged to him. He knew what Vault 717's Eastern Turbine looked like. He knew the names of two technicians he'd never met. He knew a code that turned off the cameras in one corner of Section D for 4 minutes and 19 seconds. No one told him these things. He just remembered them. And then forgot he remembered. They began calling it the Gray Drift, what the kids whispered to each other between fits of silence and paranoia. It was more than just memory loss. It was identity erosion. Kids would wake up, stare at their own hands, and not recognize them. Some stopped using pronouns. Some forgot how to cry. Some forgot they were people. They didn't panic. They just adapted. That was the real mutation. The FEV didn't turn them into monsters. It unfolded them. Like blueprints. Like ancient copies of something older than humans ever deserved to be. By the third cycle of UV dimming, the whispers had taken on tones. Not voices anymore. Chords. The air resonated with subtle hums. Like choral notes from throats that had never learned how to speak. The children heard them not with ears but with bones. The vibration of identity being tuned like an instrument. Some began responding. They turned toward blank walls. Whispered answers to questions no one asked. And the fungus grew brighter. In the observation booth, miles of steel and silence above them, Vault 717's overseer recorded a final log. Subjects are exhibiting total cognitive dissociation. We've lost 91% of retained language comprehension. Emotional empathy between peers is degrading, yet aggression levels remain low. They are becoming something else. This isn't amnesia. This is overwriting. No one could stop it. And deep in the center of Section D, in a chamber where no cameras worked, the walls had started to breathe. The fungi were spreading up into the vents now. The UV bulbs were dimming, flickering, one by one. And the children? They weren't afraid. They sat in circles. Hands clasped. Eyes open wide. Pupils swallowing the light. And one by one, they started to hum along. They no longer remembered who they were. But something else did. Something in the dark. Something that fed on memory. And sang in the voice of forgotten futures. Project Luminary was a success. But what it had birthed wasn't human. They weren't supposed to die. That wasn't in the protocol. Project Luminary's notes outlined adaptive mutation, gradual neural rewriting, even identity erosion, but not this. Not the way little Jonah's eyes rolled back while whispering to a vent. Not the way Mara simply stopped moving, breath still steady, but her brain waves flatlined. Not the way Ava stared at her own hands for hours before walking into the dark part of the fungi grove and laying down forever. The logs called it cognitive oversaturation. The vault staff called it terminal drift. They were losing the children. But then, he changed. It started subtly. Subject 7-17 Bra. Formerly Bradley Eshelman. 11 years old. Healthy. Moderate asthma. IQ average. Nothing remarkable. His file labeled him as a quiet creative, strong attachment to mother, tendency to withdraw under stress. But now, he didn't blink like the others. Didn't mumble or whimper. didn't respond to the gray drift. He watched. His movements became precise. His posture changed. He walked slower deliberately, like he'd forgotten what fear was. The fungus moved away from him. The spores drifted toward others but gave him space. At first the staff thought it was a data error. Then they checked the biometric logs. Heart rate, 58 BPM. EEG, active. Unstable. Violent alpha bursts. Blood oxygen, normal. Gene structure, incongruent. He wasn't mutating. He was resetting. Or worse, replacing. They pulled him from the dark. Full team. Full gear. Immediate retrieval. Subject 7-17 Bra didn't resist. Not at first. They brought him to the medical wing, strapped him to the neuroframe, ran scans, blood tests, cognition baselines. But what came back made no sense. Language comprehension, 0% English. Emotional recognition, confused aggression. Response to spoken name Bradley, none. Pain tolerance, off the charts. Verbal vocalization, unknown dialect. Possibly not a dialect. Then the screaming started. Not from pain. From him. Screaming words no one understood. Sounding like numbers, or names, or commands. He thrashed. Tore the bindings. Bit one of the techs through their suit. Snapped a containment rod clean in half. They sedated him with 3 doses of class 5 neural suppressants. It barely worked. They didn't try to communicate. They didn't ask what had happened. They just threw him back into the dark. When he woke up, the hum had changed. It was quieter now. Like the fungi had grown still to hear his breath. Children no longer sat close to him. Some still whispered. Some stared at walls. But none approached. He sat with his knees to his chest again. Like he used to. But this time, he wasn't crying. He stared at the glow on his hands. Watched the spores dance around his fingers. And then, for the first time in what might have been months, he formed a thought. Not a memory. A question. Who am I? He didn't ask it out loud. But the walls heard him. And from the depths of Section D, something answered. Not in words. Not in sound. But in a memory that wasn't his. A face. A name. A vault. A door that never closed. And a world made of fire and silence. Whoever he had been was gone. And whoever was in there now was waking up. The others were not so lucky. While Bradley or whatever was inside him now sat in the dark with questions stitched into the hollows of his skull, the rest of the children began to change in ways even the Enclave hadn't dreamed possible. The mutation didn't come in a flash. It didn't roar or scream or shatter bone like the old FEV horror stories. It crept. Soft. Gentle. Inevitable. First, the eyes. Pupils dilated into vertical slits. Not feline, something else. They stopped blinking. Stopped flinching. Light didn't hurt them anymore. Then the skin. Pale. Then pale green. Then translucent in places. Veins that glowed faintly under UV, like circuits instead of blood. Fingers lengthened, too many joints, the kind of motion that looked wrong even in shadow. But the worst was what happened to the minds. Not gone. Not completely. Just drifting. They forgot how to speak. Forgot how to recognize each other. Forgot how to be human. They stopped forming groups. Started forming clusters. Sleeping on the walls instead of beds. Staring upward for hours. Drinking condensation directly from the fungi stalks. Eating it, too. And the fungus let them. It curled around them when they rested. Coiled up their spines like a mother's hand. Some were half buried in it, now fed by it. And in return, the children whispered its dreams. The staff above panicked quietly. Medical flagged 6 cases of advanced cognitive deconstruction. Security logged 3 biometric anomalies. One child, identified as subject 7-17 Mar, emitted a low-frequency tone from her throat continuously for 4 hours. It caused microfractures in the lab equipment. 2 observers vomited. She was sedated. She didn't wake up. But most of them didn't need sedation anymore. They weren't violent. Not in the way FEV subjects usually were. They were placid. Passive. Staring. Whispering. Watching things no one else could see. When one child began levitating spores with breath patterns, it wasn't even logged. The cameras above had stopped recording. Not from failure. From choice. The Enclave didn't want documentation. They wanted results. And the results were clear. Project Luminary had produced a new breed of post-humanity. Silent. Obedient. Not driven by hunger or dominance, but by pattern. They responded to light. To tone. They mimicked each other perfectly. Their neural networks had become communal. The scientists whispered the term behind the glass. Hive cognition. They had lost their memories, but not their purpose. They were becoming something else. Something together. But Bradley didn't fit the pattern. He was awake. Too awake. He didn't join their clusters. Didn't hum their tone. Didn't sleep under the spores. He watched. And in his eyes, there was still fire. Still individuality. Still resistance. That made him dangerous. That made him wrong. But the others didn't attack him. didn't reject him. They simply circled him, waiting, as if they knew whatever he was becoming was meant to lead them. But lead them where? Even he didn't know yet. All he had was the question, echoing louder now. Who am I? And beneath that, another voice, older, colder, whispering from the deepest part of the dark. You were not born here. You were built. And now, it's time to wake up. The darkness pulsed when he spoke. Not metaphorically, literally. The air itself recoiled like a lung gasping. The spores hanging in the black, the bioluminescent threads clinging to the curved steel walls, the once children gathered in silent communion, they all froze. Not in fear, but in uncertainty. Bradley, what was left of him, had not surrendered. His body trembled under the strain of months of slow-motion psychological death. His limbs were thin, twitching. His hair had grown out into a greasy tangle. His fingernails were blackened from the mold. His skin bore a faint ultraviolet sheen in certain angles. But behind the haze, behind the slow encroachment of the hive's wool, Bradley was still there. And now, he was screaming. I don't know who you are, or if you're even real. But one thing is damn certain. When I get out of here, when I escape, I'll come back. One day. And I will kill every last one of you. From Vault-Tec to these damn spores. It might be years from now. I might not even remember where the hell we are. But I will stop this. You will not control me. His voice cracked, raw from disuse. The air afterward was so thick with silence it felt physical. The fungus dimmed slightly as if confused. The other children, those now half-merged, half-symbiotic, faces glowing with spore light and forgetfulness, turned their heads. Slowly. In unison. And blinked. For the first time in weeks, they recognized him. Not as one of them. Not as their alpha. But as a wound. An imperfect variable. A threat. Above, in the sealed vault control room, alarms flashed in amber. Biometric anomaly. Emotional spike. Cognitive reactivation. One Vault-Tec researcher, trembling with his hand over the abort switch, whispered. He's not adapting. He's fighting it. Another Enclave overseer, calm, surgical, replied. No. He's remembering. Keep him alive. Bradley collapsed to his knees, breath shallow but his own. The darkness around him still buzzed, still tried, but it couldn't finish what it started. Because it had touched something it couldn't assimilate. Will. His name. His pain. His hatred. All still there, burning cold and jagged like broken glass inside his skull. He didn't know where they were. Didn't know how long it would take. But one truth rang louder than the whispers. Louder than the hum of the spore chorus. louder than the voice inside him clawing to reshape him. You will not control me. The fungus shifted, now retreating from him. It had tried to crown him, tried to mold him into its messiah, its alpha. But instead, it had forged something else. Not a king, a revenant. And deep in the dark, a plan began to bloom. Not the fungus's, his. One day, he would walk back through these tunnels. Older, stronger, maybe not even human anymore, but with one purpose, unbroken by spores, FEV, or fate. And this. Burn it all. Make them pay. And that day would come. Even if the world forgot his name, he wouldn't. Chapter 3, Nightmares. The room was white. Not clean. Not sterile. Just white in the way that screams interrogation under the illusion of empathy. No shadows. No windows. Just the hum of UV lights behind frosted ceiling panels, and the reek of sanitizer trying to mask rot. Bradley sat strapped to the exam chair again. Metal cuffs around his ankles. Neural dampeners at his temples. 4 lines trailing into his arm from a rehydration bag filled with blue-green serum. 3 Vault-Tec researchers stood behind the blast glass. 2 were Vault-Tec proper. 1 wore the matte black badge of Enclave clearance. The monitor clicked on. A voice came through, steady and hollow. Subject 7-17 Bra. Respond to vocal cue. State your name. State your origin. State your memory of intake. They expected silence. Or more of the indecipherable, guttural muttering from last time. But this time, he spoke. His voice was gravel. His lips split with the effort. His lungs strained with every word. But the fire, the defiance was volcanic. My name. My name, huh? He laughed once. Not a child's laugh. Something else. A low, broken growl. Funny. I can't remember. Not really. Can't tell if I'm some orphan you scooped off the street. Or if you ripped me from parents I don't even have a face for anymore. He leaned forward against the restraints, eyes locked on the mirrored glass. But I'll give you a name. You want a name? Here's one for your clipboard. The monitors spiked. His eyes, once dull, now burned with something ancient. And he roared. I'm Johnny Vanduke. And I will kill all of you. The lights flickered. Not just in the room. Across the entire wing. Surveillance feeds crackled. The fungus sensors in Section D went dark for 2.7 seconds. The neural feedback grid surged with static. In the control room, one of the Vault-Tec scientists dropped her coffee. The Enclave observer didn't blink. He turned and walked out, calmly, already speaking into a wrist communicator. Subject is initiating phase 3 neurosomatic break. Identity fragmentation has restructured. Linguistic reassertion confirmed. Name lock failed. Begin recursive memory loop trials. And prep sector echo. We're going to need a deeper vault. They sedated him again. But this time, it took 4 injections. His pulse didn't spike. His smile stayed after he passed out. Back in Section D, the spores hummed uneasily. The other children tilted their heads, as if hearing an old song but with new lyrics. And one of them whispered softly, almost with reverence, "Vanduke." Like the word had power. Like it had meaning in a place where names were supposed to die. And far beneath Vault 717's foundation, buried in systems even the Enclave only half understood, something logged a new entry. Project Luminary anomaly detected. Identity resurgence, unstable. Threat potential, high. Subject alias, Johnny Vanduke. Observation, continue. Containment, temporary. He didn't remember where he came from. He didn't remember his mother's face. He didn't know the year, the state, or the war outside. But he had a name now. A name the spores couldn't swallow. A name the Enclave couldn't erase. And that was enough. For now. He was Johnny Vanduke. And this nightmare had just met its reckoning. They called it Nightsight. The vault logs never described it. No incident report. No footage. No telemetry. But every surviving technician, those who lived through it, spoke of it in hushed tones like they were describing a haunting. Not an event. A phenomenon. It began 12 hours after the outburst. Johnny, formerly Bradley, had been sedated, resecured, and returned to Section D. He hadn't moved since. No speech. No blinking. Just that half smile still ghosting his lips like a secret he hadn't decided to share yet. The others kept their distance. The fungal light had dimmed to a whisper. Spores drifted low to the ground, pulsing to rhythms no longer predictable. That night, the vault's UV lights began to fail. One by one. Not explosively. Not dramatically. They simply went dark. Flicker. Pause. Dead. 3:13 a.m. A hum began in Section D. Not from the walls. From the children. A single low tone, voiceless, breathless, but carried across the bones of the vault like the air itself was learning to scream. Cameras failed to pick it up. Microphones recorded nothing. But the staff watching those few remaining researchers in the upper wing heard it. In their skulls. In their teeth. In their dreams, days later. The vault shook once. Just once. Not from force. From presence. A wave of temperature drop followed it, unexplainable. Power grid surged, then stabilized. Water filtration reversed direction for 21 seconds. One staff member went blind. Another began bleeding from her ears. Two simply collapsed, paralyzed in terror, clutching at their own tongues like something was trying to speak through them. In Section D, all light vanished. No fungus glow. No emergency power. Nothing. And in the blackest black, Johnny stood up. Unaided. Unrestrained. And for the first time in weeks, he opened his eyes. And he saw. Not in images. Not in shapes. But in truth. The spores weren't just bioluminescent. They were alive. They were watching. They were waiting for the host, the alpha, to open the conduit fully. They had chosen Johnny for a reason. But he chose otherwise. He took a step. And around him, the other children turned. Eyes glowing faint. White noise static ringing in their skulls. And all of them moved together. One unified, silent motion. Toward him. But he raised a hand. No threat. Just defiance. And in that moment, something shifted in the darkness. Something broke. And the spores, ancient, hungry, unknowable, flinched. The children didn't fall. They froze. Locked mid-step. Mid-breath. As if time paused to hear what came next. And that's when it happened. The night sight. Not from Johnny. But through him. It was not a light. It was the absence of blindness. A moment where every child, every altered, half-mutated survivor in the dark saw everything at once. The fungus. The vault. The world above. The bones beneath. The faces that lied to them. The future they were being shaped for. And all of it in one collapsing second of perception that no human mind should ever contain. Except one. Johnny Vanduke. He screamed. And the scream wasn't pain. It was rejection. Of the hive. Of the vault. Of the spores. Of the name they tried to bury him beneath. Above, systems fried. The overseer locked himself in the emergency chamber and begged God for death. The enclave observer slit his own throat. No one stopped him. Then, silence. Section D flickered back to faint UV. The spores resumed their gentle, passive glow. The children were asleep. All of them. Except Johnny. He was kneeling. Bleeding from the nose. Laughing softly through cracked lips. And as he looked up at the nearest camera, he mouthed 3 words. Now I remember. And from that moment on, Vault 717 would never be the same again. He remembered. God help them all, he remembered. The images didn't come like a dream, or a vision, or even a flashback. They came like a door opening that had always been right there, bolted shut behind his eyes. Lancaster. The city. The streets. The snow on East King Street. The smell of pretzels on market day. The chalk on the sidewalks. His school. The brick-faced middle school near the old bridge. The faces. Their faces. Mrs. Hanley, his 6th grade teacher. Now researcher 12. Coach Deckard, now security officer B1. David Ruiz's mom, she worked front desk at the Vault Clinic. Nathan Brooks' father, he approved the daily nutrient rations. People who waved at him on porches. People who smiled at his mother in checkout lines. People who lived on the same goddamn street. Now scientists. Technicians. Killers. They weren't strangers. They were Lancaster. And they had done this. To their own. To him. He turned slowly, his breathing ragged, his glowing eyes wide with something not just rage. Clarity. He looked at the kids around him. No, not kids anymore. Twisted forms. FEV-touched shells. Some twitching. Some collapsing. Some humming their final half-thought lullabies to walls that no longer cared. And he saw the tragedy for what it was. They hadn't been chosen at random. They hadn't been pulled from distant states or far-off districts. They were all local. They were Lancaster's children. Baited. Deceived. Butchered in silence. All by people who knew them. His fists clenched so hard his nails split skin. His breath steamed in the cold artificial air. Then he looked up toward the ceiling. Toward the vault eye that always watched. The camera lens that always blinked. And with a voice that trembled not with fear but vengeance, he roared. "You sick bastards!" His voice echoed through the vents. You killed your own kids. Your own students. Children of your friends, your neighbors, your goddamn families. He stepped toward the light. Toward the flickering, failing bulbs and the spore-drenched tiles. You better start praying. Praying. That I never get out of this place. His eyes flared. Not just light radiation pulsed behind them now. Raw and unfiltered. 'Cause when I do, when I walk out of this grave you built for me, I swear to every false god you pretend to kneel to, I will hunt each one of you down. And I will make your deaths count. You sick fucking monsters. The lights in the entire wing shattered. UV tubes burst like glass veins rupturing under pressure. Section D was plunged into total black. But Johnny, he glowed. He wasn't screaming anymore. He was becoming. And somewhere, high above, behind sealed blast doors and encrypted feeds, a Vault Tech staff member whispered to herself. Trembling. We made him. And in the dark, Johnny heard her. And he smiled. Not cruelly. But with purpose. Because now he had two names. And both would burn their way through the bones of this place. They thought he'd break in weeks. an 11-year-old boy, malnourished, cut off from everything he'd ever known, surrounded by darkness, fungal corruption, the decaying corpses of other children, his friends, his classmates, all rewritten by FEV, then killed by the hive drift or the neural collapse that came after. All of them died, except him. And that was the problem. Because he didn't bend, didn't cry, didn't submit. He endured. And worse than that, he watched. Every test, every injection, every scan, every time they hauled his limp, sedated body into the labs. He kept something hidden. Not just his rage, but his mind. They tested his blood every month, rescanned his brain weekly, tried every kind of conditioning chemical, electromagnetic, mnemonic trigger cycles, exposure to mutated pheromone clouds. Nothing worked. No progress. No compliance. He wasn't mutating the way they wanted. And he wasn't forgetting. He remembered his name. He remembered their names. He remembered everything. At 13, he began to speak in fluent languages the staff couldn't identify. At 14, he went silent for 16 months, and when they broke the silence with a pain response induction, he laughed through it, and then bit off a guard's ear and whispered the name of the guard's dead son into the bleeding hole. At 15, he faked catatonia for 11 days straight. When they dropped sedation to see if he was stable enough for cryorotation, he blinked once and said, "If you freeze me, you better pray the next apocalypse hits first." By the time he was 17, nothing scared them more than what was still human in him. The mutated children had all died. Their bodies couldn't handle the drift. The spores fed too long, too deep. Their memories vanished, and their organs soon followed. But Johnny, he was still here. Still alive. Still remembering. The spore veins that once curled along his arms had faded into scars. His body had stabilized. But his will, his rage hadn't dulled. It had crystallized. The Vault Tech staff changed over time. Replaced, rotated, or if they got too close to the experiment, silenced. But every new face that came into that chamber saw the same thing. A boy who refused to die. A man growing in the dark. A specter of their sins, sharpening himself on their fear. They stopped calling him Subject 7-17 Bra. They stopped calling him anything at all. They only referred to him as a containment issue. But in the private logs, they called him Vanduke. Year 8. The Enclave tried to relocate him. Move him to Echo Facility 9. Deep Arctic Vault. No light. No memory stimuli. Just white and cold. They failed. He broke through sedative stasis mid-transfer. Tore through 3 armored handlers. Crashed the entire lift system and sent the containment unit plummeting 5 floors into Blackwater Reserve. They found him 2 days later. Waiting. Smiling. Bloodied. But untouched. "Don't move me. This is my vault now." And they left him there. Not out of mercy, but out of fear. He was supposed to be a vessel. A vessel for spores. For control. For a post-human prototype. But instead, they had created a conscious rejection of the entire system. A scar in their experiment. A curse walking in flesh. A boy they thought would break. Who instead became something uncontainable. Vanduke was no longer their subject. He was their judge. Their sentence still pending. Years in the making. And one day, that sentence would be carried out. The light section. Vault 717's front-facing illusion. The hallway smiles. The recycled air with citrus mask decay. The safe, stainless steel dream of survival, the one shown on the Vault Tech brochures before the world went silent. And somehow, after all these years, it was still functioning. Thriving, even. Children played in designated social blocks. Families worked in rotational labor shifts. Citizenship points were tallied on terminals for extra food credits, birthday rations, and rare recreation privileges. There were schools. There were art programs. There were birthday banners, photos, laughter. A curated, enforced version of normal. But none of it was real. Because beneath the calm hum of Vault 717's upper-tier lights, beneath the filtered water, the pristine walls, the smiles, was a wound the vault could never erase. They never talked about the first children. No memorials. No plagues. No names in the hall of service. Just silence. Those who had been taken into the dark during the early days. Officially. Lost to an airlock breach. A system failure. Nothing more. A tragedy. One that shouldn't be dwelled on for the sake of communal morale. And the parents. The ones who screamed when the doors locked. Who clawed at security. Who demanded to see their babies. They were either reassigned to deep sector labor modules, never heard from again. B, quietly sedated, reprogrammed, and placed under memory protocol treatments. C, declared unstable and removed from population. And for everyone else, they were told that grieving those lost children would only foster legacy trauma among the new generation. Because new children had come. Born in the years since. Raised under Vault Tech programming. Taught loyalty, survival, obedience. Clean slates. Kids with no idea what had happened beneath them. They played tag near walls that once led to screaming. Drew pictures in classrooms wired above the gray drift sector. Watched movies while the echoes of the dark pulsed beneath their feet. But the system kept it all separate. Compartmentalized. Sealed. just like the doors that still locked off Section D marked as a non-functional mechanical recycling wing that no one questioned. No one even wanted to question it, because the light section was safe, normal, fine. And in the surveillance room, a skeleton crew of vault tech watchers rotated shifts, half to keep up appearances, half to monitor him. They never talked to the people upstairs. The two halves of Vault 717 were no longer connected in any real way. There was the lie and the buried truth. But some of the children, now teenagers, started having dreams. Dreams of tunnels, of fungus, of glowing eyes in the black, of voices humming beneath the floor, of a name they didn't recognize, but couldn't forget. Vanduke. They whispered it in their sleep, wrote it in notebooks before forgetting they had. And one girl, 14 years old, born in Vault 717, never exposed to pre-war media, carved it into a desk during study period. 3 letters, burned into the laminate surface like a brand. JVK. When questioned, she didn't remember doing it. But she did say one thing before going silent. He's still down there. And he's not done yet. The light section carried on. Birthdays, school dances, reactor shifts, rations, hope. But down below, behind a wall of steel and time, a storm was stirring. And when it came, it wouldn't start with alarms. It would start with a memory, a name, and the sound of footsteps rising from the dark. At first, it was just the lights. A hallway would flicker during third shift. Classroom 2B ceiling panels would buzz, then dim to brown out before stabilizing. The greenhouse lumen strips blinked like Morse code at night. Just minor electrical irregularities. Happens in old vaults. Part of the wear and tear. That's what maintenance told them. Then the cameras started going dark. Not all at once. Never the same corridor twice. Just moments. A pod room in residential block 3A. The stairwell between security and food storage. The far corner of the recreational commons behind the mural of Vault Boy giving a thumbs up. 5 seconds. 10. Sometimes 20. The video would glitch, then black. When it came back, nothing had changed. Except sometimes, the angle was different. Like the camera had seen something it wasn't supposed to. Or something had looked back. Maintenance ran full diagnostics. They opened junction boxes, replaced fiber coils, recalibrated terminal interfaces. They found no errors. Power draw was consistent. Voltage integrity passed all metrics. Structural scans showed no breach. But they still heard the creaks in the walls. Late at night. Rhythmic. Almost like footsteps. Sometimes pacing. Sometimes waiting. They rechecked the vault's blueprints. Every panel, every hall, every sealed chamber. All normal. Except, they found something strange buried in a legacy access point. A section marked unknown // archived / restricted. Sector D. Labeled Stasis Biatus / abandoned. But the weird thing was, the files weren't just locked. They were encrypted with a kill command. One tech tried to open them. The entire terminal stack fried. And for 3 hours afterward, none of the security doors responded to override codes. The overseer dismissed it as corrupted data. A glitch in the old Vault tech framework. But some of the senior engineers were less convinced. One of them, Keller, from facilities, wrote a private memo, never meant for public record. The walls are talking. I know that sounds crazy, but we seal things. We weld things. We reinforce. And when we come back the next day, they've been opened. No entry marks. No logs. Just open. Like they were never sealed at all. He was transferred to sanitation the next week. And the people? The families in the light section? They kept living. Working. Raising new children. Maintaining the dream. But they started to feel it, too. A sense of being watched in rooms that didn't have cameras. A draft in halls with no vents. Dreams of knocking behind walls. Of names they didn't know how to pronounce. Of eyes in the dark. And no matter how many panels were patched, no matter how many logs came back clean, no matter how many smiles the daily briefings forced the people to wear, the creaking never stopped. The lights always flickered. And every so often, a shadow moved where there should have been nothing. Because they had built Vault 717 to last forever. But they didn't understand what they'd buried beneath it. And now, it was waking up. And that's when they found the body in corridor C12, just outside the primary filtration conduit. A place no one was scheduled to be. No alarms were triggered. No access logs recorded a breach. No security footage caught the moment it happened. Just a maintenance crew, responding to a routine duct vibration, pulling back a panel to find Harris. Technician. Age 34. Third generation Vault resident. 2 kids. Quiet. Never late. His body was slumped like he'd fallen asleep. Except for the eyes glassy, wide open, staring straight ahead. Mouth slightly ajar. Skin pale, almost bluish. There was no blood. No wounds. No bruising. No signs of struggle. But his heart had stopped. Frozen in his chest. The med team was silent during recovery. Vitals were confirmed at 0. Autopsy scan showed something stranger. No trauma. No stroke. but neural pathways the brain itself looked scorched. Like someone had poured static into his memories and shorted out his soul. They called it cortical collapse, a term no one had ever used before. Not officially. The overseer ordered a level 4 blackout on the incident. Vault morale is paramount, the announcement said. Technician Harris passed of a sudden cardiac event. A memorial will be held. Attendance is voluntary. But downstairs, in the surveillance wing, someone pulled the raw security logs. And on a single corrupted frame, just 2 minutes before Harris was found, the hallway camera blinked. And in that blink, a silhouette. Too tall. Too still. Too wrong. Gone the next frame. In the days that followed, people whispered. They said they'd seen Harris 2 days after the funeral just standing in Sector B. Others said their dreams had changed. More hallways. More shadows. A sense of being called not by name, but by shape. And always, always. That creaking sound. Closer now. Like whatever was pacing behind the walls was deciding where to step next. And far below, in a place no one visited anymore, a man sat alone. Not asleep. Not awake. Just waiting. He whispered one name into the dark. Not his. But the one they'd given him. The one they tried to bury. Vanduke. And above him, the vault trembled. Not from failure, but from reminder. At first, they were blamed on stress. The flickers. The shapes. The shadows. After Harris, more people started reporting things that couldn't be verified. Just a flash in the corridor. A shape in the reflection of a cafeteria steam tray. The glint of eyes too far down a tunnel to belong to anyone scheduled to be there. Security dismissed it. Psychogenic trauma response. A reaction to the incident. Mass suggestion. Vault claustrophobia. But they didn't see what the survivors saw. The shadows. They weren't ghosts. They weren't echoes. They were wrong. Ranging in size from barely 4 feet tall to nearly 8. Some moved upright, smooth too smooth. Others crawled in sharp, shuddering bursts. All of them distorted, like silhouettes cast from shattered mirrors. Flickering in and out of reality like faulty holograms. But with weight. The lights would dim. The air would chill. The cameras would die. And someone would be gone. The next body was found near Hydroponics 3. A gardener named Myra. Nothing but a twisted smear of crimson across the ceiling fan, and a set of bare footprints burned into the metal grating. Not human. Not animal. She died with her hands locked around her own throat. Torn fingernails. Teeth marks. Eyes wide and bloodied. Vault logs showed her alone. No one entered the sector. Except for the flicker. One frame, half second, of a tall, thin figure just standing in the gloom. No face. No feet. Just presence. The panic couldn't be contained. Whispers grew like fungus in the cracks of everyday life. There's something in here with us. They lied about what's below. They lied about what's inside. Parents kept children home from schooling blocks. Work rosters plummeted. Security began doubling shifts, but the guards were terrified. Some refused to patrol the East Wing at night. One of them was found in the sanitation bay, head split down the center like bark from a tree, no tool or weapon around capable of such a wound. And slowly, the population began to realize something. These weren't hallucinations. They weren't delusions. They weren't from outside. These things were part of the vault. Born from it. Bound to it. And they only came in the spaces between seconds. The moments the light failed. The seconds the camera blinked. The places no one ever looked directly. And when they came, someone died. The vault tech staff tried every measure. Sealing off corridors. Installing auxiliary motion sensors. Scrubbing logs. Thermal mapping. Nothing worked. Because the shadows didn't obey their tech. They obeyed memory. They fed on the trauma buried deep beneath the floor. The pain. The experiments. The screams of children forgotten by everyone else. And somewhere down in the dark a name pulsed like a heartbeat. Not calling them. Not commanding. Just being. Vanduke. And with every death, every flicker of light, he was one step closer to the surface. Chapter 4, Afraid of the Dark. Johnny could feel it in the floor. The air was stale but different. The spores that once whispered lullabies of control now sat quiet, dormant. The darkness, once alive with fungal pulses and biometric scanners, was now still. No guards. No tests. No routines. It had been months since the last sedation cycle. The rations still came, like clockwork, but no one delivered them. They just appeared. The hallway doors that once screamed when opened, now they hissed softly, like they'd been told to behave. And the cameras blinked. Not like they used to, tracking his movement, reporting his pulse, blinking red when he spoke. Now, they died. For minutes at a time. Sometimes longer. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't torn through the walls. He hadn't triggered an uprising. He hadn't even approached the gap he found 2 weeks ago. A weak seam behind the biomass chute, leading somewhere deeper. Or maybe higher. He hadn't made his move yet. But something was happening anyway. Johnny sat in the center of Section D, surrounded by silent decay. The pods that once held his classmates now grown over, rotted, brittle with age. Their names long erased, their memories turned to vapor. And he felt it above, like pressure building. Not an attack, not containment, but collapse. Something up there was failing, and it wasn't him. He stood slowly, his bones cracking from too many years underground. He walked to the edge of his territory, the wall the vault forgot about, the one even the fungus avoided. He pressed his hand to the cold metal and whispered, not to the vault, not to the spores, but to himself. What the hell are you doing up there? And for the first time in years, the vault answered. Not with words, but with a sound. A scream. From above. Muffled by layers of steel. Human. Panicked. Fresh. He stepped back. Eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. He hadn't gone to them. But something had come down to him. Oh no. Oh no no no. Johnny's eyes widened as realization struck like a hammer to the chest. The silence. The failed systems. The cameras going dark. The power grid flickering. The scream from above. It wasn't just fear. It wasn't just death. The fungus. The spores. The ones that grew in the dark. That hummed in his mind for years. That tried to rewrite him, mold him into their shepherd. They weren't done. They weren't dormant. They were moving. He turned back toward the deeper shaft near the biomass chute, the one he hadn't entered yet. The one he wasn't supposed to find. The one that felt like an old scar in the vault's bones. But now, it pulsed. Not with light. Not with energy. With life. Warm, slow, creeping life. Bioluminescent tendrils, thin as thread, had begun creeping up the ventilation columns. Tiny arcs of glowing growth had wormed through structural seams and access vents. A faint pulse now echoed through the floor like a heartbeat not his. The fungus is rising. Not violently. Not explosively. Infiltration. Subtle. Intelligent. Like it learned from its first failure and decided it didn't need an alpha. It just needed opportunity. He dropped to one knee and scraped a cluster of spores from the floor, faint blue shimmer, still warm. Fresh. He sniffed the air. UV trace levels. Not from the dark sector. From above. The light section. The one with schools. Families. Children. His hands clenched into fists. No, 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 he muttered, breath shaking. They thought it was ghosts. Shadows. Some side effect of containment trauma. They didn't realize the spores had breached. The creaks. The deaths. The hallucinations. They were the first stage. And now, it was climbing into duct systems, into air filtration, into vents that no one checks because Vault Tech designed the vault to never be truly seen. They buried the truth below the light section, never expecting it to grow teeth, never expecting it to remember. Johnny stared at the shaft, breathing hard, then turned toward the far wall, the sealed section he'd mapped from memory years ago. A path he never tested, because escape was never his goal. "I told you," he whispered to the darkness, to the dead kids, to the Vault Tech gods watching from whatever hell they'd built. "When I get out, I'll burn this place down." He looked up, toward the ceiling, toward the families, toward the unsuspecting lives above. "But I'm not letting it take them, too. If the fungus gets out of the vault, it won't just infect. It won't just mutate. It will remember everything Johnny remembers. It will learn. And then it will spread. Above. Outside. Into the world that forgot it ever existed." He took a step toward the breach. And another. And in the dark, the old systems flickered awake for just a second. A terminal came online. No user input. Just one blinking message. "Project Luminary, Phase 4 breach detected. Containment failure imminent. Subject, Vanduke. Status, reacquired." The metal groaned around him like a beast trying to wake itself up. Steam hissed from pressure seams in the wall, slow and rhythmic, almost like breath. The vault was alive. Not metaphorically. Not anymore. Johnny stood in front of the breach. The old seam behind the biomass chute, now yawning wider than it had any right to. Beyond it he could smell the shift in air. Less stale. Less fungal. More processed. Filtered. The light section. It was no longer sealed. And the fungus knew it. He dropped into the service duct beyond, boots slapping metal. His muscles ached with age and starvation, but adrenaline pushed him forward. His blood ran cold, but his purpose burned. The vents were coated. Thin strands of mycelium stretched like nerve endings. Silent, luminescent. Like spider silk wrapped in nightmare. They pulsed as he passed them. Not reacting to him. Not attacking. Recognizing. He passed a utility hatch and paused. Someone had etched into the grime on the wall with their fingernails fresh. "It sees me." The blood on the letters was still wet. He reached maintenance access level 3. A whisper away from the light section's foundation. A child's shoe lay in the corner. Tiny. Velcro strap half torn. No sign of the child. Just spores. Everywhere now. Blooming. Above him, a siren wailed once. Not the old war alarms. Not Vault Tech's soft tone alerts. This was manual. Raw. Someone had seen it. And they were too late. He climbed the final rung of the ladder and pulled himself into the lower hallway beneath residential block 4B. It was chaos. Lights flickering. Doors hissing open and shut. Security shouting down non-functioning comms. And in the center of the hall, one of the shadows stood. Not a hallucination. Real. Physical. Fully formed. A humanoid figure, 9 feet tall, made of twisting muscle, exposed tendon, and veined fungal strands that glowed like veins of phosphorus. Its face was empty. Just a flat, smooth surface that pulsed with heat. And across its chest, etched into the skin like it had grown there, V717DK. The shadow turned its head as Johnny emerged from the lower vent. It tilted, curious. Then it began to walk toward him. Slow. Measuring. Like prey finally turned around to face the predator. But Johnny didn't run. He cracked his neck. Spat blood on the ground. No more running. He stepped forward, into the hallway light, eyes burning. I made you. I survived you. And now I'm gonna end you. Behind him, the fungal mass crept like fog under the floor tiles. Ahead of him, the infected creature hissed, limbs cracking, ready to lunge. And from the vents above, spores rained down like ash. The vault had become a war zone. But Johnny Vanduke was no longer a prisoner. He was the reckoning. And the eradication was about to begin. The thing stepped forward, its feet slapping wet against the tile, its limbs dragging long trails of fungal secretion that smoked where it touched the walls. Its head twitched once, twice, like it was learning how to balance the weight of its own unnatural body. Its featureless face pulsed. Like it recognized him. Like it remembered. Johnny squared his stance. Blood crusted around his mouth. His shirt was torn from the crawl through the shaft, skin laced with old scar tissue and luminous spore burns that no longer hurt. They were part of him now. But they didn't own him. Nothing ever did. He took a step toward the creature. It hissed. And with a grin so cold it could have cracked steel, Johnny whispered, "Try me, motherfucker." The hallway exploded into motion. The shadow thing lunged, limbs elongating unnaturally. A high-pitched tone rang through the air, not a scream, but something like psychic sonar, built to paralyze. Johnny didn't flinch. He ran into it, shoulder first, slamming the creature back into the wall, cracking metal paneling with the impact. Spores burst on contact, igniting in the electric flicker like embers. He drove his fist not to punch, but to grab, wrapped his fingers around the thing's throat like mass and wrenched. The creature shrieked, its form writhing like coiled cables beneath skin. Johnny screamed in its face, voice raw, shaking with fury and clarity. "I know what you are. You're not a god. You're not a hive. You're a mistake. And I'm here to correct it." They slammed into each other again. The wall buckled. The spores screamed. Above them, somewhere in the light section, more shadows were waking. But now, someone was fighting back. For the first time in Vault 717's long, buried history, the darkness had something to fear. The creature reeled, leaking something black and glowing from its torn shoulder. It screeched less like pain, more like confusion. It had never known resistance. Never known a subject that spoke back, fought back, survived. But now Johnny wasn't just surviving. He was planning. He stood over the thing, breathing hard, fists bloodied, chest rising and falling like thunder. The hallway behind him flickered with dying lights, backup systems choking on static. Spores writhed in the corners, unsure whether to retreat or strike again. And Johnny spoke, louder than he ever had. You blessed me with knowledge I shouldn't be capable of knowing. He kicked the creature in the side, sending it skidding across the corridor into a support beam that cracked on impact. I know what you are. I know what Vault Tech did. I know what the Enclave started and what they buried. I know where the reactors are. I know the layout of this entire goddamn vault because your damn hive couldn't help itself. It showed me everything. The thing twitched, tried to stand, faltered. Johnny pointed a shaking, furious hand at it. You might be alive thanks to radiation and FEV. Maybe you are something ancient now. But there's such a thing as too much of a good thing, freak. He took a step back, toward the central corridor. Toward the power hub. Toward the heart of Vault 717's core systems. You'd better stop me before I get to that reactor, you abomination. Because I'm locking this place down permanently. All of you. Every single Vault Tech rat still hiding behind observation glass. Every freak show you let rot down here. Every corrupted chunk of fungus still pretending it's in control. I'm flooding this place with radiation so thick it'll make Deathclaw sterile. Then I'm getting the residents out. The people who never asked for this. The kids. The workers. The innocents you lied to. I'll burn this tomb down around you, and they'll walk free. And you. He grinned. One last, sharp grin like a blade across his face. You'll suffocate in your own garden. Behind him, systems lit up. Red access lights. Fuel lines. Fusion nodes. Manual override port unlocked. The creature hissed, now less confident, more desperate. It lunged. Johnny caught it by the throat. Slammed it into the reactor bulkhead. His face inches from the pulsing fungus wrapped around its skull. You better pray your gods are still listening. He slammed his fist into the override switch. Because I'm done being your prophet. I'm your goddamn executioner. Johnny's hand hovered over the final sequence. The reactor console glowing hell orange in the dark. The monster thrashed in his grip, black tendrils flailing, burning at the edges where his skin met irradiated steel. But he didn't flinch, didn't blink. He was too far gone for fear, too focused for pain. His voice was low now. Deadly. Final. You know, I gotta give Vault-Tec a little credit. He leaned in, his blood dripping onto the control panel. The creature wheezed through a throat it shouldn't even have. For all the sick experiments, the lies, the horror, the unthinkable shit they did down here. He smiled. They did make one thing right. He slammed his elbow into the emergency radiation override switch. Alarms flared, klaxons screeched, lights turned red in every level of Vault 717. They made the best toy on the planet for wiping out bastards like you. The monster screamed. Not rage. Not pain. Fear. The fungi recoiled. Spores turned black. The light in the walls dimmed into panic. Down every corridor, containment shutters slammed shut. System-wide lockdown initiated. The hive tried to retreat. Tried to preserve itself. But Johnny had already lit the match. The reactor were charging. The core reached unsafe radiation thresholds within seconds. Radiation flood zones activated. And Johnny? He looked back once toward the vent that led to the light section. Toward escape. Toward them. He turned back to the creature beneath his grip, still spasming, still screaming. You had your turn. Now it's mine. He hit the final trigger. And as the reactor began to scream, as the vault shook under the weight of justice finally catching up with sin, Johnny Vanduke whispered, "Playtime's over." The vault shook like a dying god. Steam vented from shattered conduits. Sirens screamed in cycles, alternating between reactor warnings and evacuation alerts. 1,000 souls had lived in Vault 717, 800 residents, 200 staff. And now, those still alive were running. Running for the exit. The light section, once orderly, had become chaos. Parents grabbed children, screamed names through smoke and static. Residents pushed past one another in the halls. Emergency lights pulsed red like heartbeats, and the intercom spat out cold, broken messages. Evacuation protocol Echo 2. Please assist citizens to designated. The main atrium doors, once sealed since the day the bombs fell, now hissed open one final time. The outer blast door was lifting. The surface was visible beyond. Sunlight filtered through dust. Faint, but real. Lancaster had survived the blasts long ago. The radiation outside had faded with time, weather, and soil. The outside world was returning. But not everyone deserved to leave. Johnny staggered into the central stairwell, shoulder burned, side torn open from the creature's claws, radiation already beginning to boil the blood in his veins. Didn't matter. The door was open. The people were escaping. And somewhere among the crowd, panicking, hiding were the staff. The ones who'd done this. Who'd taken the children. Who'd pushed the buttons. Who'd silenced the parents. Who'd smiled through it all. Vault-Tech's quiet executioners. He couldn't let them disappear into the crowd. He slammed the override panel on the security access. The last thing he had strength for. Facial recognition staff ID only. He coughed. Hard. Blood. Engage gate protocol. The system fought him, but the fungus was burning off the core, and for once, the system blinked. Recognized him. Confirmed override access from Section D. And the gates leading from residential block into the atrium. Locked. Steel shutters slammed into place. The crowd surged forward, panicking, screaming. Only one gate remained. One. And it scanned everyone who passed. Retinal ID. And if the system found a Vault-Tech staff designation, it didn't open. They tried to run. They tried to blend in. One woman clutching a lab coat under her jumpsuit was dragged away by the crowd before the system could reject her. Another man, Security Chief Blevins, punched a child in the face trying to bypass the scan. The gate didn't open. And Johnny was waiting at the top of the corridor. Smoke behind him. Light in front of him. Covered in ash and blood and memory. They saw him. The survivors. The children now grown. The ones who'd once lived above, never knowing what rotted beneath their feet. And Johnny, his voice cracked, low, trembling with fury and clarity. Let the people go. He pointed to the staff. But not them. A man in the back screamed, tried to shove past the scanner. The system denied him. Gas surged from the floor. He collapsed, twitching, gone. Another tried to climb a pipe to bypass the door. A panel opened above him, an old turret, one not fired in decades. It clicked once. Then fired. Only the innocent were getting out. Only the ones who deserved it. Johnny wouldn't go. Couldn't. He knew the price. But the vault would not take Lancaster with it. It wouldn't infect the earth again. It wouldn't start over. He would end it here. He leaned against the wall. Bleeding. Laughing, a little. He watched them go. One by one. Sunlight kissing their faces as they left the only home they'd ever known. And to those left behind, the monsters in lab coats, the ones who forgot what humanity was. He simply said, Asterisk, you buried us. Now it's your turn, asterisk. And behind him, Vault 717 began to die. The radiation was lethal. By all logic, he should have been dead. Every warning in the reactor's console blinked red. The FEV containment vats meant to be locked under 10 layers of fail-safe had ruptured from the shock waves. The spores had gone mad, spreading blindly into melting conduits, shorting systems across every level. And Johnny Vanduke, standing at the epicenter of it all, barely clinging to life moments earlier, should have fallen. But instead, he rose. His back straightened. Muscles tensed not in pain, but power. The flickering lights in the corridor caught the reflection of his skin, radiation scorched, scarred with the spiraled branding of FEV, glowing faintly at the veins. And his eyes. God, his eyes burned brighter than the emergency strobes. Not human. Not fully. But something new. Something made to die, and refused. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. And laughed. Low. Sharp. Triumphant. God damn, he growled, voice crackling like flame. I have to hand it to you monsters. He took a step forward, the floor hissing under his boots. I still don't know what that experiment of yours did to me. He opened his arms, as if embracing the storm. But holy hell, I've never felt more alive. Behind him, the vault tech staff, those who had escaped the retinal lockout, began to collapse. Their lungs failed first. Coughing fits turned to screams. Blood streamed from their noses, their eyes, their ears. Hair fell away. Skin peeled. Nerve endings caught fire from inside. The FEV in the atmosphere had gone wild, unrefined, uncontained. No stabilizers. No inhibitors. Just raw evolutionary chaos, melting them alive. They fell to the ground, writhing, begging, choking, reaching out. Too late. Johnny walked past them, slow and steady, as their pasts caught up to them in the most painful way possible. He looked down at a woman, one who once smiled as she handed out toy vault uniforms to school children. Now her skin was sloughing off like paper in rain. She reached out, and he kicked her hand away. He stared out across the bodies, voice echoing through the dying vault. I told you. His voice was calm now. Deadly. I told you all you'd pay for killing those kids. You didn't just betray your oath. You didn't just sell out your fellow countrymen. His eyes swept the room. You killed the very people you lived with before the bombs fell. I remember it all. His knuckles cracked. I remember sitting in your classrooms. I remember eating in your kitchens. I remember riding in your cars to field trips. I remember the night my parents were busy and one of you babysat me. He shook his head, voice low. If I knew the monsters you'd all turn into. He looked down at the last few still breathing barely. I'd have killed you then. The vault trembled again. Ceiling panels fell. Alarms grew weak. The core was overheating. The spores, sensing the radiation flood, screamed one final time, a psychic shriek across the hive brain, but there was no one left to hear it but him. And he didn't flinch. Johnny looked to the open blast door. To the wind outside. To the sunlight cutting through dust. to the people already free. They had a chance now, because he paid the price. And he'd make sure no one ever buried a vault again. He turned one last time to the dying floor of Vault 717, voice steady. Rest in hell. And then he walked out into the light, into the world, and behind him, Vault 717 died screaming. The vault was crumbling. The reactor screamed its final warning. The fungus blistered and hissed, recoiling into the cracks like it knew there would be no regrowth this time. And the last of the vault tech staff, those who had once stood above it all, now crawled. Their skin bubbled. Their eyes burned. Their spines cracked in slow motion beneath the weight of their own failure. Their brilliant minds trained in manipulation, control, and cruelty now dissolved, neuron by neuron, into agony. They weren't scientists anymore. They were corpses in waiting. And as the enormous vault door, marked with the bold, haunting numbers 717, began to grind shut one final time, he appeared, framed in the exit, backlit by broken sunlight and a sky the vault hadn't seen in 2 centuries. Smoke and fire curling behind him like a cloak. Blood on his hands. Scars on his arms. Eyes glowing like the sun rising in the middle of the night. Johnny Vanduke. The last thing they would ever see. He didn't scream. He didn't whisper. He just smiled wide and terrible and spoke in a voice that echoed through the dying bones of Vault 717 like judgment carved in stone. Tell me, nightmares. The staff, twitching, vomiting blood, dragging themselves through their own liquefying flesh. They looked up. He leaned forward. Are you afraid of the dark yet? Boom. The vault door slammed shut behind him, locking them in forever. And their screams, like the ones they once ignored in the dark section, were never heard again. Chapter 5, Wolf of King Street. The blast door groaned as it sealed for the last time, cutting off the past like a guillotine. Silence followed, real, natural silence. No sirens. No lights. No humming machinery. Just the faint sound of wind, rustling through a city long abandoned by time and memory. The survivors, dozens of them, stood blinking in the sunlight. Some covered their eyes. Others just fell to their knees. And then they looked up. Lancaster. Still there. But wrong. The skyline wasn't gone, it was bent. Twisted street signs leaning like crosses. Windowless buildings, their bricks blackened from decades of soot and acid rain. Cars rusted into their own shadows. Trees growing sideways through shattered storefronts. They could see the old courthouse, barely standing. The spire of the old St. Mary's Church, still intact, but scorched near the base. The Penn Square fountain had turned green and crusted over, vines choking what was once a monument to hope. And the silence. It wasn't peace. It was the sound of a world that had moved on without them. The older members of the vault community, those who had remembered before, felt it deepest. They saw what remained of homes. Shattered fences. Schools now overgrown and hollow. Some walked into the street, past dust-covered skeletons still buckled in old-world cars. One woman dropped to her knees at a cracked sidewalk where a plaque still read "Safe Streets for Children, 2076 Initiative." She sobbed until her breath gave out. This wasn't the America they remembered. This wasn't the Lancaster they loved. It was the scar left behind. A grave with street signs. And yet, they were out. Free. Johnny stood apart from the crowd, halfway up a crumbled embankment. Arms crossed. Watching them. He didn't smile. Didn't cry. Didn't speak. He just watched. Watched as the broken people he saved stepped into a broken world that might still have a chance. And even if the city was in ruins, even if the world was scarred forever, the vault was dead, and the living could finally begin. They stood in the middle of Prince Street, a crowd of the shell-shocked and the saved, staring out at a world that didn't look like a future, it looked like a punishment. The roads shimmered with chemical runoff. Flora that had once been native to the Lancaster Valley now swayed with an unnatural glow, stems twisted into spirals, leaves whispering in ways that made skin crawl. Off in the distance, something shrieked, not quite animal, not quite machine. Whatever it was, it reminded everyone that the world above hadn't gone still. And the water? Ponds that once cooled the edge of town now bubbled, green and reeking of metal. The Conestoga River was low, sick, and ran with a slick rainbow sheen across its surface. There was no clean water. No food. Only ruin. The children clung to their parents. The elders whispered prayers. And the rest panicked. Some started yelling, others sobbed. Two men began arguing over direction. A teenage boy tried to sprint east, saying he saw clean fields until he collapsed from exhaustion within a block. This wasn't freedom. It was another cage. A cage without walls. Without beds. Without hope. And then Johnny stepped forward. Still limping. Still scorched. But standing tall. He raised his hand, not shouting, not demanding. But the silence fell all the same. I know it's not what you thought. His voice cut through the dry air like gravel wrapped in fire. We were told the surface was gone. That there was nothing left. That the vault was the only chance at survival. He turned slowly, looking over them. At the mothers holding children. At the former laborers. At the teachers. The cooks. The dreamers. They lied. But this is real. We're out. We made it. He looked south, toward the hazy sprawl beyond the broken rooftops. We need shelter. and I know just the place." He pointed toward the southern edge of Lancaster. Toward the old loom mill, a titan of rusted steel and broken glass that once fed hundreds of families before the bombs. The locals who remembered the pre-war days nodded slowly. It was massive, reinforced, multi-leveled, built like a fortress, and more importantly, empty. "We move now. Get everyone inside. Secure the perimeter. Break into the offices, find tools, wire, meds, anything. No more waiting to die." He looked at them, eyes sharp with fire. "We survived the vault. Now we survive the world." Slowly, they began to move. Some carried the weak. Others gathered what little they could from the surrounding ruins: old tarps, tools, cracked solar lanterns from rusted-out homes. And as the sun began to dip behind the shattered skyline, the people of Vault 717, survivors of darkness, marched toward the old mill. A second chance. A new stronghold. And behind them, the wind carried the scent of ash and memory. But ahead, a future. Not promised. Not easy. But theirs. The loom mill stood like a survivor itself. Old brick, half choked in ivy and time, windows shattered in places, roof partially collapsed over one wing. But the bones of it held. It was shelter. Not safe. Not clean. Not warm. But it stood. The heavy iron doors were rusted but gave under effort. Inside, the floor was scattered with warped machinery, forgotten crates, and the smell of damp concrete and dust. A few broken down offices. Old lockers. A courtyard in the back choked with mutated weeds, but open to the sky. It was enough. Barely. By nightfall, the survivors had done what they could. Stripped wire for cooking grates. Blocked windows with plastic sheeting and scrap wood. Lit controlled fires in the loading dock using broken desks and archive binders. Posted watchers on the roof with old riot gear scavenged from a collapsed police substation 2 blocks over. But the real problem wasn't heat. It wasn't shelter. It was life. The vault rations they'd carried out were already being rationed tighter. Not enough for more than 3 days, and even that was stretching it. Water. A dozen sealed containers. 2 filtration canisters. A few bloodied canteens. Maybe 48 hours. No one said it aloud, but the look was in every eye. We're not going to make it unless something changes. Fast. Johnny stood in what had once been the main warehouse floor, now filled with tarps and the hum of exhausted people trying not to fall apart. A little girl clutched a bundle of canned carrots like it was a doll. A man was counting rations with shaking hands. 2 women argued over a rusted wrench. They were slipping not because of weakness, but because they had never been allowed to prepare for this part. The vault taught them how to survive underground, not how to live again. He stepped outside. The courtyard was overgrown. Vines, thorn brush, sickly stalks that hissed faintly in the wind. Some were edible. Most were not. He kicked one of the roots aside and looked to the south horizon. They needed a source. A clean spring. A well. Something. They'd survive tonight. But tomorrow? They'd have to hunt. That evening, a meeting was called. By then, the fire barrels were lit. People huddled in groups. A few stood on lookout from the roof. The younger ones, those born entirely in Vault 717, sat closest to the flame, eyes wide with everything they'd never seen before. Johnny stood on a broken assembly crate, arms crossed, staring at them all. This place is temporary. It's shelter, not salvation. What we brought with us isn't enough. We all know it. Silence. Starting tomorrow, we're splitting into 4 teams. 1 for water. 1 for food. 1 for salvage. And 1 to hold this place down. He looked toward the back of the crowd. We know Lancaster. We lived here. Some of you remember the layout. Wells. Stores. Hunting grounds. Even old survival caches from the war. We will find a water source. We will find food. And when we do, this place becomes a home. There were no cheers. Not yet. But people stood taller. And that was enough. In the dark, someone hung a Vault 717 banner from a pipe over the door. Not as pride, but as a reminder. They had come from the shadows. And now, finally, they were ready to build something in the light. Johnny stood in the half-lit chamber of the old mill, shoulders squared, face cut in half by the glow of a flickering barrel fire. The room was quiet. Listening. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. You're all focused on food. On water. On warmth. And you should be. He looked around the space at the people clutching children, at the tired shoulders, the sunken eyes, the silent prayers still hanging in the smoke. But that thing back in the vault. That monster. His jaw tightened. That was just one creation. One freak show born from FEV and lies and radiation and whatever else Vault Tech brewed down there for kicks. He let it sit. Let them remember the shrieks. The shape. The fear. By that logic, there's hundreds more. Failed lab projects. Twisted animals. Other humans who've been breathing the wrong air for too long. Raiders who eat first and talk never. This isn't a fresh start. It's a goddamn arena. He stepped off the crate and walked to the fire, crouching to pick up a rusted steel rod, part of an old mill spindle. He held it like a weapon. Not a symbol. We stick to the city. For now. Buildings give cover. Familiar roads. Defensive positions. Out there. He pointed toward the ruined county beyond the horizon. That's death. And worse, we don't know what kind. He paused, lowering the rod. But we can't stay still. Water's still our first move. He straightened again, looking at the map they'd scrawled on the mill wall using burnt wood and a scavenged clipboard. A crude sketch of downtown Lancaster. Main roads. Known vault positions. Collapsed zones. Old city systems. The pre-war water system, it ran deep. Almost as deep as the vault. We can use that. We find the old water station, trace the pipelines. Maybe, just maybe, we hit a reserve deep enough to have survived all this shit. Old well pressure stations. Aquifer lines. Anything not exposed to the surface fallout. He turned, scanning the crowd again. At dawn, we move. Group of 6. Heavy gear. Long pipes. Breathers if you've got 'em. We're gonna follow that water line like it's the last clean thought on earth. He tossed the metal rod onto the floor. It rang out across the concrete. We survive this. Not by hiding. Not by praying. But by outsmarting everything they ever built to kill us. No one clapped. They weren't there yet. But someone nodded. And then another. And then an old man stood up, cracked his back, and said, "Used to work the main pumps. Water station B's still out there. Buried, but she's out there." That was all it took. By morning, they'd have a heading. And with it, a purpose. The next morning, just past dawn, a cold mist hung low over Lancaster's cracked streets like the earth hadn't yet decided whether to let go of the dead. The loom mill stood quiet behind them, wrapped in silence and watch duty. The people left behind watched through broken windows, waiting for news, for hope, for the sound of footsteps returning instead of disappearing. Johnny led the group of 6 down Queen Street. No one spoke. The world felt heavier now. Not just from the silence, or the decay, or the glow on some of the plants that definitely hadn't looked like that 2 centuries ago. But because now they knew the truth. The monsters were real. They weren't myths. They weren't stories whispered in the dark. They were out here. And probably watching. Their destination was the old Lancaster Water Station Station B, buried beneath a long-collapsed municipal facility near the edge of Reservoir Park. One of the older men on the team, Elliot Klein, had worked there before the bombs. Maintenance supervisor. He remembered the back entrances. The sublines. The fact that the well shaft dropped nearly 500 feet straight down. Deep enough, he claimed, to have avoided the fallout. Maybe. Hopefully. They passed a rusted-out pre-war van, half swallowed by a tree growing sideways through the chassis. Past storefronts with mannequins melted in place, watching with empty, glassless sockets. At one intersection, A dead Brahmin lay bloated in the center of the street, no visible wounds. Just dead. Like it gave up. Finally, they reached the old site. What had once been a secure water facility was now a collapsed tangle of concrete, rebar, and trees growing through pipe walls. But beneath the rot the structure held. The reinforced substation door, embedded into a concrete embankment, was still shut tight. Half the keypad had rusted off. The hatch was fused shut by time and dirt. Johnny looked at Klein. Klein looked at the panel and smirked. They put a bypass in. Idiots never trusted the electronics. Should still be a manual valve under the west grate. Took 20 minutes of digging and a crowbar salvaged from the mill's boiler room. But eventually, the old grate screeched open, and a narrow crawl space revealed itself beneath a tangle of root-webbed soil. The water station was still there. Dark. Damp. Breathing with condensation. But intact. The air changed the deeper they went. Less metallic. Less rot. And then, the sound. Water. Still flowing. Not fast. Not loud. But moving. They reached the lower chamber. A rust-lined maintenance tunnel that dropped into a concrete vault where massive pipes met at a central flow hub. A pressure gauge still blinked dim, but functional. Unbelievable. Johnny ran a gloved hand under the edge of a backup filtration line. The water came out cold. He sniffed it. Nothing acidic. No film. He looked at Elliot. Tell me this isn't a dream. Klein dropped to one knee, pulled a compact field tester from his bag, one of the few things left from the vault worth a damn. He ran the probe. Waited. And then exhaled long, shaking. Deep source. Old aquifer. Pressure's low, but it's alive. This water, it's clean. Johnny stood. Looked back at the rest of the crew. One of them was crying. He didn't blame them. They'd found it. The lifeline. Not just for today, but for tomorrow. And now, the real work would begin. Pipes. Pumps. Transport. Building not just a shelter, but a colony. Something that could last. And all of it, starting with this quiet, dark, forgotten room, where life still ran beneath death. Boots slammed against the wet concrete. The echo snapped everyone's heads toward the western hallway of the substation. Alex Quinn, the youngest of the scouting party, no more than 20, breathless, face smudged with dust and rust, came barreling into the main chamber, his hands shaking, clutching a long, stained scroll of laminated paper nearly torn in half from age. Johnny, Johnny. His voice cracked. It wasn't panic. It was something worse. Hope. The kind of hope that made people afraid to believe it was real. He held the paper out, almost reverently. It's a map. Johnny stepped forward, slowly. Took it. Unfurled it. Klein leaned over, eyes wide, lips moving without sound. A network. A whole goddamn network. Color-coded lines. Access symbols. Vault-era annotation overlays. They weren't just looking at Station B. They were looking at every surviving deep well and pressure stabilizer across the entire Lancaster County grid. Some marked as compromised. Others tagged with question marks. But at least 5 were marked. Stable/tested/secure, vault priority access. And one had a handwritten note next to it, yellowed and faded. Emergency reserve, EST capacity 43 plus years, do not disclose to civilian network. Johnny stared at the map like it was a holy relic. Because in a way, it was. Not just survival. Not just a drink. Infrastructure. A future. He looked up at the group. Their eyes wide. Silent. We've got a whole vein running beneath this place. Not just a drink for tomorrow. Not just enough for next week. He tapped the map. Decades. Enough for crops. Enough for cleaning. Enough to rebuild. He held the map high. They buried it. Hid it. Told us the surface was death. Told us the land was dead. But under all that rot, they left the key. And now we have it. Klein wiped his eyes. Someone whispered, "We're going to live." But Johnny wasn't done. He rolled the map slowly, deliberately. This changes everything. We're not just going to survive out here. He looked toward the tunnel mouth, the way back to the mill, to the people still huddled in tarp blankets waiting for death or miracle. We're going to build a world they could never control. And we start with water. Then walls. Then food. He grinned, for the first time in days. Not wild. Not rage-fueled. Visionary. And when we're strong enough. He looked north. Back toward the ruins. Toward whatever other vaults or rot might still breathe in the cracks. We take everything else back, too. Until over the next few days they saw something. It started with one. A figure on the far edge of the city ruins just past the old train yard, standing under a collapsed billboard, still as stone. At first, no one noticed. Then someone watching from the mill rooftop spotted it. There's someone out there. But it didn't wave. Didn't speak. Didn't move. Just stood. Watching. The next day, there were 3. One on the North Rail line. Another shambling through the overgrown lot near an old fast food joint. The third, perched on a rooftop. Howling. Not words. Not language. Just sound. A scream of rotting lungs and forgotten identity. By day 4, there were dozens. Moving on the outskirts. Never close. never crossing into the mill's new perimeter, but always visible, always lurking. Some sat and stared. Some wandered in endless circles, like dogs caught in thought loops. A few seemed docile, hunched over old cans and rusted scrap like they remembered being people once. But the violent ones were different. Their eyes glowed. Their teeth were wrong like they'd cracked open from the inside. Their skin peeled in layers, but they didn't bleed. They snarled at the wind, fought each other, chased shadows, and sometimes howled in perfect unison, long, low, and unnatural. Ghouls. The word finally passed through the settlement like a slow-moving virus of memory. Some of the elders remembered them from stories. Vault files had whispered about radiation-ravaged survivors, mutated beyond recognition, driven mad by time and sickness. But this was no story. They were real. And they were gathering. Johnny stood at the upper stairwell of the mill with a pair of salvaged binoculars, scanning the horizon. One of the ghouls was just standing in the middle of a cracked road, staring at a rusted fire hydrant. Behind it, 3 others. Sniffing the ground. Following scent. They were tracking. They haven't attacked, Johnny muttered. Not yet. Elliot stood behind him, shotgun across his chest. That's the worst part. If they were dumb, we'd already be dead. But this is patience. They held a meeting that night. Every able-bodied settler was there. Rusted tools. A few scavenged pistols. Blades. Rebar. Some still wore Vault 717 jumpsuits, sleeves torn off, patchwork armor bolted on. Johnny stood in the center. They're out there. Some are mindless. Some aren't. Some are watching us. Some are waiting. Either way, they're not friendly. And they're not going away. He looked around the firelit circle. So we adapt. Again. Double watch at night. Everyone learns a weapon. We reinforce the fences and we start digging traps around the perimeter. And if one gets inside, we don't hesitate. No one objected. They'd seen enough already. But what no one knew, what even Johnny didn't know yet, was that not all ghouls had forgotten who they once were. Some remembered everything. And some wanted the city back. But Johnny, he needed a gun, and fast. The old gun store sat on the corner of Mulberry and West Walnut, half collapsed, its signage scorched and barely legible through years of grime and soot. The windows were long gone, the interior overrun with dust, vines, and half-eaten mannequins in faded camo. But Johnny stepped through it like he knew it was waiting for him. He didn't need a shopping list. Didn't care about pipe rifles or busted shotguns or cracked scopes. He went straight to the reinforced back cabinet, kicked it once, then pried it open with a piece of iron shelf bracket. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth and still smelling like vengeance preserved. The .44 Magnum. The weight of it was perfect. Heavy. Cold. Balanced like it had been waiting for someone who wouldn't flinch. He cracked the chamber open. 6 rounds still inside. Hand-loaded, old-world brass, fat with intent. He held it up to the light, what little filtered through the hole in the roof, and exhaled, long and slow. "Goddamn." Elliot whistled behind him. "You sure you're not overcompensating?" Johnny smiled. "This ain't for intimidation. This is for guarantees." He spun the cylinder once, snapped it closed with a clean flick, and holstered it into a handmade side rig fashioned from a torn Vault-Tec harness and a fire hose belt. He looked at the glassless doorway out toward the city, toward the ghouls, the ruins, the monsters born from mankind's forgotten sins. First bullets for warning. Seconds for mercy. The rest. He smirked. That's for the ones who should have stayed dead. As they looted the rest of the shop boxes of ammo, cleaning kits, knives, even a cracked riot shield, Johnny turned back once more to the wall behind the counter. Someone had carved into the plaster with a combat knife. "When the world forgets you, carve your name into its skull." Johnny nodded once. "Sounds about right." Then he stepped out, .44 at his side, and headed back to the mill. Because Lancaster had been reborn. And now, so had justice. Chapter 6, Out West. The transformation was slow, but undeniable. From a broken crowd of survivors to a functioning militia, forged not by choice but by necessity. They started with what they had. Johnny's .44 Magnum, the symbol. A couple of busted lever actions pulled from the trunk of a melted-out cruiser. A sawed-off 12-gauge found duct-taped under a bar counter. One near-mint 10mm pistol, stashed in an old factory manager's office safe beneath a bottle of whiskey. But guns don't last forever. Ammo even less so. And every single bullet was worth blood. So after a few run-ins with ferals, mutated dogs, and one ghoul with its jaw fused around a crowbar like a makeshift tusk, they made a call. Reverse engineer. Break the old world down to build the new one. It started with the mechanics. Elliot Klein and 2 of the younger engineers from the Vault's Hydro team. Not weapon makers, but practical minds. Set up a workshop in the loom mill's old sorting hall. Over weeks, they dismantled every usable firearm. Studied the extractors. Mapped out firing pin lengths. Created hand-drawn schematics from memory and scratch. They salvaged tools from old garages. Bent steel from car doors. Reinforced grips using hardwood from snapped signposts. Even found half a dozen rebar-laced sledge heads they turned into brutal close-quarters sidearms. Eventually, they had a plan. The Lancaster pattern rifle. Single shot, breech loaded. Chambered for handmade .45 rounds. Rugged, ugly, but reliable. Built from scavenged bike forks, stripped springs, and reinforced water pipe. No optics. No frills. Just purpose. They built 4. Then 10. Word spread. Some called them mill guns. Others called them reclaimers. Johnny just called them Step 1. Because it wasn't about just surviving anymore. They were building a community, not a camp. A defense, not a hiding place. And every time another ghoul snarled through the fence, every time the scouts reported things moving near the edge of the woods, the people of Lancaster stood a little straighter. Because they had fire in their hands again. And this time, it didn't belong to Vault Tech. Johnny stood in the old sorting hall, arms crossed, the dim light of a reclaimed halogen lamp buzzing above him. The workshop around him, once a graveyard of rust and splinters, was now alive. Gear tables. Grease-stained blueprints. Half-built rifle frames stacked in crates. Sparks flew as one of the younger settlers, Isaac, repurposed a sewing machine motor into a crank-feed bullet press. It wasn't just a scavenger's den anymore. It was a forge. Elliot walked in, a wrench slung over his shoulder, wiping grime off his hands. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Johnny smirked. "If we can scavenge 5 more lathes, break down that old belt press, and get the gear mill turning yet." He turned toward the old floor schematics taped to the wall, crisscrossed with black marker lines and hand-scribbled annotations. "We stop calling this a workshop. We start calling it a factory." The plan came together fast. Phase 1, Scavenging Raids. An old automotive plant on the east end of the city. Gear teeth, steel rods, motors. 2 high school's metal shop machines, welders, copper wire, electrical parts. A ruined agri-coop warehouse, roller belts, conveyor frame, pressure housings. Old vault bunkers, scrap, pistons, fuel stabilizer remnants. All guarded by ghouls, ferals, and worse. But with the new weapons, the people of Lancaster weren't afraid to take the fight out there. They weren't just reclaiming parts. They were reclaiming agency. Phase 2, Rebuilding the mill. The sorting line was cleared. The upper mezzanine reinforced. One of the old steam valves was converted to power a belt-driven tool array, a Frankenstein machine, but it worked. They welded. They forged. They produced. The first full-scale production line came online in week 3. Mill rifle Mk2. Improved breech lock. Bayonet option. Simplified bolt action. Compatible with scrap-fired ammo. Alongside it, homemade grenades using scavenged canisters and fertilizer. Crude but functional plate armor, mill iron, they called it. Repeating crossbows for silent kills. Scaled down reloading presses made from retooled vice clamps and a repurposed gumball machine mechanism. The noise echoed through the old building now. Hammers. Welders. Grinders. It was beautiful. Not just industry. Not just production. Resurgence. Johnny stood at the loading dock, watching a group of teens carry out 6 freshly built rifles and a crate of casings for patrol use. "You know," Elliot muttered, standing beside him. "If Vault-Tec could see us now, they'd shit themselves." Johnny didn't smile. "Good. I want them to know exactly what it looks like when the Forgotten learn to fight back." Lancaster wasn't just surviving anymore. It was manufacturing a revolution. It didn't happen overnight. Not in a week. Not in a season. But it started. The shift from surviving to building, from a desperate mob of post-Vault refugees to a functioning, growing settlement, took hold like a slow fire through dry timber. And over the next 3 years, what rose from the bones of Lancaster wasn't a return to the old world. It was something new. Year 1, wheels and steel. The idea came during a recon run on the edge of the city. Gabe Rowan, a former Vault electrician turned tinkerer, cracked open the hood of an old delivery van lodged halfway through the front of an old cafe. Battery was dead. Wiring fried. But the frame, the wheels, still solid. Still usable. Johnny approved a small-scale initiative. Scavenge old cars. Strip them. Repurpose the shells. What started with one wagon, a rusted-out pickup truck bed dragged by chains and scavenged wheels, turned into a fleet of manual carts, sleds, and push wagons. Some powered by pedal rigs. Some by crank. And soon, some by force. Because deeper in the city they found something unexpected. Fusion chamber compact cars. Vault-Tec issue. Pre-war luxury. Most were dead. But one? Hidden beneath a garage marked private, DO tag, still shielded. It worked. Barely. Coughing sparks. Plasma cell readout stuttering. But it moved. The engineers called it the Ember. And for the first time since the bombs, Lancaster had a vehicle that drove. It wasn't a convoy. But it was a start. Year 2, liquid gold. Food had stabilized. Water was abundant. But currency? That was the ghost everyone chased. Old world cash. Burned for kindling. Gold. Heavy and useless. Silver. Pretty, but not practical. Johnny called a council. What passed for leadership now? Dozens of ideas were thrown around. Bullet currency? Too dangerous. Work hours? Too difficult to track. And then a voice from the back, Marta, the woman who managed their filtration systems, said it. Water. We trade with water. It's the one thing we can trust. It sounded absurd at first. But as they discussed it, it clicked. Water was measurable, storable, essential, and above all they had control over it. They minted their own system, built from the retooled bottle capping line at the loom mill. W-certs. Hard tokens. Pressed from brass. Each one representing 1 liter of filtered, safe water from the Lancaster deep grid. The tokens were hand-pressed, serialized, coated in lacquer. Soon, every family had a ration ledger. Every trade used them. Barter was still common, but W-certs held value. Survival value. And like that, Lancaster had a currency. One no wastelander could argue with. One people fought for. Year 3, motion and mechanics. With wagons rolling and fuel production underway, the next phase was range. They wanted more than shelter. They wanted influence. Scouting parties were sent out in wagon convoys, fitted with plate armor and armed patrol guards. The Ember led some of them its battered fusion engine repaired with 3 years of trial and error, now hauling tools and trade goods deeper into the county. Wastelander camps were discovered. Small settlements, some friendly, some violent. In one instance, they found a crumbled Vault-Tec outpost in the hills completely collapsed. Inside, blueprints, vehicle schematics, fusion converters, microgrid expansion plans. That information went straight back to the mill. Within 6 months, they had a new vehicle in testing. The Lantern. A fusion-powered transport built from salvaged trucks, powered rails, and armored plating. Slow. Loud. Indestructible. By the 3rd year's end, Lancaster wasn't just holding its ground. It was expanding. Trade routes formed. Water for work contracts written. They sent emissaries to other settlements. Built a trading post out near the ruins of Columbia. Even restored a section of the old train yard into a supply depot, guarded night and day. And always, Johnny watched it happen. He didn't lead with speeches anymore. He led with work. With steel. With strategy. But the people remembered who he was. What he'd done. What he'd survived. And every W-cert pressed. Every wagon rolled. Every new fire lit in the dark places of the city was proof. Not just that they'd escaped Vault 717, but that they were never going back. Lancaster wasn't a ruin anymore. It was a rising power. And the world was starting to notice. By the middle of year 3, Lancaster had grown into something visible heard, even beyond the crumbled ridgelines and rust-choked roads. Its smokestacks, its trading patrols, its newly pressed W-certs. And with that growth came attention. Not just from wandering scavengers or merchants passing through. but from settlements. Organized ones. Some peaceful. Some desperate. A few already territorial. But the first real encounter that forced Lancaster to look inward came from just west of the old city limits. West Lancaster. Before the war, West Lancaster had been a borough, a spin-off that wanted its own zip code, its own township lines, its own identity. After the bombs, it became something else. Forgotten. Bypassed. Buried. And yet, it survived. They came at dawn. A scouting group of 6, walking openly, no weapons raised but clearly visible. Not silent. Not hiding. Just approaching. And rotting. Johnny and the patrol were already waiting near the water pump station when the lookouts reported them. The figures were unmistakable even at distance. Sunken skin. Peeling lips. Black eyes. Limbs that moved with stiff, practiced control. Ghouls. But not ferals. Their clothes were intact, layered rags, reinforced plates, even a few stitched armbands with old symbols scratched out and replaced. One wore a pre-war Letterman jacket, faded red with WLHS on the back. And their eyes weren't empty. They stopped at the outer wall of the depot, and one stepped forward. His voice was dry, graveled like sand on stone, but clear. "We're not here to raid. We're from across the river. West Lancaster. We saw your smoke. Heard you've got order." He paused. "We've got some order, too. Food. Trade goods. We're not begging. But we are watching." The patrol wanted to turn them away. Some of the ghouls looked too close to feral. Twitching hands. Sunken jaws. And the last time the people of Lancaster saw ghouls, they were climbing over fences in the dead of night, screaming like broken dogs. And these newcomers? They didn't like vault survivors. Their leader name was Milo made it clear. While you were underground sipping fungus tea and waiting out the storm, we were up here. Breathing it in. Burning. Watching our skin fall off in chunks. Watching family go feral. So forgive us if we're not falling at your feet. Tension crackled. The kind that would go from cold to bloody in seconds if not defused. That's when Johnny stepped forward. Face half shaded by his hood. .44 Magnum holstered. Eyes hard, but focused. He didn't raise his voice. We didn't choose to be in that vault. Most of us lost more down there than you'll ever know. He paused, scanning their faces, what was left of them. But we're out now. And we're not looking to bury anyone else. So if you're civilized, if you're stable, then we'll talk. We'll trade. We'll share water. You can even walk the market. But if any of you go rabid. He tapped the handle of his revolver once. You'll wish the bombs finished the job. Milo didn't smile. Didn't growl either. He simply nodded once. Fair enough. A tense truce was born. The West Lancaster ghouls were granted market access, escorted, monitored. They brought salvage. Some home-brewed chems. Even rare pre-war tech they claimed to have pulled from the riverbed. And over time, a few names and faces became familiar. A few ghouls even helped reinforce parts of the waterline infrastructure. Turns out some had been engineers long before the fire fell from the sky. But that old grudge, the one between the surface burned and the vault born, it didn't vanish. It just settled under the surface like a scar under armor. For now, Johnny told the council. This holds. But don't confuse civility with peace. We're sharing a fire, not a future. And I want eyes on them. Always. Because the ghouls of West Lancaster weren't the only ones crawling out of the cracks. And soon, other shadows would start whispering from the further reaches of the county. Some human. Some not. But all watching. Waiting. And no longer hiding. The truth never hits all at once. It seeps in, like cold through cracked walls. At first, it was just a feeling. Too many eyes watching from shattered windows. Too many shapes on the outskirts. Too many ghouls moving not like mindless wanderers, but like packs. And then the scouts returned. Their maps unrolled on the mill's war table. Their faces pale. Their voices low. We've swept as far north as Mannheim, nothing but ghosts and ghouls. Some nests are feral. Others, organized. South of the Susquehanna, same thing. Roads are broken. Fields poisoned. But the ruins hell, entire towns they've been claimed. By ghouls. And not the West Lancaster kind. Johnny leaned over the map. Ash still clung to his sleeves from a recent perimeter flare test. His finger tapped the edges of the marked zone. The county. All of Lancaster. Hundreds of square miles. Rivers. Bridges. Forest. Gone. Infested. Even worse. Some of the older residents, those who'd been just old enough to remember before the war, began recognizing the ghouls from West Lancaster. Not as monsters. Not even as survivors. But as neighbors. That's Helen Greavy. She lived on Marietta. Taught piano lessons. That's Alan fucking Rowe. Jesus. He ran the ice cream truck on Walnut. My kid loved him. And that changed things. It humanized the ghouls. At least the ones still speaking. For the first time, there was grief for them. Not just fear. But not all ghouls came with names. Some came with teeth. With claws. With organized movement. And with rage. Because for every ghoul that walked the Lancaster markets in peace, there were 5 more hiding in broken houses, watching the vault survivors and whispering in half-human voices. They hid while we burned. They were chosen while we were forgotten. They don't deserve the world we bled for. Milo, the West Lancaster leader, didn't sugarcoat it. He told Johnny straight. We got split, same as you. Some of us kept our minds. Some didn't. But most of us, we remember the pain, the betrayal, and a lot of the ones out there, they think you people are the reason they ended up like this. They don't care that you were born in that tin box. They just see Vault-Tec blue and blame. Johnny understood. He didn't like it, but he understood. To make matters worse, scouting parties confirmed the worst. The only other human enclaves in the county were Millersville and Lampeter. Millersville, fortified, paranoid, isolated. Tolerated no ghouls, no outsiders. Took 2 warning shots before they'd even talk. Word was they'd built some kind of leadership council and were stockpiling supplies deep under the university grounds. Lampeter, rural, small, tough. Mixed settlement. No formal leadership, but rumor had it they'd tamed a section of farmland using old-world solar tech and irrigation rigs. Independent. Wary. But not hostile, yet. That was it. Everything else. Ghouls. Wandering. Organized. Some even building. Johnny stood on the rooftop of the loom mill that night, watching the stars blink above the ruins. He didn't speak. Didn't need to. Because he already knew what came next. Lancaster wasn't just a settlement anymore. It was a bastion. A front line. And if they wanted to survive the coming tide, they'd need more than water, guns, and wagons. They'd need unity. Because the dead were walking. And not all of them had forgotten why. The council chamber and old loom manager's office, now reinforced with metal plating and maps pinned across every wall, was silent, except for the clink of a pen against the table and the low hum of the generator downstairs. Johnny stood at the head, arms crossed, the double-cert ledger open in front of him. Every name. Every unit of water rationed. Every drop accounted for. They were stable. Not thriving. Not rich. But Lancaster had survived 3 brutal years and held its ground. Now, they were standing at the edge of something bigger. And West Lancaster was the key. We need them, Johnny said, breaking the silence. The ghouls that'll work with us. The ones like Milo. They know the region better than we do. They've been on the surface longer. They've fought worse things than we have. And if what our scouts are saying is true. He tapped the edge of the table hard. This county's becoming a graveyard with a pulse. Marta, head of the waterworks, leaned forward. We've got clean water, yes, but not excess. Barely enough to keep trade stable. If we offer that up now, even a drip of it, we risk ration cuts. Elliot nodded. So we find more. Fast. Not just another trickle. We need a reserve. Something deep. Something we don't have to share with our own people. Johnny looked at the map wall. A massive cloth chart, patched and updated daily. Pins marked known aquifers. Flow points. Surface streams. Filtration grids. 3 known Vault-era water stations. All active. All tied to Lancaster supply chain. He looked at the unmarked spaces. The incomplete sections. Then he jabbed his finger west of the safe zone. Just south of where West Lancaster's territory ended. River Hills. An old pre-war valley filled with farmland, gas stations, and rocky embankments. Largely unexplored because of the high radiation and reports of movement at night. But also, that was a known aquifer region, Johnny muttered. Deep underground irrigation systems for the farmland. Pre-war records mention pressurized well shafts. Maybe even a full-blown municipal backup system, one that wasn't linked to the city. If it existed, it would be untapped, unconnected, and perfect for trade. They could dig it, secure it, tap it, use it to bribe West Lancaster into alliance without bleeding their main stock dry. We move at first light, Johnny said. Take a recon team. No more than 6. Check for flow readings, tunnel integrity, and security. If it's clean, we set up an outpost. Small one. Hidden. He turned to Marta. You think we can build another filtration rig? She cracked her knuckles. If you get me a few pumps and something that doesn't explode when it gets wet? Yeah. We can bottle it? Elliot raised an eyebrow. You really think Milo's gonna sell out his fence walkers just for a few barrels? Johnny didn't blink. Not for a few. For guaranteed supply. West Lancaster's got mouths to feed just like we do, and they've got no access to deep filtration. They drink runoff and God knows what from cracked lines and old cisterns. We offer them consistency. We offer control. They'll bite. He looked at the map one last time. Not just as a survivor, but as someone who understood leverage. We need to turn water into power. Before someone else turns it into war. At sunrise, the recon team rolled out. Toward River Hills. Toward the buried veins beneath the soil. Toward the one thing more valuable than bullets. Control of the last clean source. The dirt path through River Hills cracked under the weight of the treaded cartwheels as the recon team crept along the old utility corridor, overgrown with spore-thick grass and vines that hissed in the wind. Then, movement. At first, shapes in the tree lean. 5. Maybe more. All ghouls. Not ferals. Not stumblers. They walked with coordination. Purpose. Their eyes glowed faint beneath cracked visors and old-world rags, and their weapons, though rusted, were held steady. Not flailing. Not wild. Johnny stopped mid-step. His jaw clenched. He raised his hand to signal a halt. And then he saw him. Emerging from behind a broken tree trunk and burned out sedan. A ghoul in T-45 power armor. Not painted. Not pristine. But intact. Shoulder plating reinforced with welded rebar. Helmet scorched black, visor cracked but still functional. The fusion pack on its back glowed, faint and dirty, but alive. And worse, he was looking right at Johnny. One of Lancaster's scouts muttered behind him, "Oh fuck me running." Johnny snarled under his breath. "That changes nothing." He pulled his revolver from its holster. The chrome glinted like fire in his hand. He looked back at his team. Eyes fierce. "Steady. You take the rest. Stay mobile. Don't get pinned. They're organized, but they bleed." He turned toward the walking corpse in the power armor. "That one's mine." The ghoul in T-45 cracked his neck. Not a mechanical hiss. A real one. Like bone sliding off memory. He flexed his arms. The armor creaked. Ready to rusted, full-sized power sledge, its edges lined with shattered glass and salvaged saw blades. And then he spoke. Voice like concrete being ground in a blender. "Vault rat. I remember you types." Johnny didn't flinch. Didn't blink. He chambered around. "You're about to remember what it feels like to lose." The two charged, guns and screams roaring behind them, the valley exploding into violence. But in the center of it all, just Johnny. Just the T-45 ghoul. And a fight that would echo in steel, hate, and fire. Johnny circled the armored ghoul slowly, boots crunching over broken asphalt and dead leaves. Smoke curled from nearby fires as the rest of the recon team engaged in a storm of chaos, rifle shots, metal on metal, screams of both the living and the long decayed. But in this moment, just the two of them. The ghoul in the T-45 stood like a bunker on legs, breathing like a furnace, that power sledge humming with stored kinetic energy and radiation bleed. And he laughed. Low. Guttural. Dry enough to peel paint. "You got nerve, rat. Coming out here with your fancy blue past and your clean skin." He slammed the sledge into the ground once, a sharp boom shaking dust from an old road sign nearby. Johnny holstered his revolver for a heartbeat, cracked his knuckles, then spat blood onto the cracked pavement. "You know." He tilted his head, eyes glowing faintly in the smoke-filtered light. "You're not much of a fighter. You damn zombie." The ghoul roared and charged. But Johnny was already moving. Sliding under the first swing, drawing his knife mid-dive, dragging it across the exposed wiring just under the left pauldron of the suit. Sparks spit out, just enough to make the thing stumble. That armor doesn't make you invincible. It just slows down your loss. The ghoul turned, swinging wide. The sledge barely missed Johnny's head, carving a crater in the pavement instead. Johnny leapt onto the armor's back, jamming his knife into the fusion vent port, not enough to crack it, but enough to overheat it. "You're not a soldier." He leaned in close, whispering as the reactor hissed behind his blade. "You're just a corpse in a can." The ghoul screamed, trying to shake him off, stumbling toward a burned-out street sign. Johnny let go just before it slammed into the post, rolling to his feet. Smoke now poured from the back of the armor, its cooling system compromised. Johnny drew the magnum again. Cocked the hammer. One round chambered. Heavy. The ghoul turned, just in time to see him raise the barrel. Lesson 1. Scraphead never bring cold steel to a firefight. BLAM. The .44 roared, the round slamming dead center through the weakened visor. The ghoul's head snapped back, jerked once, and then collapsed, the entire suit dropping like a monument being toppled by time. Johnny exhaled. Spun the revolver once. Holstered it. Not much of a fighter at all. And then he turned to help his team clean up the rest. Two of the Lancaster scouts hauled the ghoul in by the arms, his coat scorched, jaw cracked, one eye milky and twitching from the burst of concussive grenades earlier in the fight. He snarled and spat like an animal, but his legs didn't work anymore. Johnny could see it. Knees buckled. Armor dented. Blood, actual blood leaking from one ear. They threw him to the ground at Johnny's feet. The ghoul looked up, breathing hard, half delirious with pain and rage. "Bring me their leader," Johnny had said. "That one in the T-45? Too stupid to be calling shots. I want the real one. And I want him alive." The scouts followed orders. And now, here he was. The supposed leader of this roving ghoul warband. Scrappy. Built like a field rat. Clearly dangerous but not a bruiser. A planner. He stared up at Johnny, eyes narrowing with something beyond hate. Fear. "What the fuck are you, smooth skin?" He coughed, hacked black phlegm into the dirt, then pointed with a shaking finger. No one takes a hit from a super sledge and keeps walking. Especially not from power armor. That was a kill shot. I've seen buildings crumble from less. His voice cracked, full of confusion and rage and something closer to dread now. "What the fuck kind of freak are you?" Johnny said nothing. Not at first. He just stood there, staring. The sun was out low in the sky, bleeding through smoke and old cloud cover. And yet, Johnny's eyes began to glow. Not warm. Not yellow. Not even red. But a cold, greenish white, like the heart of a reactor seen through a bulletproof window. And the ghoul stopped speaking. His breath hitched. His lips twitched. "What in Adam, what, "What are you?" He tried to scramble back, but the guards held him firm. He looked from face to face, but no one else glowed like that. Only Johnny. Only the one that didn't die. Johnny finally knelt down. Looked him straight in the eye. Voice calm. Steady. "I see. That vault. Vault 717. I had my own encounter with radiation. An FEV. They called it the dark section." The ghoul's expression twitched. Johnny continued. "Me and 30 other kids. Taken at the start of the war. Separated from our families. Locked in the dark with spores and whispers. Turned into monsters." He leaned in closer. The glow of his eyes lit the ghoul's face in an unholy shade of pale green. "Them more than me. They mutated, and they died. Because of the experiment. I didn't. I didn't mutate." He stood up again. Let the words hang in the wind. But it came with some benefits. And the ghoul? He didn't speak again. He just stared. Because now he understood. They hadn't captured a man. They'd summoned a consequence. The ghoul twitched beneath Johnny's shadow, jaw clenched tight, eyes wide, no longer in defiance, but in shock. In realization. In that silent, heart-sinking dread that only comes when someone realizes they picked a fight with the wrong ghost. Johnny didn't care. He stepped forward, his voice no longer low, no longer calm. It roared. Like the voice of every buried child. Every sealed door. Every scream left unheard in the bowels of Vault 717. And if you think your kind is scary, ghoul. His boot kicked dirt over the crippled warband leader, knocking him to his back. Then I hate to break it to you. He drew his revolver not to fire, but to point like a preacher with a book that bled truth. The monsters in the dark section. The ones that whispered in the spores. The thing that drove us out of the vault. He leaned in, voice low now, dark as the steel around them. That thing was nightmare fuel compared to you and your ferals. He stood tall again. Eyes still glowing green-white, unblinking. And I killed it. I tuned the reactor to maximum. I spilled the FEV vats. I gave that thing so much of the drug it craved until its body couldn't hold it anymore. And for the doctors, and the scientists. The ones who stole us. The ones who called it research. I locked them in that vault. And I got the pleasure of watching them rot. Wither. Starve. Just like they did to those kids. The scouts were silent now. Even the ghouls around the perimeter, the ones watching from the ruins, ready to flank or counterattack, they froze. Like animals sensing fire. Johnny wasn't a man anymore. He was a living warning. He raised his voice one last time. Not to the ghoul. Not just to him. To all of them. To the shadows. to the broken rooftops and half-dead wanderers peering from behind vines and concrete. Now you will go. And you will tell every one of your kind, every ghoul, every warband, every scaver with a grudge and a broken rifle. What happened here? What happened in that vault? Who I am. He stepped forward into the full light of day, eyes blazing like two cold stars. My name is Johnny Vanduke. And you will not stop us from saving our city. From saving our home. The ghoul didn't argue. Didn't spit. Didn't curse. He just nodded, slow and haunted, and was dragged away by Lancaster's scouts. Back into the ruins. Back to tell the tale. And across the broken county, from Millersville to Lampeter, from feral dens to crumbling overpasses. A name began to spread. Not whispered. Not feared. Respected. Johnny Vanduke. The Vault Ghost. The one who came out of the dark. And started fighting back. Chapter 7, Parley. The water from River Hills flowed clean, crisp, deep as memory and twice as unforgiving. The filtration rig bolted together from scorched tank frames and rebuilt vault pressure valves hummed like a resurrection engine. The first batch was tested, sealed, and labeled with the mark of Lancaster, a simple 717 pressed into steel caps. It wasn't just water now. It was currency. Leverage. A tool that could buy peace or bullets. And it was time to use it. Johnny stood over the trade cart as the barrels were lashed down 6 total, enough to supply West Lancaster's main camp for 2 weeks. Not a drop from their home reserves. Just extra. The pawn tithe. A message in liquid form. We can give more. We're worth more alive than dead. He gathered a small envoy. No more than 8. No heavy weapons. Just enough firepower to walk into enemy territory without being chewed up. On the second morning, they moved west. Across the fractured bridge where vines now wrapped around collapsed city buses like skeletal hands. Through the skeletal streets of old suburbia, where mailboxes still bore names of the long dead. Past burned-out schools where ferals once danced in silence and old ghouls told stories to the air. Until they reached the old West Lancaster barricades. Rusting steel sheets. Broken tires. Razor wire wrapped around telephone poles. Painted on the side of an old police truck. Not welcome unless you bleed. But this time, they were expected. Milo waited at the old municipal courthouse, leaning on a cane carved from rebar and bone. His people, those who could still talk, still think, stood in ranks. Some wore salvaged riot armor. Some wore nothing but layers and scars. All of them stared with narrowed eyes. "You're back," Milo said. "Didn't think you'd walk this far without a gunship." Johnny stepped forward. "Didn't need one." He waved a hand, and the tarps came off the barrels. The ghoul guards squinted. eyes widened. Water. Pure. Cold. Marked. Tested. Surplus. Milo stepped closer, his dry skin cracking with each step. He tapped the seal on one of the barrels. Where? Johnny held his stare. River Hills. Deep system. Untapped. We've got a rig set up. Pressure's stable. Source runs clear. Milo exhaled. For a ghoul, it almost sounded like laughter. You brought us a gift. We brought a future. Silence settled. The kind of silence that comes just before a new chapter. The kind that smells like rust, dust, and unspoken truth. Then Johnny spoke again. You want to trade? We trade. You want security? We offer that too. But this is the first step. No tricks. No dominance. We just want to rebuild. Together. Milo looked at the water. Then at Johnny. Then at the people behind him. The survivors. The former vault dwellers who now walked like war-seasoned founders. And he said only, tell your people to send more. And tell them West Lancaster is listening. Johnny nodded. Turned. And as the envoy marched back toward the rising sun, toward Lancaster, toward the mill, toward the future they'd clawed from ruin, a whisper ran through the ruins behind them. Among the ghouls. Among the wind. A name. A mission. A shared hope. They had done what they set out to do. They had turned survival into strength. Later that evening, beneath the cracked dome of the old West Lancaster courthouse, lit only by repurposed glowtorches and a scavenged solar array bleeding power into the ancient wiring, Johnny stood with Milo and a handful of the older ghouls, the ones who still remembered the world before fire. He didn't come to boast. He came for answers. He leaned against the old judge's bench, one hand resting near the revolver at his side, not out of threat, but habit. His voice low, firm, but not cruel. There was a price for that water. He looked around the circle of them. Every face different, twisted, burned, but their eyes still alive. A band of ghouls was sitting on the aquifer. Not ferals. Organized. One of them came at me in T-45 power armor. Had a full-sized super sledge. Didn't speak like an animal. Spoke like a soldier. He paused. They didn't make it. None of them. He exhaled, and looked directly at Milo. But I want to know who they were. What they were. Because something tells me they didn't crawl out of a ditch. They came from somewhere. So tell me, what the hell were they before all this? The older ghouls shifted. A few muttered. One, an ancient, skeletal man with blacked-out goggles, leaned forward in his rusted folding chair and let out a slow wheeze. Milo glanced at him. Nodded once. And the old ghoul began to speak. His voice was slow, broken, but the memories came out clear. Fort Pioneer. Old military complex. Northwest of River Hills, back before the war. It wasn't public. Not even for us. We used to joke about it, called it the Stone Box. A place where the army tested gear, ran dark drills, made soldiers that never came home. He coughed. Dried blood. Then continued. Not all of them were good people. Some were loyalists to the last breath, red-blooded patriots looking for glory in whatever came next. Others were psychos, trained for things we weren't supposed to know about. Milo spoke next. When the bombs fell, Pioneer didn't get hit hard. Not direct. But the fallout, it crawled in. Some of those boys stayed in their suits. Didn't take 'em off for days, weeks. And by the time they did, they were already starting to rot. Johnny listened in silence. Milo kept going. But they didn't die. They just stayed. A few wandered east. Most stayed buried in the hills. Heard one of them used to do radiation drills for fun. Acclimation routines, they called it. He looked up at Johnny now. If you killed one of those, you didn't just fight a ghoul. You fought one of the last soldiers from before the fire. The room fell quiet. Johnny didn't move for a long moment. He looked down, just once, remembering the weight of the power sledge, the glint of his own reflection in the cracked T-45 visor. Then he spoke. He called me Vault Rat. Like it was something burned into his skull before he even knew who I was. Milo nodded slowly. To them, it was all the same. Vaults. Secrets. Orders. They were trained to hold ground no matter what. And they did. Johnny looked out through the courthouse window, toward the distant valley they had bled to claim. Well, they held it long enough. He turned back, fire in his voice but no cruelty. Only the weight of truth. We're not here to bury the past. But if it tries to stop us again, we will. No one argued. No one dared. Because whatever those old soldiers were, they weren't Johnny Vanduke. Johnny stood there, arms folded, still half lit by the red glow of the courthouse lanterns. The warband leader's story still hung in the air like smog power armor, forgotten forts, rot that remembered orders. Every word burned deeper into the back of his mind. Then Milo stepped forward. The old ghoul cracked a grin wide, chipped, with the kind of teeth you only get from chewing bones and lies for 200 years. One thing's certain though, Johnny, if you pissed them off, and I mean really pissed them off. He jabbed a bony finger toward him, like he was sketching out prophecy in the dust. Then we need to band together. No more your half and our half. No more West and Central. We need one Lancaster City. Johnny raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Milo just chuckled and leaned in, voice low. And lucky for you, I got a playbook in mind, if you'll listen. The other ghouls quieted. Even the wind outside the courthouse stilled, like the ruins themselves were leaning in. We'll never gain the armor. Not enough. We'll never find enough clean fusion cores. Not enough firepower to take a military fortress packed with ghosts in power armor. But there are others. Mean ones. Big ones. Dangerous. The ones born from the same poison that made you. Super mutants. Johnny's face hardened. He didn't speak, he listened. Milo kept going, his gravel voice almost giddy with danger. Now, I know you haven't met one yet. But I have. Big green bastards. Skin like boiled meat. Some are dumb as concrete and twice as heavy. Smash first, maybe scream later. But not all of them. There's one. A leader. Sharp. Quiet. Carries a sledge the size of a goddamn door frame and quotes old science books like they're prophecy. He leaned in further, whispering now. Kept his intelligence. Smart enough to hate bandits. Smart enough to organize. Smart enough to know ferals, raiders, and psychos will kill his kind before they kill ours. Johnny's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Right now, Milo continued, they're pissed off. Not at you. Not at me. At the world. At the ruins. At everything that crawled out of the ash and took what they thought would be theirs. He stepped back and spread his arms. And your people. Your camp told me what you are. What you survived. You think you're clean? Pure. He shook his head. You're one of us, Johnny. Mutant. Just like me. Just like them. Johnny's jaw tightened. Not in shame. In acceptance. Because it was true. The vault changed him. The spores rewired him. The FEV didn't mutate him. But it made him something else. Milo pointed to the map. Bossman. That town's dead now. Was never much. But it's empty. Quiet. Neutral ground. Word is, the smart one, the big one, his kind's been seen circling that way. He paused. We head there. You parley with the mutants. Not like a soldier. Not like a vault boy. He grinned. Like one of their own. Johnny looked at the map. At the path south. At the poisoned farmlands. At the ruins no one dared cross yet. And for the first time in months, he saw an opening. Not just a path forward, but a weapon. Not forged in steel or bullets, but in alliances the world never thought possible. He looked at Milo. Eyes cold. Voice even. All right then. We go to Bossman. Let's see if monsters really do play well together. Unity through the ashes. And beneath it all, the cold hum of war still rising on the horizon. They left at dawn, when the sky was nothing but bruised orange behind broken smokestacks and the last stars clung like bullet holes in the firmament. No banners. No scouts. No backup. Just 8 souls on foot. 5 from Lancaster. 3 from West Lancaster. And Johnny Vanduke leading them all. He wore a duster now stitched from salvaged vault uniforms and scaver canvas, sleeves rolled, collar up, shadow draped across his face. The .44 Magnum at his side gleamed in the half-light like a threat and a promise. Milo walked beside him, hunched but alert, carrying a shotgun that had clearly been fired in 2 wars too many. The others carried what they could. Homemade rifles, rebar spears, and one old fire axe with crush scratched into the blade in faded white paint. No one spoke. There wasn't much to say. They passed the edge of Lancaster's safe zone by sunrise. The perimeter barricades disappeared behind the tree line and vine-choked strip malls. No more patrols. No more watchers. Only quiet. Only risk. Bossman had once been a quiet, working-class town on the southwest fringe. No real landmarks. No industry. Just a handful of churches, some corner stores, and a train depot that hadn't seen a passenger since before the war. Now, it was a ghost shell. The town square was buckled with roots and scorched concrete. The gas station still had an old, bloated corpse melted to the driver's seat. Power lines hung like nooses across the skyline. And in the distance on the edge of the train yard, they saw it. A shadow that was too large. Too still. Too aware. It stepped forward. 9 feet tall. Muscles like stone sculpted under leather-thick skin. Green. Sickly, shining green. Wearing a torn lab coat turned into a cloak, cinched with a belt of wires and bones. In one hand, a sledgehammer the size of a motorcycle frame. Not raised. Just resting. His eyes locked with Johnny's. They were clear. Sharp. Not feral. Not lost. The others moved behind him, mutants of all shapes. Smaller, twitchier, some howling low like feral dogs. But they waited. Because he hadn't moved. Not yet. Johnny stepped forward. 1 pace. Then another. Then stopped. Halfway between the past and the future. He nodded once. No bow. No salute. Just respect. The mutant leader tilted his head. Spoke low. You are not human. Johnny didn't blink. No. Not anymore. Vault 717. Dark section. FEV. Radiation. I came out different. The mutant studied him. Glanced at the ghouls behind Johnny. Then at Milo. Then back. You are the one they speak of. Vanduke. Johnny's voice was like gravel and steel. You hate the Ferals, the Raiders, the scum. So do we. But there's more coming. Old world ghosts wearing armor and carrying orders they haven't updated in 200 years. We're not here to beg. We're here to align. The wind blew through Bossman, silent as a held breath. And finally, the mutant leader stepped forward. Parley accepted. Speak your terms, Vault Ghost. Let us see if this monster alliance is worth the blood it will save. And so, in the ruins of a town the world had forgotten, the mutants, the ghouls, and the ghost of Vault 717 began something no history book ever dared to imagine. Unity through the ashes. And beneath it all, the cold hum of war still rising on the horizon. Johnny didn't break eye contact. Didn't pace. Didn't posture. He just spoke clear, firm, grounded like a law etched in black stone. No bluff. No play. Just terms. And the weight that came with them. Fine. But if we're doing this, we're doing it right. He took a slow step forward, his boots now standing between old world wreckage and the foundation of something new. He held up 3 fingers. First, unification. No more fractured neighborhoods. No boroughs. No east, west, central, north or south. Bossman, West Lancaster, the mill, it's one city again. Lancaster. Whole. Unified. And built by the people who crawled out of the dark and chose to rise. 1 finger lowered. Second, trade. Education. Growth. We don't want slaves, soldiers, or silence. We want partners. Allies that know how to thrive. How to trade. How to manage resources. How to build markets. He gestured broadly, eyes locked on the mutant leader. You've got strength. We've got infrastructure. We teach you how to use the world again. Not just smash it. 2 fingers down. Only 1 left. And this one came with fire in the voice. Third. We need a team. A unit. A strike group. Wholly dedicated to one mission, ensuring Vault 717 never opens again. His voice dropped an octave. There are still things in there. Forgotten things. Experimental things. That vault is a curse buried in steel. And I want it locked, watched, and erased from the future. He let the silence sit. Like a gavel dropped in a courtroom. Let it weigh. Then added. You'll get more freedom than you've ever had. More power than anyone's given you since the bombs fell. But only if you stand with us. With Lancaster. If you can agree to those 3 things. He nodded once, deliberate. Then this alliance isn't temporary. It's permanent. And from here on out we rise together. The wind passed through the ruined streets like it carried the echoes of old war drums. Low and steady and impossible to ignore. And the eyes of ghouls and mutants alike turned to their leader. Waiting. Because the world had just changed. The silence that followed Johnny's final word hung heavy in the air. Not just in the square. Not just in the broken town of Bossman. But in the very bones of those gathered. The ghouls and mutants behind the leaders didn't cheer. Didn't growl. Didn't shift. They stood still. Like something ancient had been spoken aloud. Like the old laws had just been shattered and remade in real time. Milo the ghoul, whose voice usually rattled with cynicism, just stared. He looked around, from the fusion-barreled mutants to the gaunt ghouls to the sun slicing through the wreckage of old pre-war banners in the distance. Then, quietly, one Lancaster. He let out a dry, stunned chuckle. Never thought I'd hear that again. And this time, no sarcasm. Just hope. The mutant leader, still towering and unmoved, looked down at Johnny. He didn't shout. Didn't question. Instead, he turned to his own, the green-skinned brutes, the broad-shouldered berserkers with pipe hammers and rusted plate armor. They watched him like dogs waiting for the storm to roll in. He raised one arm, massive, scarred, marked with old radiation scoring, and pointed east. Toward Lancaster. Then he spoke, deep and commanding. We will guard the vault. With blood. And memory. Let the place that made monsters stay buried beneath its own sin. The mutants pounded their weapons against the ground once. Thud. 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 Not war cries. Not threats. Oaths. Milo stepped forward, his voice louder now. And if you'll teach us trade, Johnny Vanduke. He grinned that broken grin again. Then we'll teach your kids how to survive a radstorm with nothing but a pipe wrench and spite. That got a few chuckles even from the mutants. A few of the ghouls clapped each other on the shoulder. The tension dropped. Weapons lowered. And one voice from the back, dry and raspy, spoke like someone waking from a 200-year sleep. One Lancaster. Then another. One city. And then. They all said it. Quiet. Grim. Real. One Lancaster. Johnny watched. Didn't smile. Didn't raise a fist. Didn't bask. He just nodded once. Eyes glowing faint in the morning light. Because this wasn't a victory. This was a beginning. The moment the alliance solidified, it was as if the air itself shifted. No more guessing. No more holding ground. Now. It was time to take it. Fort Pioneer. The last remnant of the old world's silent army. A military complex buried in hills and bad dirt, wrapped in rusted concrete and forgotten doctrine. Home to those power-armored ghouls still clinging to their ancient protocols like gospel carved in bone. It had stood untouched for decades. because everyone else feared it. But now it was in the crosshairs. Johnny stood before the Combined War Council ghouls, mutants, Lancaster scouts, and steel-eyed survivors who'd rebuilt civilization from ash. A map of the fort was spread across a steel table, dotted with bolt heads and spent casings. Drawn from recon intel, old vault records, and half-burned pre-war blueprints. Johnny ran a gloved hand along the southern perimeter. We go in quiet. Mutants up front. Their size and armor can absorb the first response if it turns loud. Ghouls come in fast from the left slope. You know how these bastards think. You remember how they move. How they cover fire. Lancaster squad takes the west. That's where the power relays run through. Knock those out, they lose cameras, gates, comms, everything. Milo spat into a rusted can and growled. What about the dead ones inside? We saw them last time. Cryo-locked or hibernating or just sitting in their suits like mannequins. Johnny didn't blink. If they're still breathing, we drop them. If they're not, we melt the suits and salt the floor. The mutant leader leaned forward, resting his massive sledgehammer against the map's edge. We do not leave it standing. Johnny nodded. No. We don't. We make sure that no one ever digs this hole open again. Not raiders. Not warlords. Not the ghosts of the fucking past. The plan was simple. Not clean. Not quiet. But surgical. They moved at dusk 2 days later. Under cloud cover. No lights. No sound but the wind. 100 strong. Ghouls in street armor. Mutants carrying weapons too heavy for most humans. Lancaster marksmen posted on the ridge with scavenged optics. And Johnny, at the front. Carrying the .44, a new rebar-forged combat knife on his belt, and a fire that hadn't dimmed since the day Vault 717 fell. Fort Pioneer loomed out of the trees like a forgotten god, its walls cracked but still tall, antennae and decaying solar panels lining its watchtowers. A ghost made of steel and bad orders. But as Johnny looked up at it, he didn't feel fear. He felt clarity. We take it. We burn it. We bury the last of the old world tonight. Lancaster rises. And with that, the storm began. Smoke clung low across the tree line as the recon team returned, faces pale, gear rattling from the rush, eyes wide with that quiet, shared look only soldiers get when they see something they weren't supposed to survive. The lead scout Reed, ex-security from Lancaster's North Gate, pulled off his mask and dropped the binoculars on the map table. God damn, Johnny. I'm glad we're here now. He pointed to the fresh sketch laid out in red charcoal. They've got tanks. At least 3. Pre-war hardware. Tracked. Armored. Not all rusted, either. One of 'em's rigged to move. Test fired it into the woods while we were watching. He looked Johnny dead in the eye. They were gearing up for Lancaster. No doubt in my mind. Everyone went still. Mutants clenched their makeshift mauls a little tighter. Ghouls muttered curses in a dozen half-burned tongues. Even the humans, those with steady nerves and hard hearts, looked sideways at one another. Tanks. If those rolled into Lancaster streets, they'd be pulling survivors from rubble for weeks. Johnny stood still. The fire in his eyes didn't flare, didn't burn out. It focused. He stared down at the sketch at the tank bays, the gate, the faint patrol lines drawn from hours of recon. And then, quiet as thunder rolling in deep. "You're right." He looked up sharp, decisive. "We steal the tanks first." The room blinked. Milo coughed. The mutant leader grinned slow and wide. Johnny pointed to the positions. "I need 3 teams, 1 for each tank. Every team gets 1 human, 1 ghoul, 1 mutant. We move together. We hit their power systems, fuel points, and backup cores. Fast. Before they know it's not a drill." He tapped his chest. "I'm taking the lead one. I want a mutant on my right. A ghoul on my left. We hit hard, loud, and I make damn sure they see me." The mutant leader stepped forward. "Crag," he said, nodding to a towering brute with oxidized chains hanging from his shoulder like tribal sigils. Johnny looked to Milo. "Who you got?" Milo pointed to a scarred ghoul with sunken eyes and a handmade grenade satchel. "Lorne. He's good with blowing up dead things and used to work construction." Johnny gave them both a quick nod. "Crag. Lorne. You're on me." Then to the rest. "You all know your jobs. Don't treat this like a raid. Treat it like a theft." He paused, then added, "Once the tanks are ours, we turn the whole goddamn fort into their tomb." And like that, the plan was set. 3 teams. 3 tanks. 1 mission. Steal the steel. Break the backbone of the old guard. And ride into the next war with their own weapons pointed the other way. Chapter 8, Defiance. Dawn bled in through the canopy like oil-tinged firelight as the strike teams crawled into position, ghosts moving through the trees, through the mist, through the last breath of the night before everything changed. No radios. No lights. Just signals, hand gestures, head nods, and eyes that had seen too much to blink now. Team 1, Johnny, Crag the mutant, Lorne the ghoul. They took the south slope closest to the main depot, where the lead tank sat half-sheltered beneath a rusted awning, its barrel aimed lazily toward the treeline, its engines cold. They moved like sharks beneath waves. Johnny slid behind the husk of an old truck, eyes locked on the tank's rear fuel intake and backup ignition chamber. It wasn't active. Not yet. still tethered to an overhead cable rig, likely feeding off reserve power. Lorne scouted left, planting charges near the guardrails. Cragg slung his warhammer and readied his fists because the plan wasn't just infiltration. It was possession. Team 2 was already peeling across the north side, slinking past collapsed barracks. A mutant with a shoulder-mounted pipe launcher. A ghoul who used to repair train engines. A human from Lancaster's Forge team, whispering fuse lengths in his sleep. They would hit the rear platform tank, the one already half-fueled. Team 3, meanwhile, crept through a drainage tunnel near the west fence, dead quiet. They'd scouted it 2 nights ago, barely wide enough to crawl through, stank like fermented chemicals and rat droppings, but it led underneath the eastern tank bay. From there, they'd disable the turret control. Climb in. Hijack it from the guts outward. Back at the lead tank, Johnny placed his hand on Cragg's arm. One nod. Now. Lorne popped the charge. Boom. A soft, wet blast tore through the guard line on the left, sending debris and broken metal flailing into the sky. Sirens didn't even have time to wail. Cragg barreled forward, tearing through a patrol line like a wrecking ball with teeth. One guard half-feral ghoul in broken riot gear caught a full fist to the ribcage and folded like paper. Johnny vaulted onto the back of the tank, slammed a pry bar into the ignition port, and ripped the access panel off. Lorne feed line. Cragg cover. Bullets whined past. The tank groaned as Johnny bypassed the control lock, fingers dancing over circuits melted by age and arrogance. And then, Rum! The beast roared to life. Smoke curled from its sides. The main cannon rose with a hiss. Hydraulics groaned awake. Over the comm crackle stolen from the fort's security feed, Johnny heard it. Team 2 has it north, tanks under our control. Team 3's in the guts, give us 20 more seconds. Johnny didn't wait. He dropped into the operator's chair, fingers on the control yoke, eyes burning white hot with night sight through the HUD slit. Behind him, Cragg climbed into the gunner's hatch. Lorne leapt onto the exterior and began slapping up a makeshift flare beacon made from salvaged LED bricks and a road sign. This tank belongs to us now. Johnny shouted over the intercom, voice crackling through the fort's feed. And if you don't get the hell out of our way, you'll be the next thing we flatten. Outside, chaos bloomed. Old world soldiers, half ghoul and half machine, staggered into the open, stunned to see their own tanks turning cannons swiveling toward the bunkers instead of the trees. And from the hilltops above, the rest of Lancaster's force surged down in waves, weapons raised, voices high. Not with fear. With victory already blooming behind their eyes. Because the tanks weren't just tools. They were symbols. And now, they belonged to Johnny Vanduke. And Lancaster marched forward with steel beneath its feet. The cannon fired with a sound like the earth tearing itself open. Boom. Concrete shattered. Steel bunkers cracked like bone. One of the old world towers collapsed in on itself, a rusted crown falling onto the dead soldiers still trying to stumble from its shade. Johnny stood in the commander's hatch, wind slamming his coat against his frame, eyes glowing like the devil had loaned him a star. His voice cut through the comms, through the noise, through the chaos of the crumbling past. Fuck these motherfuckers. Every last one of them. For what they did. For what they protected. For every goddamn lie they buried in this fortress. Behind him, Crag laughed deep and brutal as he rotated the cannon for another shot. Permission to crush. Granted. Down below, ghouls were moving like wildfire, fast, precise, years of bitterness burning in their chests as they carved through old patrol routes, clearing the barracks, flooding the control hall. Mutants brought the weight-slamming blast doors off hinges, ripping turrets from their mounts. And the humans of Lancaster? They lit the goddamn sky on fire. Team 2's tank slammed through the southern gates, dragging the body of one of the bunker captains behind it like a ragdoll. Team 3's tank crushed a communications tower under its treads, silencing a last-ditch signal flare before it ever reached the clouds. The defenders tried to fall back. Tried to regroup. But it was too late. Because this wasn't a siege. It was a reckoning. Johnny dismounted the tank once the last cannon fell silent. The fort burned behind him. He walked into the command chamber, what was left of it, and found the central data terminal still humming, weak and stuttering like a dying breath. He slammed his fist down and tore the panel open. Behind him, Milo limped in, covered in blood that wasn't his. What now, boss? Johnny didn't turn. He plugged in the reclaimed drive, the one they'd prepped for this exact moment. Now. He watched the screen flicker. We erase these fuckers from the map. The drive lit green. Years of sealed logs. Names. Coordinates. Old protocols. All gone. Purged. Buried. Burned with the bones of the people who thought the end of the world was a second chance to play God. Johnny turned to the others, bloodied, breathing, alive. Fort Pioneer is ours. We don't rebuild it. We strip it. Drain it. Then we bury it so deep no one will even remember what this place used to be. He pointed east. Toward home. Lancaster rises. And the past stays dead. Then he holstered the magnum. Lit a flare. And walked back into the sun. They didn't leave anything. By nightfall, Fort Pioneer wasn't a fortress, it was a carcass, and Lancaster was the butcher. Every pipe, panel, hinge, and bolt that wasn't rusted into the bones of the structure was taken. Not salvaged. Claimed. The tanks fully intact were chained to mutant-pulled sleds and driven through the night back toward the rail line, engines whispering promises of a new kind of war. The weapons lockers? Cleaned out. rifles, explosives, thermal optics, all distributed and catalogued within 2 hours of seizure. Ammo stores, cracked open, sorted by caliber, stored in sealed vaults beneath the mill for future defense. But the crown jewel? The power armor. Not just the suits the ghouls had been wearing, but dozens of frames. Some locked in cryopods, some slumped in maintenance racks, others half-welded into bunker walls like some twisted experiment in wartime ossification. Johnny stood inside the old armory as Crag and Lorne peeled the plating off a row of defunct suits. T-45s. A few T-51s too, stripped but rebuildable. Look at this bastard here, fusion channels still intact. Lorne grinned, dark and bone-slick. Give me a week and a workbench, I'll have these walking again. Crag slammed a plate down on the floor and barked out a mutant's version of a laugh. Big Green Brothers are gonna be shiny for once. By morning, 12 full suits were in their possession. 4 functional, 8 in repair rotation. Johnny didn't put one on. Not yet. But he stood next to one of the restored frames, freshly scrubbed of Fort Pioneer's colors, marked only by a hand-carved 717 etched into the breastplate with a blowtorch. We don't wear these like trophies, he told the crew. We wear them like warnings. We survived. We rebuilt. And now, we're armored like the ghosts who tried to erase us. Every soldier outfitted with a suit was trained, tested, watched. No one forgot what Pioneer tried to be. But now it was a resource, not a threat. And Lancaster? Lancaster had tanks. Lancaster had armor. Lancaster had unity. And Johnny Vanduke? He had a war machine built from the bones of the old world. And a city too stubborn to die. Strip the rest, he ordered. Then we burn it all down. Leave them nothing but stories. Year 4, the year of the Iron Sun. By the time the first frost crept down the mountains in year 4, Lancaster had become something no one had thought possible. A nation in miniature. Not a camp. Not a cluster of survivors. A city reborn, fused from the bones of a shattered world and the rage of those who refused to kneel. The tanks. The 3 reclaimed tanks refitted, rearmored, and repainted in rust red with twin black stripes down the hulls rolled out from the mill's iron doors like gods of thunder. They were renamed Red Lion, 717 Wrath, Whispering God. Used sparingly, moved only when necessary, and maintained like sacred relics. Not weapons of conquest, but symbols of vengeance reclaimed. Lancaster used them to solidify borders, to protect outposts, and to send a message to any who might test them. The old world had its armies. We built our own. The armor. Power armor wasn't handed out. It was earned. Training was brutal. Repairs constant. Fusion cells rare, recycled, prayed over. Lancaster's new elite war hand-forged armor from Fort Pioneer's vaults but stripped of insignia, now marked only by the symbol that had come to define them. 7. Painted white over black plates. A mark of survival. A mark of duty. Johnny never wore the full suit. Not once. But he was there the first time a 17-year-old survivor named Amos climbed into one and took his first step, armor groaning, shoulders square, face full of tears and fire. Johnny just nodded and said, "Don't forget who we took it from. West Lancaster and Bossman. Fully integrated now. No more split command." Milo took a role as an advisor on the high table. Cragg led a mutant security regiment at the outer farms and trade convoys, the blood grain patrols, as people called them. Trade routes opened through the ruins. Markets popped up around the old mall corridors and train yards. Tech repair crews formed from mixed teams of ghouls, humans, and mutants. They didn't always like each other, but they worked. Infrastructure and expansion. The old water stations were expanded. 3 more deep well sources were uncovered and piped into the city grid. Electricity returned first to the mill, then to the housing blocks. One of the Vault-Tech's Kira, from the reactor division, developed a hybrid system using pre-war solar arrays and microfission runners scavenged from Pioneer's backup cores. It wasn't enough to light the city, but it was enough to cook, weld, and power the Warforge. The Vault. Vault 717 was sealed. Reinforced with steel plates, collapsed corridors, and 2 remote fail-safes tied to Lancaster's main control hub. No one went near it. The only sign left was a steel pylon embedded in the hill above it, spray-painted in giant red block letters. Never again. Cragg's team checked it monthly. No motion. No voices. No spores. But still, Johnny dreamed of it. Lancaster proper. Population, 912. Registered, 748. Armed, 211. Power armor suits, 7 operational. Tanks, 3 mobile. Water grid, stable. Food, sustained via trade, scavenging, and greenhouse terraces in the loom mill roof. New births, 11. Deaths, 4. Murder, 0. Raider incursions, 6, all repelled. A library opened. A school followed. Someone started printing a goddamn newspaper. Johnny Vanduke walked the city rarely now. He stayed in the shadows. Focused on strategy, on watching from the rooftops. He was a ghost to many. A myth to some. But those who had been there from the beginning, they remembered. He wasn't their king. He was their revenge. Their fire. Their curse that didn't die. And when the wind howled through the hollowed buildings at night, the children whispered, he's still watching. And if the old world comes back to take us again, he'll be the first one to burn it. Year 4 ended with the city under stars. Peaceful, but never asleep. It happened in the deep hush of early morning. Not with sirens, not with fire, but with the low rumble of treads on frost-hardened earth. The shimmer of cold steel just beyond the hills east of Willow Street. The first spotter saw them from the water tower. Raised a red flag. Not out of panic. Out of respect. Because whoever these people were, they were disciplined, uniformed, and they didn't walk like raiders. Dozens of them. Armored columns rolling slow across cracked blacktop. Power armor glinting beneath patchwork tarps and frost-crusted cloth. Not pristine, used, repaired, worn like confessionals. No banners. No horns. No war cries. Just a symbol painted on the shoulder of every last one of them. Gear. A sword, a gear, and wings. Carved into chest plates. Welded into salvaged plating. Marked on flags dragged, not flown. By the time they reached Lancaster's perimeter, the gate team was already lined up. Crag and Milo. 2 mutants in power armor. 6 sharpshooters in reclaimed Ford Pioneer gear. And Johnny. Standing alone on the edge of the causeway, code flapping behind him like a shadow cut from memory. The strangers stopped 50 yards from the gate. Their lead, tall, clean-shaved but ragged-eyed, stepped forward and removed his helmet. Gray at the temples. Scar over one brow. Steel in his jaw. He spoke low, tired, but firm. Name's Elias Ward. Brotherhood of Steel. Appalachian chapter. We're not here for a fight. We're here because we had nowhere else left to run. Johnny didn't flinch. Didn't draw. He scanned the column, saw the wear in their boots, the rattle in their machines, the way some of them couldn't even walk straight without help. He looked back at Elias and spoke just loud enough to carry. You brought an army to our doorstep. Hope you don't expect a warm meal and blind trust. Elias gave a thin smile, no humor in it. We're not looking for trust. Just rest. We came from West Virginia. Ran from something we couldn't stop, something that burns through everything it touches. A virus. It's not like radiation. Not like FEV. It changes the air, the land, the minds of the things it infects. We lost good people trying to stop it. He glanced back at his troops. Some sat slumped beside their gear. One young soldier was half asleep against a ruined bus stop sign. Their tanks had no barrels. Their fuel cells were bone dry. What you're looking at is The Last of Us, Milo whispered behind Johnny. That symbol. I've seen it before. Tech worshippers. Library soldiers. Vault rumors say they hoarded things during the first collapse. Crag grunted. They look more tired than dangerous. Johnny stayed silent a moment, then looked back to Elias. You don't get inside the walls. Not yet. But you'll camp just beyond the eastern field. We'll send food. Medical. In exchange, we talk about where you came from, what you ran from. He took one step forward, eyes sharp. And what exactly you mean by brotherhood? Elias nodded. That's fair. We're not the old world. We don't want to be. He looked up toward the skyline of Lancaster, its towers of scrap and light, its steel walls, its smoldering watchfires. But you might be the new one. And with that, the Brotherhood of Steel tattered, limping, but unbroken set up camp just outside the gates. Not as conquerors, but as pilgrims, seeking shelter beneath a city built by mutants, ghouls, and the haunted child of Vault 717. Johnny's boots crunched over gravel and frozen dust as he turned back toward the command line at Lancaster's eastern gate. The Brotherhood's convoy sat across the field, power armor stacked in rows like tired statues, tanks dead and hollow, soldiers too exhausted to keep their helmets on. They didn't look like conquerors. But Johnny had seen too much to trust the tired face of anything with that many guns. He raised a hand, sharp and deliberate. Armor units out there, with me. Line the wall. Don't cross it. Helmets on. Make it clear we're watching. The power armor crews nodded, boots slamming in unison as they moved into position, 7 suits gleaming dull under the early sun, each one a monster forged from pioneers' stolen bones. They didn't raise weapons. They just stood. And the message was clear. We are not prey. He turned to Crag. Keep your eyes open. No sudden moves. If anyone draws a weapon, I want that field turned to ash. Crag grinned, tapping his gauntlet against the hull of the nearest tank. With pleasure, boss. Johnny pointed to the field team on standby. Get the medics out there. Eyes on me the whole time. No side work, no isolation. If someone's too far gone, tag M and walk away. We're not dragging Plague back inside. The med crew nodded, already loading up field kits, trauma bags, and Geiger tabs. They kept it minimal. No stitches. No surgeries. Just triage. He waved toward the supply crew by the lower gate. Bring out a water tank. Barrel model, not the pipe-fed rig. We're not linking our lines until we know what's in their guts. And hand out light rations. Bread only. No protein, no cans, nothing worth trade. We're not feeding a second army. We're sending a message. The orders flew like hammer strikes. Efficient. Tactical. And in the center of it all, Johnny stood, eyes scanning the Brotherhood camp like a hunter watching a sleeping predator. He turned to Elias, who waited a few dozen feet away, arms crossed, helmet clipped to his belt. "All right," Johnny said, voice calm but pointed. "Let's talk. Tell me what kind of ghosts you really are." And behind them, two cities watched each other in silence. One built from fallout and fury. The other limping from the ashes of a war it couldn't win. And the sun rose higher over a new frontier. Johnny didn't sit. He stood at the edge of the field between the walls of Lancaster and the Brotherhood's weary convoy. Elias Ward, Brotherhood captain, survivor of Appalachia, approached slow, his gear scraping softly, like even the metal was tired. They stood just a few feet apart now. Two survivors. Two leaders. One born from technology's last doctrine, the other from its worst mistake. "You called yourselves the Brotherhood," Johnny said, tone flat. "You got the armor. You got the symbol. But what does that mean out here? What do you actually believe in?" Elias didn't flinch. He looked past Johnny toward the armored silhouettes along Lancaster's wall. Then he looked back, the flicker of guilt buried behind his discipline. "We came from Fort Defiance," Elias said, quietly. "West Virginia. We were a splinter. Formed before the full collapse. Thought we could contain something called the Scorched Plague. We couldn't." He looked down, swallowed hard. "It burned everything. Changed people. Twisted animals. Infected the air. We fought until there was no one left to pull the trigger." Johnny nodded, eyes narrowing. "So you ran." Elias met his gaze. "We escaped. With what little we could carry, what little of the Brotherhood we still believed in. Knowledge. Protection. Control. Not of people but of the past. Of what killed the world. You see weapons. You see machines. We see discipline. Custodianship. We're not here to rebuild the old world." He paused, his voice roughening. "We're here to make sure it doesn't come back." Johnny didn't speak at first. He looked over Elias' shoulder at the line of young soldiers in scavenged armor, eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights, at the civilians in field tents held together with tarp and twine. At the way their hands trembled when the bread was passed out. These weren't conquerors. They were embers. And they were almost out. "We've got tech," Johnny said finally. "Water. Power. Infrastructure. Everything the old world used to chain us down." He stepped forward, not aggressive, direct. "But we didn't hoard it. We bled for it. Shared it. Built with mutants. Fought beside ghouls. If your Brotherhood can't accept that, you don't belong here." Elias looked at him. Long measured. Then, "If your Lancaster can accept us for what we are, soldiers, tech salvagers, archivists, will earn our place. No control. No demands." He paused. "But if you'll have us, we'll help you hold the line. Johnny looked to the east, to the distant hills, to the roads yet unwalked, to the next storm, already brewing in some place not yet visible. Then he looked back, eyes glowing faint in the early light. Then rest. You're not part of the Brotherhood anymore. You're part of Lancaster. And for the first time in decades, both men nodded. Not as leaders, but as witnesses to the rise of something greater than loyalty. A city, a people, a future, built from ashes, bound in iron, and guarded by every kind of survivor the world had tried to erase. Elias stood still as Johnny spoke, his armor hissing softly in the cold morning air, but his eyes locked and unblinking. He didn't interrupt, didn't flinch, didn't pretend to know what kind of man, what kind of thing was standing across from him. Because you didn't interrupt a ghost, especially not one still burning. Johnny's voice was level, but under it, the weight of years, the pain of wearing a skin that wasn't his, of memories not matching the face in the mirror. Here's the truth, Tin Man. His eyes flared green-white like gas catching fire under glass. I'm sure you heard the stories on your way up here. I'm not very human. He stepped closer, just enough for Elias to see the glow beneath his brow, that sick, haunting shimmer of FEV and fungal reconstitution clinging to a will too stubborn to break. I know bullets. I know defiance. I know breaking every goddamn rule the old world ever wrote. But that boy, the real one, Bradley, he never made it out of Vault 717. He's dead. I carry his bones in my stride and his fire in my chest, but I ain't him. Johnny looked out across the camp now at the soldiers huddled near water barrels, at the steam coming off bandaged skin and trembling hands. Then he turned his face back to Elias. I don't breathe like you. Don't eat. Don't sleep. I walk through FEV and radiation like it's spring breeze on my face. I'm the thing that made it out when no one else did. And as good as I am at solving things in the moment, putting out fires, patching leaks, swinging hammers, this. He tapped his chest once, slow. This can't last. His voice dropped, just enough to make Elias lean forward. One day, I'm going to fall short. Not because I lost. Not because I was weak. But because I was never built to last in this world we're trying to make. And when that happens, when Lancaster's still standing, still breathing, I don't want its future chained to a monster like me. He nodded once, sharp. Final. That's why I need a backup. One that's human. The wind blew dust through the gap between them. Elias stood there, quiet, until the silence weighed enough to answer. Then he said, with zero bravado, zero ego. Then I'll serve until you fall. And if I take up what you built, I'll protect it like I watched you do. Johnny's glow dimmed slightly. Not in weakness. In recognition. Then he said only, Then let's see if that armor of yours was made for more than surviving. Let's see if you can build a future in it." And he turned toward the rising sun, the steel walls of Lancaster behind him. And for the first time, a legacy starting to form in the footsteps behind him. Chapter 9, Hope for the World. The Brotherhood's arrival within the city walls wasn't marked by fanfare. No parades. No public speeches. Just the slow, deliberate creak of armored boots on concrete, and the unmistakable feeling of gears turning inside Lancaster's machine. They came in quietly. But they came in for good. Elias Ward, now fully embedded in Lancaster's command council as a liaison, didn't waste time. Within days of gaining limited access, he handpicked a recon technical detail, 2 scribes, 1 senior paladin, and a logistics officer, and began combing through every inch of the tech Lancaster had gathered, built, or kludged into working order. They weren't disappointed. The solar fission hybrid reactor powering half the city? Crude, but stable. The reclaimed tanks and power armor stations from Fort Pioneer? Low efficiency but tactically brilliant. The makeshift printing press, the water grid, even the thermal air ducts welded from hollowed-out train pipe. It all worked. And it all screamed the same thing. We don't have schematics. But we have blood and willpower. After 2 weeks, Elias called it what it was. A frontier miracle. The idea began to form. Quiet at first. Whispers among scribes and engineers. But it took root. We could restart the Brotherhood here. A new chapter. Not bound to the Appalachian wreckage. Not tangled in the old wars. Something smaller. Smarter. More integrated. Lancaster could be the forge. But while Elias was looking outward, others were looking inward. In the vault archives beneath the mill, in a room reinforced with scrap steel and guarded night and day, Scribe Helena and Dr. Keene sat over a table covered in medical files, radiation charts, fungal culture growths, and FEV maps. In the center of it all, a profile marked Subject 717 Alpha/alias, Johnny Vanduke. Helena tapped a column on her tablet. He spent over a decade exposed to concentrated spores, background radiation spikes, and direct FEV aerosol interaction. Keene nodded, adjusting his cracked bifocals. And somehow, his cells didn't just survive. They adapted. Mitochondrial clusters show signs of reactive memory encoding. His metabolism rewrote itself. He doesn't need caloric energy the same way we do. And neurologically, his theta wave patterns are irregular, active during sleep and conscious states. He's seeing things we can't. Helena leaned in, whispering like she was afraid Johnny might hear through the walls. Do you think he's a latent telepath? Keen shook his head. No. Something worse. He's an evolutionary fork. Not quite human. Not quite mutant. Not feral. He's a version of what happens when the world ends, and someone refuses to die anyway. They sent word through official channels. They wanted to examine him. Not harm. Not contain. Understand. Not just because Johnny had survived, but because somewhere deep down, they feared what might come if someone like Johnny ever stopped surviving. Permission was requested. The meeting was scheduled. And for the first time since the fall of Vault 717, Johnny was about to be looked at not as a leader, but as a living mystery. The room was sterile in theory, not in practice. Sheets of clean aluminum hung loosely over scorched walls. Brotherhood equipment hummed softly beside Lancaster-engineered interfaces, a hybrid diagnostic station that worked only because someone had once welded desperation to genius. A single spotlight buzzed overhead, flickering every 30 seconds, just enough to keep the room from feeling safe. Johnny sat in a repurposed metal chair, not strapped, not sedated. He wasn't angry. He wasn't smiling either. Across from him, scribed Helena, late 40s, gray at the edges of her braid, eyes like a machine that never powered down, and Dr. Keen, the last living specialist from Lancaster's original med team, his lab coat scorched, cracked glasses held together with solder and willpower. They weren't afraid of Johnny, but they weren't pretending he was ordinary. Not anymore. Helena tapped her datapad once, glancing at him only briefly before speaking. We appreciate you agreeing to this, Johnny. I know you don't like being poked at. Johnny didn't look up. Long as no one brings out a scalpel, we're good. Keen gave a small, nervous chuckle, but Helena kept her voice even. We're not here to dissect. We're here to understand. She swiped the pad, pulled up a screen with blurred logs and corrupted images from Vault 717's surface archive. Truth is, we didn't get much out of the vault when it was sealed. Johnny finally looked at her, his gaze cool, detached. No. You didn't. I killed the staff. Most of them didn't even scream. Others earned their slow end. The rest? The residents. They ran blind. Grabbed anything they could carry. Most didn't know what they were even holding. He leaned back slightly, arms folded. You're not getting back down there. The place is locked and buried. The earth doesn't want it open again, and neither do I. Helena nodded, almost respectfully. Understood. But we've pieced together fragments, records, psychological reports, test logs, partial outlines of something called Project Luminary. The dark section was designed to be purely nocturnal. No artificial light beyond low-spectrum UV. Bioluminescent fungi. Spore saturation. Designed to simulate deep cave conditions, but engineered. Keen cut in, his voice lower. The long-term goal wasn't just isolation. It was directed evolution. The children placed in that section weren't just test subjects. They were intended to form a hive mind connected through FEV-altered neurological pathways, aided by airborne spores and ambient radiation. He paused. It should have worked. We think it did on the others. But not you. Johnny's jaw tightened. His fingers twitched once on his leg. Helena studied him for a moment before continuing. Something about your DNA prevented the hive mind from forming around you. You should have become the central node. The alpha. But instead, the spore network rejected you. Or tried to, and failed. You didn't link. You didn't dissolve into the network like the others did. You stayed, you. Johnny's voice was low, nearly flat. I felt it. Like a pressure in my skull. Every night. Trying to pull me in. Trying to tell me I wasn't alone. It got louder when the others started to change. When they began to forget who they were. He looked up now. His eyes had that faint glow again. That green-white shimmer like cold fire in a glass jar. I resisted. And I kept resisting. Keen leaned forward, his voice quieter now. But that's the part we don't understand, Johnny. It wasn't just resistance. It wasn't just luck or willpower. It's your biology. Something was already off before the vault ever touched you. He tapped a readout on his terminal. Genomic overlays. Blurry sequences with red error lines and green anomalies stacked against pre-war baselines. We've looked at your gene markers. There are irregularities. Clusters of mutations that don't follow radiation patterns. And they're not FEV signatures either. Helena spoke now, slowly. Johnny, from what we can tell. She hesitated. Then said it. You were already mutant before you stepped into that vault. The silence after that was thick. Johnny didn't answer immediately. He let that hang in the air like rot. Then, slowly. My parents were normal. City folk. Lived 3 blocks from the loom mill. Nothing special. They weren't sick. Weren't exposed. I was born during the panic. The sirens. He tilted his head slightly. But even then, I knew something was different. When I got sick, I got better fast. When I got hurt, it never lasted. I could see things other kids didn't. In shadows. In corners. My dreams felt like memories I hadn't lived yet. Helena whispered to Keen, too quiet for Johnny to hear. Neurological precursor traits. Epigenetic instability. Maybe he was a second generation something. Keen looked pale. If that's true, we may not be looking at the result of Vault 717. We might be looking at its trigger. Johnny stood up then, slow, deliberate. I didn't come here to find out what I am. But if you dig deep enough and figure it out. He looked them both in the eye. Just promise me you'll do something useful with it. Not for me. For Lancaster. And then, without waiting for clearance, he stepped through the door, coat dragging across the steel floor like a specter returning to his haunt. The door hissed shut behind him. Helena sat in silence. Keen looked at the data again. And both understood, truly for the first time. Johnny wasn't a result. He was a catalyst. The lights buzzed overhead. One of the consoles sparked briefly low voltage feedback, nothing critical, but no one in the lab moved. Because Keen was holding his breath. And Helena's hands were shaking just slightly. As she stared at the genetic render laid out on the cracked projector wall like a prophecy that had just been decrypted. This doesn't make sense, Helena muttered, swiping through overlapping sequences, faded base pair chains, and annotated protein structures, each one more warped than the last. I reconstructed the original genome based on Vault immunization records and baseline childhood scans. It's crude, but functional. Everything looks human. But then you look at what's in his DNA now and something's wrong. She expanded two profiles. One labeled, Bradley.717.pre-war. The other, Vanduke.active post-war. Keen leaned in, squinting at the breakdowns. The effects of Project Luminary, the specific neurosynaptic lattice, the memory splicing potential, the metabolic core dampeners. They were already there. Before the vault. Before the spores. Before FEV exposure. He backed away from the screen like it was about to explode. Helena blinked hard, mouth half open. That doesn't track. We have records Vault 717's staff picked these kids randomly. Age, location, parental clearance. All within the standard Vault Tech guidelines. The other children had normal gene patterns. They didn't start mutating until they were exposed to the spores and the high push protocol. But Johnny. She shook her head. No. Bradley. His genome was like kindling. The project didn't build the fire, it lit it. Keen was already pulling open the city's digitized municipal archive. Old world documents. Civic records. Immunization reports. Dozens of files pulled from ruins during the earliest years after the exodus from 717. There has to be something. A mention. A clinical note. A flagged report. Anything showing pre-vault experimentation. His fingers stuttered over the keyboard. Come on, come on. Helena was pacing now. Even Vault Tech couldn't predict this kind of mutation. Not to this degree. This kind of outcome is directed. Something primed him for this. Keen stopped typing. The room was quiet. And then... Wait. No. No. Wait, look closer. He expanded a file buried 3 subdirectories deep. Old World DSHR 1124 prot/rad clearance A5. An encryption tag sat at the top. Then a red stamped header. Confidential, federal oversight clearance required, project deadless, do not file. Helena's breath caught. That's not Vault Tech. Keen nodded, slowly. No. That's DOD. Department of Defense. The file opened. And inside, blurred schematics. References to genetic markers. Not names. Just clusters. Subject, AE717 Alpha. Status, unstable, non-deployable. Location, redacted. Notes. Subject displays latent anomaly, neurological resistance to cognitive link conditioning. No hive integration. Memory interference null. Suggest continued environmental suppression. Genetic potential significant. Risk of spontaneous evolution if exposed to compound catalysts. Keen read the next line out loud, barely above a whisper. Consider indirect observation only. Recommend civilian cover placement. Helena stepped back like she'd been struck. They didn't find Johnny. They planted him. What if the vault wasn't about testing a new mutation, she said, almost dazed. What if it was about recreating something they'd already seen? She looked at Keen, voice shaky, stunned. What if Project Luminary was never an original idea? What if the old world found something like Johnny, and spent years trying to make another one? Keen stared at the screen. You're saying... He swallowed. You're saying the government knew about whatever Vanduke is. Before the bombs. Before the vaults. And they were trying to copy it? The room was dead silent now. Because that wasn't just theory anymore. That was motive. That was origin. Johnny's not just a survivor, Helena said slowly. He might be the blueprint they were chasing. The reason they started the war machines. The trigger they tried to re-engineer. And far above them, standing on the western wall, Johnny Vanduke stared out at the horizon. Where blackbirds circled far-off mountains. And something old, buried deeper than memory, was starting to wake up. The sun was setting hard over the ridge, bleeding burnt orange through shattered skylines and smoke-withered trees. Lancaster stood quiet behind them, distant fires, the low churn of filtration pumps, the murmurs of children in bunkhouse windows. Johnny Vanduke stood on the western wall, coat heavy with dust and ash, boots planted like anchors. His glowing eyes scanned the horizon like they always did, half expecting something unholy to come crawling out of it. And for a moment, just a moment, he almost laughed. Not a full laugh. Just a dry, half-breathed chuckle, like someone who finally realized the joke was on them all along. Those poor doctors. He said it without turning. They're not gonna make any better heads or tails out of this than I have. Behind him, Milo leaned against the rusted rail, arms folded, his own ghoul eyes narrowed from years of seeing too much and surviving more. He tilted his head slightly. Like how you know things you shouldn't. Johnny blinked once. Turned. A slow grin crept over his face, not amused, just surprised. Someone finally said it out loud. Huh. You noticed that? Milo shrugged. You get this look sometimes. Like you're remembering something you haven't done yet. Johnny sighed and looked out again, hands resting against the railing, metal warm under his fingertips. Look. I can't explain it either. I'm convinced more than half of it is bullshit. I got no way of knowing what was from me, and what was from the Hive's propaganda feed. He paused. The air shifted around him, quiet, like the wind was listening too. But I saw something, Milo. Other me's. And I'm not talking mutants. Not evolutions. I mean literally other versions of me. Different scars. Different voices. One of them had metal in his chest. Another wore a coat made of bones. One lived in a tower made of glass and radiation. Milo didn't speak. Not out of disbelief, but out of respect. Because deep down, part of him had always known there was something different about Johnny. Something beyond Vault 717. Something that wasn't supposed to be alive anymore, let alone walking around and running a city. Johnny shook his head, laughing softly now, bitter. Call me crazy, but it's like I'm linked to some sort of knowledge pool. Not tech-based. Not AI. Not networked. Biological. Like the Hive carved a door open in me and forgot to close it. He turned and looked Milo in the eye. I'm not sure if it's some side effect, or if it's something else entirely. They stood there in silence. Wind whispering through cracked girders and rifle slots. And finally Johnny exhaled, straightened up, and reached for the old binoculars on the nearby perch. But I'm not concerned about all that. We've got farms to build. Roads to clear. Raiders sniffing at our borders and a county still bleeding out. He slung the binoculars over his shoulder and turned to descend the wall steps. Whatever the hell I am. He looked over his shoulder one last time. Eyes glowing like bottled lightning. It's not more important than them. And then he was gone down the ladder, leaving Milo to stare after him and wonder whether Johnny Vanduke was a man shaped by war, or if war was something that had simply borrowed his shape. Milo stayed up there a while longer, arms crossed tight over his chest, eyes sweeping the tree line as Johnny disappeared below. He didn't speak. Didn't move. Just let the cold settle in around his old bones and let the silence soak into the rust. Something about what Johnny had said dug deep, not like fear, Not even awe. More like a crack in something he thought was solid. Not just the man. The myth. The way Johnny spoke, like the universe was just a half-forgotten conversation happening behind his eyes. Like every war he fought wasn't just survival, but remembrance. Milo spit off the side of the wall. Other versions of him. He shook his head. God help this world if one Johnny wasn't enough. Down below, in the heart of the mill, Johnny moved through the industrial corridors like a phantom. He nodded at familiar faces: traders, engineers, welders with soot-streaked smiles. Everywhere he went, people stepped aside. Not in fear. Not in worship. In recognition. He wasn't their mayor. Not their general. He was the reason they still had streets to walk. He stepped into the map room, once a boiler room, now the nucleus of Lancaster's planning grid. Dozens of maps spread over walls. Civic layouts, resource flow, known hostile zones, recon sketches from scouts out as far as Mountville and Millersville. A few guards nodded to him. A courier handed him a report: sightings of new raider movement near Old Route 30. He scanned it, nodded, folded it once, and tucked it into his coat. Double patrols out west. If they make it over the bridge, I want the tanks ready to roll within the hour. The guards nodded. Already moving. As Johnny turned to leave, he paused in front of the wall-size county map, faded, burned in spots, covered in red string and metal tacks. His fingers touched one spot gently. Vault 717. Burned out. Buried. But never gone. He whispered to himself. You couldn't turn me into your weapon. So I became something else. He exited the war room and walked toward the foundry yard. Passing by the Brotherhood techs who were now beginning to integrate into the city structure, hauling salvaged steel, rewiring generators, teaching ghouls and scavers alike how to maintain higher tech circuits. Elias saw him. Nodded from across the yard. Johnny raised a hand back. Not a salute. Just a shared look between two men who fought for futures they didn't belong to. Later that night, in the dark quiet above the mill housing stacks, Johnny sat alone on the rooftop. He didn't sleep. He rarely needed to. He just stared at the stars, those distant, indifferent fires overhead, and thought about what the doctors said. Other versions. Not dreams. Not visions. Memories. From places he'd never been. From bodies that didn't quite fit his own. From selves that lived through different apocalypses. One had died screaming in a snowy forest. Another stood on a mountain of glass and neon. One sat in a vault far darker than 717, whispering to himself, forever alone. And he wondered. Were they real? Were they him? Or was he just the first one who clawed his way out of the dark with a name still intact? Dash. A voice came behind him. Helena. We ran more simulations. Johnny didn't turn. Find anything useful? She walked forward slowly. No. Just more questions. More contradictions. You're a paradox wrapped in trauma and survival instinct. He finally turned to look at her. Yeah, welcome to the club. Dash. She sat beside him, quietly. The stars above crackled with cold fire. You know we'll never fully understand you, right? Johnny nodded. Doesn't matter. Just make sure this place survives longer than I do. Dash. Helena looked at him for a long moment. We'll try. Johnny stood. Brushed the dust off his coat. Don't try. He started down the ladder. Do. And as he disappeared below, Lancaster's wind carried with it a name not whispered in fear or awe, but with the quiet certainty of something eternal. Johnny Vanduke. The man who rose out of the dark and refused to stop walking. Chapter 10, Dignity. It didn't happen overnight, but they stayed. At first, it was quiet. Temporary camps near the water lines. Shared meals. Gear stacked in orderly piles beside fire barrels and cots stitched from tarp and Brotherhood ration blankets. They were polite. Disciplined. But separate. That changed by month 3. Elias Ward sat in on more council meetings. Not barking orders, not claiming rank, just listening, like a soldier who understood that power wasn't given anymore, it was earned, over time, and with patience. His paladins began taking repair shifts at the generator sites. Scribes started logging Lancaster's tech stacks, helping catalog and refine systems that had previously been held together with wires, duct tape, and blind hope. One Brotherhood field technician, Ramos, joined Craig's mutant crew on a patrol outside the eastern wall. Ramos didn't flinch when a feral ghoul pack hit them. He covered their flank. And after that, Craig personally carved the Brotherhood's gear symbol into a sheet of iron and hung it from the patrol gate beside Lancaster's own mark. You fight with us, Craig said, voice low, proud. You wear the steel. Dash. The Brotherhood's medics began to swap notes with Lancaster's field docs. What started as quiet observation turned into full cooperation. By the end of the first cycle, Dr. Keene and Scribe Helena were writing joint medical memos for biohazard cleanup, radiation management, and FEV counter-response in isolated zones. They even taught a class at the Loom Mills Community Hall. Post-war biology for non-idiots. It was packed. In the forge yard, Brotherhood armorers and Lancaster scavers began working together. hammering out hybrid gear, stronger plates, faster deployment systems, using old world schematics mixed with Lancaster practicality. Someone joked that they were building a new type of power armor. They weren't wrong. By month 5, a small outpost within the mill's southeast wing had been repurposed. A Brotherhood hall, but not as a command structure. As a knowledge vault. They didn't hoard tech here. They shared it. Young apprentices from Lancaster ghoul, mutant, and human alike lined up daily to learn circuitry, power conservation, weapons diagnostics, medical theory. The Brotherhood didn't teach them like outsiders. They taught them like siblings. Some of the oldest residents were skeptical. They remembered the preachers of the old world, the tech hoarders, the steel crusaders who once would have seen a mutant like Crag or a man like Johnny as abominations to be erased. But these ones, these Brotherhood soldiers, they ate the same food, repaired the same broken shelters, fought the same monsters, and eventually, they bled the same. By the first snowfall of year 5, no one called them outsiders. They weren't the Brotherhood of Steel anymore. They were the Steel of Lancaster. Reforged, reclaimed, and at long last home. And then, the alarm hit just before midnight. 3 long chimes followed by a single, sharp toll. That wasn't weather. That wasn't ferals. That was war. Lancaster's western wall lit up with activity. Spotters grabbed scopes, climbed towers. Generators flared, flickering to life. Patrol squads dropped card games and scrambled into formation. From the lookout tower above the loom mill, a young sniper named Wren gripped her scope tighter, eyes locked to the southeastern sky, voice trembling into the shortwave. Vertibirds repeat. Multiple vertibirds over Millersville airspace. Gunfire confirmed. Tracer rounds. Energy signatures unknown type. She paused, hard hammering as she zoomed in on one of the black shapes cutting through the night sky like a wasp from hell. Painted on the side, gold and silver under the spotlights. A stylized eagle over an American shield. But this wasn't any military mark Lancaster had seen. This was new. This was wrong. Johnny was already halfway across the yard, coat snapping behind him, teeth clenched so tight his jaw ached. "Get the tanks," he barked. All 3717 Wrath, Whispering God, and Red Lion. Get M fueled and rolling in 10. I want armor on the road in 5 minutes. Infantry with them. Air recon on standby. Elias was already beside him, pulling on his helmet. That's not ours. Johnny didn't even look at him. No shit. This is something new or something we missed. Either way, they're burning Millersville. That makes them ours. By the time Lancaster reached the outskirts, the sky was fire. Millersville was a smear of flame and collapsed concrete. The old university buildings converted into homes and trade halls were now smoking craters. Civilians ran, scattered, limping, carrying children and bloodied tools. And standing in the center of it all, black suits, power armor, but not like the Brotherhood's. Sleek, high sheen, insectoid, devil-like, red lenses like camera eyes scanning back and forth, voices barking through encrypted channels, calm, methodical, and absolutely not human in tone. Johnny's boots hit the pavement like gunfire. He didn't wait. Didn't blink. He drew the .44 Magnum, raised it, and fired. Boom. One of the black armored bastards fell, visor cracked clean through, blood mist spraying out behind the helmet as the body tumbled into a ruined storefront. "Hey you black-suited bastards." His voice carried across the fire and chaos, loud as a goddamn bell tolling over Judgment Day. Lancaster County doesn't give up so easily. The black armored squad turned, weapons raised, sleek plasma rifles humming like vengeful vipers. But Johnny didn't stop. Didn't flinch. He turned to his squad behind him, already flanking around the burning corridor of Millersville's marketplace. Circle wide. Hit M from both sides. I'll hold the line. Craig's mutants charged left, screaming war howls. Elias and two of his Brotherhood teams swung around the right, their fusion cores whirring as salvage T-45s lit up the street with heavy caliber bursts. Johnny walked forward, slow, deliberate. Smoke curling around his boots, his revolver raised like a relic of judgment. Another soldier leveled their weapon. Too slow. Boom. Another one down. Then the tanks rolled in behind him. 717 Wrath leading the charge, its cannon roaring. Kathum. Leveling an entire black armored dropship that had touched down near the campus quad. Johnny didn't slow. Not until he was standing over one of the fallen enemies. The helmet half cracked. The face beneath? Still human. Barely. The skin was pale. Eyes glassy. Mouth muttering something, words like scripture, like command line code. For the future. For the ideal. Johnny stared. And then snarled. I've seen enough ideals built on fire and bodies. He raised the revolver again. Welcome to Lancaster. Now get the fuck out. And he pulled the trigger. The gunfire hadn't stopped in 20 minutes. Explosions cracked like lightning across shattered pavement. Plasma bolts lit the smoke-choked air in bursts of green and violet. Millersville was on fire. And the black armored bastards just kept coming. Johnny dropped to one knee behind a collapsed bus frame, blood splattered up his forearm, jaw clenched so tight he could feel it crack. He shouted over the rattle of suppressing fire from a Brotherhood emplacement. How the hell are there so many of them? Elias ducked behind cover beside him, reloading his plasma caster, eyes burning through his visor. I don't know. But numbers don't mean shit without real battle instinct. They're clunky. Over-rehearsed. This is textbook old world bullshit. Johnny peeked over cover. 3 more of the black armored soldiers advancing in a triangle formation. Too tight, too slow, their coordination perfect but predictable. They're running pre-war playbooks. He watched one of them raise a rifle exposed midsection. No cover. Johnny fired. Boom. The round punched through the side of the armor like it was pressed tin. Too bad for them, times have changed. He rose up from cover, pistol still smoking, and barked out a command across the comms. Split up. Brotherhood and mutants take the soldiers. Use brute force and close quarters. They're weak at mid-range. Humans and ghouls focus fire on those vertibirds. Bring those bastards down. Across the battlefield, the tide turned. Craig's crew, 8 mutants in reinforced hybrid armor, rushed the line with war hammers and jury-rigged sledge launchers, their roars shaking the burning storefronts. One mutant caught a black soldier mid-stride, lifted him off the ground, and slammed him into the pavement with such force it cracked the concrete. You're not the only ones who wore power armor. Elias led 2 Brotherhood paladins in a V formation, pushing through plasma fire and unloading short bursts of armor-piercing rounds. One of the black suits tried to flank left. Too late. Elias drew a combat blade and shoved it up through the chin guard, twisting until the soldier dropped. Overhead, the vertibirds swooped in lower, hovering too confidently, exposing their rotors. Johnny's comm lit up. This is Ren on Overwatch. Eyes on tail rotor taking the shot. Crack. The first vertibird spun, sputtered, and exploded mid-air, raining burning debris across what used to be Millersville's main square. Below, ghoul riflemen took aim at the second bird. Helena, yes, Helena fired a homemade rocket from behind a shattered newsstand. The blast clipped the undercarriage, ruptured a fuel line. Krakoom. Another gone. Johnny gritted his teeth, ducked beneath a burst of plasma, then launched forward, closing the distance between him and another black armored soldier. This one turned to face him, stance wide, confident. Civilian, stand down. This is a containment operation. Boom. Johnny didn't let him finish. The magnum roared, and the helmet crumpled like wet paper. He wiped blood from his cheek. You picked the wrong county to play war in. The city hadn't fallen. Millersville was still bleeding. But Lancaster was fighting back. And the ghosts of the old world. They just learned that the new world wasn't going to roll over and die. Johnny was moving before the smoke cleared from his last shot. The black-suited soldier crumpled behind him, another burned wreck in a war these bastards had no business starting. He tapped into the city-wide combat channel, voice sharp, commanding, cutting through the chaos like a blade. We need to even the playing field. Their numbers are good, but they don't know this ground like we do. Start pushing them west and north. Get them into the feral zones. Elias's voice answered immediately through the comms. We've got a bottleneck forming near the southern rail path. I can move my squad through and collapse the alleyways behind us. That'll funnel them into the South Water ruins right into feral turf. Crag broke in next, his voice a growl even over radio. I'll flank from the riverside. Mutants can draw attention, keep them distracted. If the ferals don't get them, we'll crush what's left. Johnny moved fast, reloading the Magnum as he jogged across the fractured courtyard of Millersville's main square. Civilians were being pulled out through the eastern exits by Lancaster med teams. Burned, limping, screaming but alive. That was enough. For now. He stopped behind a half-destroyed transit terminal and barked orders to a mixed squad of Brotherhood, ghouls, and Lancaster-born militia. You four, with me. Collapse the west barricades, funnel them down the civic corridor. Once they're clear of the campus, do not follow. That entire section is feral territory. Let nature do what it does best. One of the younger fighters, a half-radiated farm kid from just south of Rorastown, looked nervous. Sir, won't the ferals attack us too? Johnny looked him dead in the eye, that faint, unnatural glow pulsing under the bruises and grit on his face. They will. So stay the hell out of their way. The black armored soldiers didn't notice at first. They kept pushing tactical formations, methodical advances, plasma bursts punching holes in walls and bodies alike. But their strategy wasn't evolving. And Lancaster's was. They started to fragment. Fall for the traps. Pursue targets into deeper, darker ruins. And then came the howls. High-pitched. Ragged. Inhuman. Dozens. No hundreds. Out from collapsed stairwells and subway tunnels, from holes beneath burned-out churches and tunnels blocked since the Great War, they came. Ferals. Not slow. Not dumb. These were fast. Desperate. Many in pieces, dragging themselves forward on shattered limbs, but their eyes, those burning yellow sockets, locked on the new scent in their ruins. Clean armor. Steady breath. Tech. The old world. Johnny heard the screams first over comms, one of the black soldiers shrieking as a feral tore through his helmet. Then another. Then three. Vertibirds scrambled to reposition. Too late. The trap snapped shut. Lancaster's forces pulled back, leaving behind rigged demo charges, misdirection flares, and false retreat patterns. And the black suits? They kept fighting. But now they were fighting something they couldn't outmaneuver. Something without fear. Without tactics. Just teeth and fire and the ghosts of the county they thought they could claim. Back on the ridge, watching the flames grow brighter in the distance, Johnny breathed deep, sweat soaking through his shirt, blood drying along his jawline. Helena appeared behind him, panting. You knew they'd go that way. Johnny nodded once. Millersville's old civic corridor leads straight into Feral Hollow. They didn't check the maps. They thought they were the monsters. He holstered his magnum. They're learning real fast. And in the distance, the shrieking grew louder. The sky lit up green one last time as a vertibird veered hard left, smoke pouring from its side engine, spiraling away from Millersville's wreckage and disappearing into the ash-blurred night. Another tried to climb higher but dipped fast, limping westward in full retreat. Then came the quiet. Not silence, but that hollow, post-war hush where fires crackle and bodies still twitch in the dirt. The last black-armored soldier was gurgling on his own breath 50 feet from where Johnny stood. And no one moved to help him. Johnny turned away, boots grinding scorched pavement under heel, watching the birds vanish one by one over the tree line. They're retreating. He didn't smile. Didn't relax. He just looked at the smoldering crater that used to be Millersville, fists clenching. Good. Elias appeared beside him, armor scraped and flecked with plasma scars, helmet tucked under one arm. You think they'll come back? Johnny didn't answer at first. Just looked at the horizon glowing with the breath of a battle still cooling. Then he said it. Millersville can't be salvaged. Pull the survivors back to Lancaster. Get them under watch. Food, water, trauma rotation. Keep the kids away from the fires. He turned to the nearest field commander, voice steady and cold. Tell the tanks to roll slow. We're not leaving anyone behind. Milo staggered up with a cracked shoulder plate, still smirking like he'd just cheated death again. They sure didn't fight like scavers or tech cults. You think this is some pre-war remnant? Vault tech gone feral. Johnny just shook his head. No. This wasn't chaos. This wasn't improvisation. This was infrastructure. Planning. Training. He knelt beside a fallen soldier, black armor smoking, face burned beyond use. But the chest plate still bore the eagle and shield emblem, still gleaming. No name. No rank. Just the symbol. Helena, breathing hard, joined them, crouching beside the body. We've got no intel on this group. None of the archives match the emblem. No broadcast frequencies. No comm chatter that we could crack. It's like they appeared from thin air. Johnny stood again, voice colder than before. They didn't appear. They've been waiting. He looked back toward Lancaster's direction, back toward home, where kids were learning to walk in reclaimed streets, where mutants and ghouls were training side by side, where tech from the old world was finally being used to build, not destroy. And one thing's for certain. His voice dropped, like thunder wrapped in gravel. There's thousands of them. He looked at Elias. We need to find out who the hell these bastards are. Where they're from. What they want. and how to kill them better next time. The convoy started moving. Lancaster didn't leave with victory songs. They left with smoke in their lungs, blood on their armor, and a name that still had no face. Not yet. But soon. It would. Chapter 11, Dark Before the Dawn. Johnny stood in the middle of the command room back at the loom mill, map table lit by dim chem lamps, eyes scanning the fresh recon reports laid out like puzzle pieces dripping blood. The city was quiet now, but it wasn't peace. It was the silence that came before a deeper storm. He slammed his fist onto the edge of the table, making one of the half-burned Millersville maps jump. It's too soon. He looked around. Helena, Elias, Milo, Crag all present. All watching him with a mix of unease and attention. We are not even a full half-century past the day the world went to hell. What? 30 years, give or take. The skies were still glowing red back then. He stepped back, motioning to the diagram of one of the vertibirds. Rensfield sketch. Accurate down to rivets. That kind of gear? Vertibirds. Plasma rifles. Uniform grade power armor? That doesn't just come from a vault cracking open and someone getting lucky with blueprints. We're the superpower in this region. We've got tanks. We've got mutants in armor. We've got the Brotherhood running infrastructure and the best gunsmiths this side of the Mississippi, and even we don't have that kind of tech or numbers. Elias leaned forward, arms crossed, voice low. You think they're a splinter of us? Johnny didn't answer at first. He looked at the flag again. The eagle. The shield. The black background. No, he said finally. The Brotherhood might hold on to tech and doctrine, but they abandoned the flag. He stared at the image on the screen. That damn eagle. These bastards. They're still flying it. You noticed it, didn't you? Pristine. Nowhere. No burn. Like they've been waiting for the moment they could raise it again. Milo nodded slowly. No one uses the old symbols anymore. Even the survivors who remember don't wave stars and stripes. It's dead to M. Ghost of a nation that let the bombs fall. Johnny's jaw tightened. Exactly. Whoever these guys are, they're not just pretending to be soldiers. He leaned forward now, tapping the flag symbol. They feel official. Too structured. Too uniform. Everything from their speech to their engagement strategies, it's not like raiders or militias or even vault-trained security. They're not just some post-war group trying to rebuild. He straightened up, voice quieter now but heavy. They're the government. Helena's eyes widened. But the government's gone. The entire chain of command was obliterated on day one. Even the Brotherhood doesn't claim to be part of the actual US legacy. Johnny nodded. Yeah. Because the Brotherhood left the government. They took the tech, the mission, but abandoned the system. These assholes. They're not the offshoot. They're the seed. Dash. Elias stepped forward, eyes narrowed. You think they're what's left of the pre-war state? Hidden away. Johnny looked up at him. Steady. Not just left. Preserved. Prepared. Trained to rise after the dust settled. He exhaled slow. And now they're crawling out of whatever hellhole they've been hiding in, thinking they still get to be in charge. Cragg muttered, almost to himself. Government never liked losing power. Milo spat onto the floor. Guess they think the bomb was just a long coffee break. Dash. Johnny turned away from the table, coat swinging behind him as he paced once toward the window overlooking Lancaster's western block. We need to know more. Where they came from. How many there are. What they're calling themselves. He looked back at the room, at everyone who'd fought beside him. But make no mistake. They want to rebuild America. And they're willing to burn everything we've built to do it. Johnny stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed like something buried in his memory just clicked, unearthed not from documents or dreams, but from somewhere deeper. Older. He turned slowly toward Helena, voice low and deliberate. Wait a minute. There was a conspiracy back before the bombs. Talk shows, fringe papers, some underground broadcasts. He looked at Elias. At Milo. Anyone old enough to remember the whispers. People used to talk about a shadow group. Government within the government. Pulling strings behind the curtain while the country chased war and oil. He nodded to himself. We all passed it off as paranoia. Vault fever. Anti-Fed nonsense. Then. He looked at Helena, voice sharper now. You still have access to the old Vault Tech terminals, right? The ones we pulled from the comms chamber and the medical wing of 717. Helena nodded, already walking to the command console and firing up the old processor stack. One of them flickered with a blue-green glow, original interface crackling back to life, keys stiff with age. Johnny stood over her shoulder. Type it in. She hesitated. What am I searching for? He didn't blink. Enclave. The word entered the search bar like a trigger. The terminal whined, then paused. No spinning cursor. No crash. Just one response. Restricted access, code lines 8 and 9, unauthorized query logged. Helena blinked. No files. No text. Not even a basic clearance error. Just this. Johnny's eyes darkened. That's not a denial. That's a warning. Something was there. Elias leaned in now. I've seen logs like that before. Not Brotherhood logs, military. High-tier encryption protocols. You only get that kind of block when the system's designed to burn the access route after you knock. Helena stared at the screen, typing a follow-up query, anything trying to sidestep the lockout. Nothing. Keen stepped in with a separate terminal, trying to isolate the request string. It's not that the data isn't here. It's that something went out of its way to hide it. Johnny looked around at them, back straight, eyes locked on that one word. Enclave. It was just a whisper. Just a ghost from before the end. But now it had a face. Now it had armor. Now it had plasma weapons and vertibirds and a goddamn army. And now Lancaster had a name for the nightmare burning its borders. Johnny spoke, voice calm, cold, absolute. Start digging. Old terminals. Dead radio bands. Underground server bunkers. Whatever we've got. Because this enclave, it didn't start now. It started before the world died. And I want to know why the hell it's come back now. The war room was dim when the runners started coming back. Dust-caked, wide-eyed, silent before they even spoke. Johnny stood in the center of the map table, his arms crossed, eyes fixed on the tattered courier bags being unloaded by the mill's dispatch crew. Letters. Recordings. Field notes. None of them good. Helena was the first to break the silence, flipping open a bound leather satchel labeled Philadelphia Trade Route Cycle 3. She read aloud. One of the southern caravans got hit hard outside Allentown. Said they were ambushed by men in black armor, same emblem we saw, eagle and shield. Full tactical sweep, not raiders. They took people. Left no bodies, just burn marks and clean soil where the bodies should have been. She looked up at Johnny. They're not just fighting. They're taking. Milo growled low. We sent 5 caravans. 4 came back. That 5th one? It was headed north, along the old Route 222. Last word was near reading. He tapped a map. Locals say the sky lit up green one night. That was a week ago. We haven't heard shit since. Elias stepped forward, laying out 2 more reports, one from a Brotherhood offshoot operating out of a reclaimed rail yard near DC, another from a scrapper's ring deep in New Jersey. Both said the same thing. Vertibirds. Black armored soldiers. Cold tactics. Heavy firepower. Helena sat slowly. This isn't isolated. We've got contact points in Baltimore, York, Harrisburg, Trenton, New Haven, even whispers coming out of Boston. Wherever they're moving, they're doing it with purpose. Same gear. Same behavior. Same goddamn flag. Johnny stared at the wall, knuckles white around the edge of the table. Then he spoke, quietly. They're everywhere. The entire East Coast's touched them in some way. Trade routes, vaults, scrap towns, survivor camps. We thought Millersville was a first strike. He shook his head. It was just our turn. Cragg stepped in, his voice low, gruff. This ain't a rogue unit. This is a system. A machine. The kind that doesn't stop unless you tear out every cog. Johnny nodded once, sharp. We've fought mutants. Raiders. Tech cults. The darkness in that vault. But this. He looked around at them all. This is a shadow of the world that dropped the bombs. The people who let the sky burn and still had the balls to think they'd walk out and be in charge again. He stepped back from the table, the weight of realization behind every word now. The Enclave isn't rising. They've been waiting. And now they're moving. He looked to Elias. To Helena. To Milo. To Cragg. To Lancaster. So we move too. We find them. We learn everything. And then. His eyes glowed faintly, brighter than they had in weeks. We end them. The war room went still. That kind of stillness that only ever came right before someone suggested something truly suicidal. Johnny's words were still hanging in the air. We end them. And already the table was alive with maps, reports, name drops. Helena scrolling through recovered terminal logs. Elias laying out Eastern defense routes. Milo lighting up a smoke without a single word. The silence broke as Helena tapped a finger on Harrisburg, the old Pennsylvania state capital. If they were federal, maybe we go here. Old Capitol files, records, archives from after the war. Johnny shook his head without hesitation. Pointless. This thing was deep black even before the bombs dropped. Nothing this tightly guarded would have been on any public index. Elias nodded. She's right. I saw Brotherhood files that were redacted to hell back before the schism. The Enclave, whatever it really was, wouldn't have left its name on the front door. Milo exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and leaned forward slowly, eyes cutting sideways toward Johnny. So you thinking what I'm thinking? The room looked between them. Johnny didn't answer at first. Then, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile. Not a smirk. Something colder. No way, Helena said before anyone could breathe. We've talked about this. DC is a death wish. Ruins, radiation zones, collapsed highways, super mutants in the metro systems, automated defense systems still firing on anything with a heartbeat. Milo looked over at her. A death wish for you guys, maybe. He looked back to Johnny. But for the vault ghost. Johnny's eyes gleamed, pupils shrinking under the soft flare of the wall lamps. It's a hell of a long walk. And a longer shot. He looked back at the map, eyes drawn to the dead heart of the old world. Washington, D.C. Beneath the broken bones of the Capitol. Beneath the monuments and dust. Something waited. Not a ruin. A bunker. A throne. Crag scratched his head, muttering, "Even if something's left, it'd be buried under 2,000 tons of reinforced concrete, collapsed history, and radiation thick enough to melt steel." Elias narrowed his gaze. "Unless you're immune to radiation. Immune to fear. Immune to death." Everyone looked at Johnny. He didn't blink. "You want answers?" He tapped DC on the map once. Hard. They started there. Before the bombs. Before the vaults. They made a world. Then watched it burn. If there's any place they kept their real name, it's under that city. Helena swallowed hard. "You go there, and you may not come back." Johnny's voice was barely above a whisper. "I didn't come back from Vault 717 either." He looked up. Eyes glowing again. The same light that had terrified scientists. That had led Lancaster through fire. That still didn't blink in front of gods or monsters. "So we gear up. We plan. Because if we want to rip the Enclave out by the roots." He pointed to DC. "We start at the rotted trunk." Johnny laid the plan down with the weight of someone who'd already walked through hell once, and was now getting ready to do it again. This time, alone. The war room was dead quiet. Not out of protest, but out of respect. Because everyone knew what kind of place Washington, D.C. had become. And no one, not Elias, not Helena, not even Milo, was going to pretend this wasn't madness wrapped in strategy. Johnny stood at the center of the room, the map flared wide beneath a dim chem lamp. He pointed to the Capitol wasteland, tracing the Potomac like it was a river of fire, then tapped the marker that still blinked faintly over Vault 101. "Here. We use this place as our staging ground. It's untouched. Sealed. Never opened from what I've heard. No activity, no lights, no signals. But it's location that matters. It puts us on the edge of what's left of DC without diving into the storm until we're ready." He looked up, locking eyes with each of them. "I want ghouls and mutants only on this run. No exceptions." Milo raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue. Johnny kept going. "The super mutants in that region aren't like Crag's crew. They're unstable. Violent. Driven by something we don't fully understand. But they're predictable. They don't want ghouls. Too irradiated. They think they're rot. Mutants. They get ignored. Too similar. Not worth the effort." He paused. "Humans though? They take humans. Alive. And they change them." Helena winced. Elias stiffened. Johnny continued. "This isn't just recon. I'm going into the belly. I want no attention drawn. No incident. You all stay posted at Vault 101. You dig in, you fortify, You don't leave it unguarded. If I come back in one piece, good. If I'm bleeding out, help me walk. But if 30 days pass, his voice dropped like the sky falling, and you don't hear a damn word from me. He looked at Milo first, then Crag, then Elias. You go home. Tell Lancaster I died for a future, not for a monument. Milo's jaw tightened, but he gave a single nod. Crag grunted, one hand tightening on the haft of his war hammer. Elias exhaled slowly, like trying to breathe through iron. Helena just whispered, "You sure you want to do this alone?" Johnny gave a ghost of a smile. "I'm not sure of anything. But I've walked through FEV forests. Lived in the dark with whispers that tried to own me. Burned Vault-Tec and buried monsters. If there's anyone who's going to make it through that city." He looked to the map. To the ruined capital. To the rotted throne of the old world. It's the ghost of Vault 717. He grabbed his coat. Checked the cylinder of his Magnum. Clipped a pack of stim injectors to his belt. Camp goes up in 4 days. Get your gear. No humans. And remember, if I vanish. He paused in the doorway, casting one last look over his shoulder. Eyes glowing like warfire under a cold moon. Don't follow. Just make what I died for last. Chapter 12, Vanduke. The night had settled thick and quiet, just hours before Johnny's departure. The city slept, uneasily, with its walls lit faintly and sentries doing their final rounds. But behind the mill, under the steel bones of an old Brotherhood garage, something stirred. "Johnny, before you go," Elias said, his voice lower than usual, like he didn't want even the walls to hear him. "We've got something for you." Johnny narrowed his eyes. "If it's a send-off speech, save it. I'm not dead yet." Elias gave a small, tired grin. "You might want to hear this one." He motioned him to follow, and together they crossed the yard, past refitted tanks and broken-down recon drones, toward a heavy steel roll door half swallowed in ivy and oxidized metal. "We were going to run field tests for another few months," Elias said, his voice now tinged with the weight of both pride and caution. "But I suppose DC will be the best test bed of them all." They stopped before the garage door. Johnny folded his arms. "I get it. You all know I don't like power armor." He exhaled, motioning with one hand. "It's too bulky. Too slow. The frame itself takes more upkeep than half the machines in the foundry. And don't get me started on the flexibility. I've fought faster without it." Elias didn't argue. Instead, he stepped to the control panel and keyed in a code. With a deep mechanical whir and the rattle of rusted bolts unlocking, the old garage door began to lift. Smoke hissed out, and lights flickered on inside. What stood in the center was unmistakably power armor, but nothing like he'd seen before. Elias stepped in front of the machine as it stood upright on its perch, a black-on-steel bodysuit, sleeker than T-45 or 51, almost skin-tight over a heavy-duty retrofitted vault suit. There was no external frame, no towering bulk. The plating hugged tight to key impact zones: chest, shoulders, thighs, forearms. Beneath that, a layered mesh of vault weave and internal cabling. It looked more like a weapon than a suit. Like someone had melted the bones of a tank into the body of a ghost. Elias turned back to Johnny, proud. "That's why we designed this." He motioned to the armor, sleek, deadly, humming faintly with life. "We call it the LC-01. Not quite a power armor frame. Not a combat exosuite either. It's something between." He circled the suit, running a hand across the shoulder plate where the faint outline of a 717 had been etched, burned into the armor with a plasma torch. "We retrofitted an old Vault Tech prototype with our own tech. Sensors, scanners, absorbers inside and out. The outer layers pull radiation straight from the wasteland. The inner harness, it feeds off you. No fusion core, no fuel lines. You're the battery." Johnny stepped forward, cautious, studying the armor like it might bite. "That's a big gamble." Elias didn't blink. "So is walking into DC alone." Johnny touched the shoulder plate, fingers resting against the cold metal. The moment he did, it shimmered. Not bright, not glowing. Just a subtle hum, like the wasteland recognized him. A few readout pips blinked green on the forearm console. The armor knew who he was. Elias continued, quieter now. "The FEV in you. The radiation in your blood. It's not just a mutation, it's potential. This suit feeds on ambient decay, pulls power from your biology and the world around you. In heavy rad zones, it charges faster. Near FEV clusters, it gets stronger. But most important, it lets you move like you. No clunky joints. No frame lag. No 200-pound core strapped to your back." He paused. "Just you, enhanced." Johnny exhaled slowly, eyes locked on the LC-01. "You made this for me." Elias shrugged. "We made it for survivors. You're just the first one who earned it." Johnny said nothing. He reached up, took the collar of the armor, and in a few practiced motions slid it on. It sealed to him with a hiss and a lock click at the spine. The chest piece tightened. The arm sensors flickered. The HUD flicked to life inside the visor like it had been waiting for his eyes all along. And for the first time since Vault 717, Johnny felt something fit. Not weigh him down. Fit. He turned to Elias, green-white glow pulsing faint under the lenses. LC-01, Huh. Guess we'll see what it can do. He turned toward the east. Toward the cracked, smoking skyline of what was once the capital of a dead empire. Let's go wake up some ghosts. They left Lancaster just after dawn. No fanfare. No trumpets. Just the sound of boots on wet asphalt and the low hum of the LC-01 armor as it synced with the ambient radiation wafting off the ruins like morning fog. Johnny led the front, wrapped in the suit that pulsed quietly under the fabric of the old vault suit, its metal quiet, like a knife sheathed in lightning. His revolver sat heavy on his hip. And for once, he didn't feel like he was dragging history behind him. He felt like he was carrying the answer to it. The rest followed at distance. Crag and 3 of his mutant scouts. Milo riding high on a salvaged, stripped-down APC rigged with Brotherhood tech and rebuilt suspension. A pair of ghouls from the Border Patrol, quiet, eyes sharp, seasoned and hard from decades walking radiation like dust. No humans. Not this time. Their destination, the capital wasteland. Their route, winding through the broken belt of Pennsylvania's southern ruins, crawling past irradiated ghost towns and half-collapsed military checkpoints. Through Baltimore's skeleton, into the old world's shattered heart. And eventually, to Vault 101, still sealed, untouched, a time capsule buried in a graveyard. Johnny didn't talk much. He kept to the front, eyes scanning the horizon. Every step felt closer to something. Something buried in his brain, like dust on an old recording. Not quite memory. Not quite hallucination. Just a pull. And the farther south they got, the stronger it became. They made camp in a hollowed freeway tunnel the first night, just north of what was once Columbia, Maryland. Feral territory was light here, but not gone. Scouts took turns on watch. Crag handled building a wall of debris and old bus frames to keep the ghouls out. Johnny sat just outside camp, staring into the dark with the armor still active, feeding gently on the radiation in the stone. Helena's voice crackled over the long-range relay. "You good out there?" He didn't reply at first. Then finally, "We're moving smooth. No contact yet. But I can feel it out there. Like the wasteland remembers who I am." By day 4, they crossed into the outer rim of the capital wasteland proper. The terrain changed. Became more fractured. More haunted. Collapsed highways twisted like ribs of ancient titans. Whole blocks swallowed by sinkholes or radiation blooms thick enough to warp vision. Mutant camps on the fringes observing, but not attacking. They knew. Somehow, they knew not to approach. At night, Johnny stood on a cliff above a broken military checkpoint and saw it. The skyline. Once marble and ambition. Now bones and rot. The Capitol dome was a black husk in the distance, split down the middle like a cracked skull. Memorials turned to craters. The river choked with wrecks and God knows what else. and tucked between the hills and the ruins. Vault 101. Still sealed. Still watching. Johnny took a breath. We set up here. He turned to Crag and the others. This is your line. Build a forward post. No lights. No movement. No flares unless it's life or death. You don't follow me in. You don't chase me if I don't come back. He looked back toward the Capitol. His voice dropped. But if I do come back, we'll finally know who the hell lit the match. And with that, Johnny Vanduke, armored in radiation and legacy, walked down the hill into the heart of America's ruins. Alone. And absolutely unafraid. Johnny had seen horrors. Vault 717. The screaming dark. The dying children. The fungus that whispered in memories and rewrote souls. He had lived through nightmares. But nothing, not even the most twisted part of the vault, compared to DC. Not even close. By the time he was deep into the Capitol wasteland, Johnny understood why every scout, traitor, and old veteran who'd whispered about the place had done so with terror in their voice. It wasn't just danger. It was despair turned feral. The bones of the old world had become unavigable. Streets cracked and dropped into sinkholes. Whole intersections swallowed by firestorms or buried beneath irradiated debris. Bridges warped like melted skeletons. Some roads looked passable until a collapsed building or a sunken metro line cut them off after only a mile or two. More than once, Johnny had to double back. More than once, he had to go underground. The DC Metro was hell. No light. No quiet. Just a choking blend of rust, dust, and 1,000 kinds of death waiting in the dark. Super mutants camped in forgotten terminals, roaring and howling at phantoms. Ghouls feral and swarming in some places like rats, silent and twitching in others like broken statues waiting to strike. Giant fire ants the size of motorcycles chittering through broken tunnels, their breath like napalm, their rage endless. The LC-01 held up. Barely. Its radiation absorption kept Johnny alive in zones that would have stripped flesh from bones in seconds. But even it couldn't protect him from exhaustion. Or from the sheer, crushing presence of the city. When he finally surfaced climbing up a half-buried maintenance shaft near the ruins of the National Mall, it had been 3.5 days since he left the forward camp by Vault 101. He thought he'd seen the worst of it. Until he looked across the shattered skyline. Toward what was once the Capitol building. And saw them. Thousands. Super mutants. Not in scattered bands. Not wild or random. Organized. Camps. Patrols. Guard formations. The entire heart of D.C, from the base of the Capitol to the surrounding government blocks, was crawling with them. Johnny dropped back into cover, heartbeat steady, but jaw clenched. God damn. They weren't just occupying. They were nesting. He adjusted his armor, knelt in the shadows of a collapsed Federal Archive building, and stared at the impossible mass of monsters moving through the city like ants around a queen. No way through that. Not yet. He pulled up the LC-01's map interface, rerouting his planned path. Tunnels, again. Gotta thread the needle. Maybe the Federal Metro still links up with the Department of Energy's lower tiers. He paused. Then muttered to himself, under breath. You picked a hell of a place to hide your secrets, Enclave. And without another word, Johnny descended once more into the choking dark, where radiation breathed like fog, and the only light came from the faint, sickly glow in his eyes. Another day. Another crawl through the dead lungs of the old world. Johnny had slept for barely 20 minutes in the past 24 hours. Not because he couldn't, but because there was nowhere left that was safe enough to blink. The Federal Metro lines were older than he expected, untouched by light for nearly 3 decades. Concrete sagged with time and fire. Support beams rusted to rot. Entire sections of the track had been flooded and then frozen into radioactive sludge, now steaming under the artificial heat from above-ground fires. Johnny pushed through it, wading through decades of stillborn American pride. His LC-01 armor hissed and thrummed, feeding gently off the rot in the air. It was the only thing keeping his muscles from locking up. He passed rooms full of old corpses, government staff who had sealed themselves in bunkers when the bombs fell. Some had hung themselves in silence. Others had left notes. The continuity of government ends here. The Republic died with the dome. One handprint on the wall burned in blood still read. Nothing is left to serve. He avoided patrols. Not Enclave. Not human. But mutants, roaming in oddly structured patterns through the tunnels. He saw one carry a half-broken security bot like a toy. Another moved through a collapsed office, dragging a beam of concrete behind it like a club. At hour 27 since reaching the Capitol's edge, Johnny finally found it. A sealed maintenance panel tucked behind a fallen stretch of the Judiciary wing, a long forgotten ventilation route leading beneath the Capitol building itself. He worked fast. Torch. Pry bar. Cable clamp. The passage was barely wide enough for a person, let alone a person in combat gear. Didn't matter. He crawled. Through dust. Through webbing. Past heat. Past cold. Until he hit steel. An old door. Marked not with Vault Tech, but with a symbol that hadn't aged a day. Eagle. Shield. Stars. Black enamel. And underneath it, authorized clearance only, Enclave Contingency Safe House 12A. Johnny stared at the symbol. The glow in his armor shifted, reading the rad pulse from the seal. Still faintly active. Still feeding on energy. He cracked his knuckles. There you are, You sons of bitches. He reached into his toolkit. Set the plasma cutter to silent breach. And began to carve. Because after 4 days of fire, monsters, and bone corridors, Johnny Vanduke was finally at the doorstep of the Enclave. And hell was coming in after him. The steel door gave with a groan, ancient hydraulics hissing out one last death rattle as Johnny slipped inside, magnum raised, senses sharpened. Nothing moved. The air was dead, no circulation, no scent, just the cold bite of preservation sealed for decades. The faint whine of something still alive in the corner of the room caught his attention. A server. Old. Pre-war. CIA labeled. The emblem burned onto the metal housing, a stylized eagle overlaying an eye in a triangle. Still humming. Still drawing power from some forgotten generator buried deep beneath the earth. The room was untouched. Dust covered the floors, save for the lone desk in front of the terminal. A chair pulled back just slightly. Johnny moved slowly, armor whispering across broken tile. The terminal screen flickered with sickly green light, faint lines scanning across it. A cursor blinked. User, Director_Tanner_CIA. Still logged in. Still open. Well, damn, Johnny muttered. Guess ghosts leave their doors unlocked. He tapped a key, cautiously. The interface flared open, cascading with folders, stacked with names and dates and coded projects. He scrolled. Project, Horizon Initiative. Project, Bluejaw. Project, Legacy Prime. Enclave internal structure, verified asset docs. Federal continuity chain, post first strike. He stopped. Scanned. Clicked. For the next hour, Johnny poured through the data. And every suspicion he'd buried, every creeping fear was confirmed. The Enclave wasn't born from the ashes. They were built before the fire. A shadow continuity of the pre-war US government, seated across agencies, corporations, military divisions. CIA Department of Energy. Vault Tech. Even West Tech. They'd planned for the end. Hell, they'd welcomed it. They saw the bombs not as a tragedy but as a baptism. And they had been ready. Shelters. Weapons. Personnel. Entire genetic archives. Gone dark before the first mushroom cloud ever rose. And then, nothing. Johnny leaned back in the chair, jaw tight. All this planning. All this tech. And not a damn note about where they went. He scrolled further, hoping for coordinates, mentions of bunkers, anything. And then, he saw it. A single file. File, Vanduke. Status, eyes only, tier black clearance. Johnny froze. Wait. His breath hitched. I didn't have that name before the war. The cursor blinked once. Then again. and everything stopped. The screen blinked once, twice, then shimmered, the dull green CIA interface burning away like dead skin peeling off a glowing wound. Johnny stepped back instinctively. The monitor went black for a heartbeat. Then the screen lit again, white text on a black void, flickering like it was being pulled in from some long-dead satellite. The heading read: Classified, Tier, Black Clearance Eyes Only, Unauthorized Logging Initiated. Below it, a flood of text. Not technical. Not formal. Paranoid. Desperate. Terrified. For a while, we have always been getting reports about one man showing up at different parts on the East Coast at the same time. But in multiple places. All attempts to capture this man have eluded us. His eyes, they glow. Almost like a predator of the night. Makes sense, considering we only ever see him when it's dark. Johnny's heart began to pound, not fast, not from fear, but with the kind of slow, earth-moving dread a man feels when he sees a reflection before the mirror is even lit. He always seems one step ahead. Always seems to know things he shouldn't. Bullets don't take him down. We've tried every form of chemical we can think of. Nothing can stop this one man. We've heard reports among locals in a very specific part of Pennsylvania known as Lancaster County, that this man calls himself Johnny Vanduke. Johnny stared. His hands slowly lowered to his sides. He whispered, almost involuntarily, "But I didn't." His voice faltered. "I didn't have that name before. Locals say this man, this thing always shows up when disaster is about to strike. Always appears when something's going wrong. And always stops it. Recently, however, we found a body. His body. We don't know what killed him. But when we opened him up, he's different." The file kept spilling out, line by line, like it had waited 30 years to be read. No need for atmosphere. No need for oxygen. No need for food. No need for water. Enhanced strength. Enhanced speed. Night vision so acute it registers like daylight. Superhuman. Johnny's grip on the desk tightened. The LC-01's gauntlet creaked slightly. He muttered under his breath, "They've been watching." And then the technology we found on him. This strange device. We've tried reverse engineering it, but it's impossible. Alien, almost. This tech, it lets you wander timelines. Places. Versions. Whoever these Vanduke are. There are millions of them. The room felt like it tilted sideways. The dust in the air fell upward. Johnny's pulse felt distant, like it belonged to someone else. This is the future of humanity. We need to make our own. We don't know how you get one of these things. We don't know how to make one. But we have more than a few Vault-Tec experiments, including Project Luminary, that we're confident can recreate what happens to these people. If only we knew this person's real name and not the handle. If we had the real name, we could just take the kid before he became this. But that's a far-flung fantasy. We're better off just taking randoms and hoping we get lucky. Johnny stepped back from the screen. Breathing slow. Eyes glowing brighter now. Not from radiation. Not from rage. But from something deeper. Recognition. The truth wasn't that they created him. The truth was they tried. And failed. Because whatever he was, they never figured out how to become it. The terminal flickered once more. A final line of text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Just 2 words. He knows. Johnny didn't move for a long time. He just sat there on the cold, dust-caked concrete floor of that abandoned enclave bunker. His back against the wall, his head bowed, arms resting on his knees. The glow of the terminal still painted the room a dim, flickering green, but he wasn't looking at it anymore. He was staring at nothing, and everything, all at once. So you're telling me that? He exhaled sharply, like the breath had been held for years. No. They did get lucky. They accidentally took the right one. His voice echoed off the stone and steel like a confession to a god that never showed up. All the flashes in the dark. All the images in his dreams. All the voices in the vault whispering memories of things he never lived. It wasn't the spores. It wasn't the FEV. It wasn't the hive. It was something else, something already inside him. Something deeper. Older. Buried and waiting. He shook his head slowly, like the pieces were snapping into place in real time. Those visions the hive showed me. They weren't visions. That wasn't them. That wasn't their hallucination. That was me. Other me's. Those powers, the reflexes, the healing, the night sight. His voice dropped, soft and bitter. It was already there. All of it. I didn't survive Project Luminary. I overpowered it. He leaned back against the wall, eyes closing for a second. That's why I stayed human. That's why the other kids didn't make it. They weren't turning into versions of me, they were being ripped apart by a process meant for something they could never survive. They were trying to become me. I was just waking up. His eyes opened again, glowing bright as fresh fire, staring at the ceiling like it might answer him. And if this file is right, if these other versions of me are real, then I'm not crazy. I'm connected. A knowledge pool, from across timelines. That's how I know what I know. That's how I've always known things I shouldn't. Instincts aren't instincts. They're memories. He stood up slowly, the LC-01 armor flexing with the hiss of energy drawn straight from the walls, the decay, from him. His hands clenched into fists. His heart had stopped racing. Because now, Now he understood. That means I can find them. The Enclave thinks they vanished. But if I share information with other versions of myself, then somewhere, one of them's found the core. The heart. The true bunker. He stared at the terminal one more time, then reached up and disabled it with a flick of the switch, cutting off its last whisper. You thought you could recreate me. You couldn't even contain me. He turned toward the exit tunnel. Eyes like white fire. Voice cold, hard, and finally whole. You tried to build the future. But I am the goddamn echo of every future you failed to stop. And I'm coming. The tunnel was silent, broken only by the distant rumble of wind scraping against concrete and the slow thrum of the LC-01's energy draw. Johnny stood in the dark, the light from the terminal behind him now dead. His breathing was steady. His pulse slow. But his mind was on fire. That device. His voice echoed softly, like it didn't want to disturb the ghosts too loudly. The one they found on my body. The one they said couldn't be reverse engineered. The one that lets you move through timelines, realities, versions. He glanced at his own wrist. Bare. Nothing there. No tech. No mechanism. Just his own skin under armored fabric. He turned slowly, scanning the chamber, searching not for movement, but for resonance. Something felt different. He felt it in his bones. It must still be here. It has to be. They never figured it out. So they never destroyed it. They were afraid of it. Afraid of what it meant. And then he heard it. A voice. Not a whisper. Not the hive. Not the vault. Him. A version of him. His own voice, drifting through the silence like a memory, bled into the walls. Call sign. Johnny froze. Eyes glowing now, pulling in the fragments of radiation like focus lenses. He wasn't hallucinating. He'd heard himself. Some version of him, somewhere, had left a trail. A signal. That's it. The device doesn't run on coordinates. It runs on identity. A call sign. He stepped deeper into the bunker. Beneath the floor, behind the walls, old shielding hummed faintly now, not electronic but dimensional, reacting to him. The LC-01 shimmered as if it were syncing with something that wasn't quite there. He moved past rusted crates, old lockers, broken biometric gates long since drained of power. And then, behind a half-burned desk, locked in a magnetic crate cracked at the hinge. He found it. A thin, metal band. Old world tech design but curved, elegant, alien. It didn't glow. It pulsed. It breathed. He picked it up. And the moment his fingers touched the surface, it snapped into place around his wrist with a sound like wind warping time. He gasped but didn't drop it. Because the second it latched on, A screen opened, projected in the air, blue-white lines of cascading data flowing in alien code. Then, one word in perfect clarity. Enter call sign. Johnny stared at it. He didn't know how. He didn't know why. But the answer was already there. In his blood. In the spores. In the radiation. In the echoes of other selves whispering through his skull like ancient drums. He opened his mouth. And without hesitation, he spoke. Vanduke. The world around him shifted. Not like a door opening. More like the page turned, and he was still standing there. But now everything else was different. The walls shimmered. The device on his wrist activated fully, symbols and maps flickering across space-time. And now, he wasn't just a man walking through the wasteland anymore. He had coordinates, timelines, threads of fate. And the thing he'd been chasing his whole life? He wasn't chasing it anymore. He was riding it. The call sign. It's not just a name. It's a key. He looked out at the tunnel. At the ruins. At the billions of ruined possibilities stretching across time like bones in the sand. Let's open some doors. Activate, call sign / Vanduke. Access granted. System link established. Next sequence initializing. The device around his wrist pulsed once, sharply like a second heartbeat clicking into sync with a frequency not of this world. Johnny didn't flinch. Didn't question. He just raised his arm slightly, letting the display bloom outward in a thin arc of light and particles, crackling in the air like static made visible. The projection adjusted to his body, locking onto biometric signature, Vanduke. A list of strings cascaded through the interface. Coordinates. Dates. Snapshots. Places he'd never been, but somehow still recognized. Then, one line stabilized. Forward camp, Vault 101 region, code lock, primed. He didn't need to input anything. The device already knew. He exhaled slowly, more out of instinct than necessity. All right, let's start small. Take me home. He tapped the string. There was no flash of light. No thunderclap. No dramatic swirl of energy. It was like blinking. One breath in one reality. And exhaling in another. The air changed. The scent of cracked pavement and scorched earth was replaced by the sulfur and rust of a burned-out ranger station tucked into the hills just north of Vault 101. The forward camp. He stood in the same exact posture, body unmoved, expression unreadable, but the entire world around him had changed. Wind brushed through the broken scaffolding. A distant mutant roared. Crag was mid-sentence by the supply cart, turning to yell at a ghoul over a bad weld job. Until his head snapped toward Johnny like a war drum had struck. Eyes wide. Boss. Wah, what the hell, how did you? Johnny stepped forward once, the armor gleaming faintly with reabsorbed flux energy from the jump. The device around his wrist hissed, its light fading down into standby. He gave a nod. Had to take the long way in. Milo dropped his rifle where he stood. You were gone less than a minute, Johnny. Johnny looked down at his hands, flexed them once, and then toward the horizon beyond the ridge. Not for me. It's just getting started. And then, without a word, he sat down beside the old fire pit, armor steaming off the shift, eyes glowing faint in the half-light. Home for now. But the next world was already whispering his name. Chapter 13 Fear the Reaper. The fire crackled low, embers flaring like old memories refusing to die. The camp was still. Everyone had stopped what they were doing. Ghouls, mutants, scouts, and guards alike gathered in a loose circle around Johnny as he sat, one hand resting on his knee, the other flicking idle sparks from the LC-01's reactor valve. The glow from his eyes dimmed just enough to let the shadows breathe around him. And then, he spoke. The bunker was real. Not just a vault or hideout. A place the Enclave built before the bombs even fell. He glanced up at Milo, Elias, Crag, all listening now without a word. They'd been watching me. Or, watching something like me. For years. They had files, logs, surveillance footage going back before the war, dozens of reports from across the East Coast. All the same story. He leaned forward, voice level but heavy. A man always appears before disaster, always survives, always wins. They said. His eyes glowed. They looked shaken. But how could that be possible? Johnny didn't flinch. Because it wasn't just one man. He raised his wrist, letting the device project a shimmer of data into the air, just enough to show it wasn't from this world. Or maybe it was. Just not this version of it. There are others. Versions of me. From other timelines. Other realities. I don't know how many. I don't know what they've done. But I know this. He paused. We're connected. Somehow. I've felt it ever since the vault. Since the Hive tried to rewrite me and failed. Crag crossed his arms, frowning. You're saying the experiment didn't make you like this? Johnny shook his head. No. That's what they didn't know. That's why the others, those kids, they died. The experiment was trying to recreate something that already existed. It didn't give me these abilities. It just woke them up. He looked back at Elias now. They found a body. One of me. Dead. From where? I don't know. Could have been another timeline, another war. They tried to reverse engineer the device he carried. This. He raised his wrist. They couldn't. They couldn't understand it. Couldn't recreate it. So they went with Vault-Tec. Project Luminary. Random kids. Random chances. Trying to get lucky. Milo squinted. So what? You're some kind of, what? Multiversal wanderer. Johnny chuckled once. No humor in it? No. I'm the mistake that worked. He stood now, slow and steady, the fire casting light across his armor, his face, the device glowing faint. And now I know what I am. I know how I survived. Why I see what I see. Why nothing makes sense until I'm standing in the middle of it. He turned toward the capital's direction, far beyond the ridge. And I know how to find them. Elias stepped closer. The Enclave. Johnny nodded once. They scattered. Went dark. Whatever branch was in that bunker was long gone, but they left enough behind. Enough for me to follow. He looked to the fire, and then to every face around him. I have something they'll never understand. I don't fight for the past. I don't worship the old world. I don't want to rebuild what broke. I fight for Lancaster. For now. For what comes next. He held up the device. And with this, the playing field's leveled. They think they built monsters to survive the apocalypse. But I am the ghost of everyone they couldn't control. The fire popped. The wind blew soft. And the camp silent, grounded, real knew what it meant to follow a man who remembered futures that hadn't happened yet. Not a soldier. Not a savior. But something else entirely. Johnny Vanduke. Call sign, Ghost. Status, active. Johnny stood over the map table, an old scrap of rusted steel welded into a flat surface, covered in parchment, recon sketches, and blood-stained grid overlays. The device on his wrist pulsed steadily now, like it was breathing in rhythm with his thoughts. Around him, Milo, Crag, Elias, the ghouls and mutants of the forward camp. Survivors. Soldiers. Family, whether they knew it or not. He pointed to the device, speaking slow and sure. This thing, the call sign, it doesn't operate off coordinates like a teleport beacon. It runs on memory. On history. The more we know about something, its origin, its weight in the world, the more real it becomes to the system. It's not about where something is. It's about what it means. He tapped the side of the holographic display as it rippled again. If the Enclave is real, if they're still operating, this device already knows where they are. He took a breath. And it showed me. He turned toward the east, toward the wind that still carried salt even this far inland. They're not on land. They've been hiding offshore a handful of miles into the Atlantic. Milo blinked. Offshore? Like a boat? A sub? Johnny shook his head. No. Bigger. Older. Back before the bombs, when the government still thought they'd find oil in the Atlantic, they built a massive oil rig. When the fuel dried up, they repurposed it into something else. He paused, letting the weight of it settle in. A survival outpost. Their most advanced pre-war fallback base. Fully independent systems. Black site clearance. Designed to operate off-grid for decades. Elias stepped forward, brow furrowed. We've been searching land routes, vaults, bunkers. But if they're out there... Johnny nodded. That's why we couldn't find them. No matter how hard we looked. They weren't on the map. Crag grunted, dragging a clawed finger across the rusted edge of the table. And you can get there. Johnny glanced at the device. I can. The call sign can transport me there. The memory's strong enough. The history's loud enough. He looked around the room, slower now. But it can't take all of us. Not at once. Not with your signatures. It's tied to me. My echoes. Which means we need another way. He turned back to the table and slammed his palm down, flat against an old nautical map someone had scavenged weeks ago. We need a pre-war Navy vessel. Something hardened. Something big. Something we can retrofit. Milo stepped up beside him, arms crossed. There's a half-sunk destroyer near the Jersey coast. Brotherhood tried to get it running 2 decades ago, but the tech was too old and the crew didn't last long enough to finish the job. Crag's eyes lit. You think we can fix it? Johnny looked at the device again. Then at the group. We have to. He stood tall, the glow from his eyes casting faint light across the iron map surface. We go home. We rebuild. We put out feelers. Salvagers. Old world whisperers. Brotherhood remnants. I want every radar dish and radio scanner across the east ringing. We find that ship. We get it running. And then we set sail. He pointed eastward. Because the Enclave thinks they're safe behind salt water and steel. He clenched a fist. But I'm coming. And I don't give a damn if it's land, sea, or goddamn orbit. I'm dragging them into the light. The camp didn't cheer. Didn't shout. They just nodded. Because when Johnny Vanduke said he was going to war, he meant it. Johnny stood at the edge of the bluff, the rising sun bleeding red and gold over the cracked horizon, casting long shadows behind the ruins of the forward camp. The LC-01 shimmered with soft heat, the call sign device dim now, like a fire waiting for fuel. His breath was low. Calm. Focused. Below him, the others were packing up. Milo secured the last of the weapons crates. Crag oversaw the dismantling of the generator array. The ghouls were loading rations into the APC with that quiet, ritual precision that only survivors ever really learn. He turned to them, the core crew who had followed him into the jaws of DC, and stood by his side as the ghosts of the old world tried to rewrite history yet again. He raised his wrists slightly, letting the faint blue hue of the call sign flicker for a second, just enough to remind them. And then his voice cut through the dawn. What we saw, what we found. He paused, making sure every eye was on him. We bring that back to Lancaster. We tell them everything. The Enclave. The bunker. The rig. We warn them. We prepare them. He turned to Milo, then Elias. But this. He lifted his wrist, and the call sign flared just slightly, an echo pulsing out like a memory ripple through broken time. This stays between us. His tone was sharp. Final. No scientists. No Brotherhood scribes. No scavvers hoping for a payday. If word gets out that I have access to this, we won't be fighting just the Enclave. We'll be fighting everyone. Crag grunted in agreement. Too much power in one place draws all the wrong types. Milo just nodded once. No one needs to know what's on your wrist. Not yet. Johnny took one last look at the skyline behind them. The shattered dome of the Capitol in the far distance. The streets of DC now behind them. But the war ahead. He turned toward the waiting caravan. Let's head home. Lancaster needs to know what's coming. And we need to be ready when we go knock on hell's door. They moved out. The caravan rolled. And the wind carried whispers of a name that meant war, ghosts, and the last hope for a broken world. Vanduke. Still walking. Still watching. And now. He knew where to aim. They crested the hill just as the sun was setting behind Lancaster's battered skyline. Johnny slowed first. His boots sank into the soft ash that coated the old highway stretch, and for a moment, no one spoke. Not Milo. Not Crag. Not even the wind. Below them, Lancaster still stood. Scarred. Bruised. But unbroken. Smoke drifted from the west end where some of the industrial quarters had clearly been hit. Rooftops caved in, comm towers collapsed, blast craters in the old refinery yards. But the loom mill was still there. The water lines were intact. The forges still glowed. And the main walls, still up. But what truly caught their breath, what shocked them silent, were the bodies. Enclave. Dozens. Their black armor scorched, shattered, left crumpled across the city outskirts and main roads like someone had swatted down a fleet of metal locusts. Some were still half inside downed vertibirds, their engines twisted like scrap. Others were lined up at the wallhead slumped, blood-dried black under broken visors. And among them, Lancaster survivors. Citizens. Mutants. Ghouls. Gathering wreckage. salvaging gear and vehicles, dragging power packs and weapons from the wrecks with the practiced grit of a community used to building from fire. They reached the gates by nightfall. And when the guards recognized them, when the gate opened, they were met with silence at first. Then, a rush. People poured from alleys, homes, checkpoints. Mechanics, nurses, quartermasters, field scouts, teens with rebar spears, mutants in field armor. All of them gathering around the returnees like something sacred had walked home. They swarmed Johnny, Crag, and Milo, pressing in but not overwhelming. Just being there. Needing to see them. To believe. And from the rear of the crowd, a voice called out. We held. Brother Elias, armor stained with oil and plasma scoring, emerged from the militia command line with a tired grin and a bandage on his left arm. Barely, but we held. Johnny stepped forward, eyes scanning the street. He didn't see a victory parade. He saw survival. And he nodded once. They tracked us. That's the only explanation. The Enclave knew the three of us were gone. Figured they could hit the city hard while the core leadership was scattered. Milo grunted. Cowards. They thought we'd folded. Crag cracked his knuckles. They forgot what happens when a wall doesn't fall the first time. Elias nodded grimly. They hit us 2 nights ago. Fast, hard. Dropships came in over the river. Power armor squads hit the outer markets. A few tanks breached the southern gate. But we were ready. He looked to the crowd now forming behind him, every age, every kind. We never stopped working. Never let up on drills. Ghouls and humans were tag-teaming barricade patrols. Mutants ran recovery ops like clockwork. And when they came through the wall, he pointed toward the towering wreck of an Enclave walker still smoldering in the eastern corridor. We made sure they didn't walk back out. Johnny looked around again. At the smoke. At the bodies. At the still standing heart of the only free city that mattered. And then, get the wounded sorted. Tally the losses, but focus on who's still breathing. I'll debrief you all soon. He turned to Elias, voice low but charged. The Enclave made a mistake. They showed their hand. And now, he glanced to the call sign on his wrist, still dark. Now we take the fight to them. The crowd had gathered again by nightfall, this time under purpose, not panic. Word had already spread through the city's veins like wildfire. Johnny Vanduke was back, and he came bearing not just news, but a warpath. In the loom mill courtyard, now scorched and blackened from the Enclave's failed assault, Johnny stood before Lancaster's leaders, commanders, survivors, and anyone strong enough to lift a weapon or carry a message. The call sign device was hidden beneath the armor now. That part of the plan? Locked down. Private. But the mission? Everyone would know. He stepped up onto the broken concrete pillar that had once been a sculpture base, his voice booming over the courtyard. The Enclave thought we were weak. They thought that if they waited until we were scattered, until our walls were thin and our leaders were away, they could break us. He turned slowly, eyes glowing faintly now in the low light. But what did they really do? They gave us a reason. They gave us clarity. And now they've signed their own damn death warrant. He motioned toward the map carved into the wall behind him, an old pre-war mural they'd retrofitted into a command reference. And then he pointed at the surrounding settlements. Lancaster is strong. But we're not alone. We can't be alone. If the Enclave was brave or arrogant enough to hit the superpower of the state, then they won't hesitate to pick off the rest. One by one. Piece by piece. He raised a fist. That ends tonight. He turned to the militia leaders, Brotherhood officers, and local mutant tacticians gathered near the fire pit. I want squads out by morning. He began to list them. Columbia, Leeds, Holdwood, Paradise, Reading, Leola, E-Town, Mountjoy, Ephrata. Go to them. But don't stop there. Tell them to bring their own alliances, their own outposts. Any camps, bunkers, villages, or ruins flying a neutral flag or just trying to survive, bring them in. If they've got steel, food, clean water, guns, good. If they've only got hands and fire in their gut, that's good too. Cragg called out from the flank, voice low and sharp. You're not just building a force. You're building a nation. Johnny nodded. Not like the old world. This isn't flags and politics. This is survival. This is reforging. He looked across the crowd again. The Enclave will learn fear. Because for the first time since the world burned, the wasteland is uniting. And we're the hammer that's going to shape it. The silence that followed wasn't hesitation. It was gravity. The kind that hits right before the blood moves, the kind you feel in your chest when you realize history just pivoted. Then, a cheer. Loud. Real. Mutants, humans, ghouls, Brotherhood, farmers, scrappers, all shouting the same word. Lancaster. 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 Johnny stepped down from the pillar and looked to Elias, Milo, Cragg. We send them running once. Next time, they won't get to run at all. The campaign had begun. The wasteland was waking up. And the Enclave? They were about to learn what happened when you tried to bury the future. Only to dig up Johnny Vanduke instead. The following days felt like the wasteland itself began to stir. Not with violence. Not with war. With motion. With arrival. With the long overdue return of unity under skies that had known nothing but fallout and fire. From the western roads, Down old Route 30 and the Lancaster Pike came Leeds, Ephrata, Mountjoy, and Elizabethtown, arriving in convoys of reclaimed pre-war transports, armored wagons, and some even on foot. Their people brought trade goods, militias, skilled laborers, and more than a few homemade weapons that looked ugly but would absolutely work. Some bore banners faded, personal, made from tarp and thread, symbols of settlements that had survived on grit alone. From the north, reading rolled in like a thundercloud, hundreds strong, marching under the symbol of a shattered book surrounded by flames. Their leaders had once been scholars. Now they were warlords of knowledge, tacticians, logisticians, hoarders of maps and blueprints. They brought libraries converted into command bunkers, chemists, and power armor salvaged from forgotten patrols. From the east, Paradise, Leola, and parts unknown filtered through the rail routes and old Amish backroads, some still on hoof-drawn carts retrofitted with steel plates and mounted guns. The people from that stretch had learned how to build when there was nothing left to build from. They brought machinists, grain stockpiles, and a stubborn refusal to die quietly. But then came the towns no one expected. From further east, Honeybrook caravanners and forge walkers who had developed steam-powered rail sleds to cross irradiated valleys. Intercorset's people quiet, stoic, and dangerously good with long-range plasma rigs salvaged from a forgotten vault. Gap who arrived not in one group, but in four, spread out across the hills, covering each other like a tactical net. They had learned to scout, survive, and ghost through the countryside undetected. From the far south, Peach Bottom, hard as bedrock, survivors who dug their homes into the cliffs and taught their kids how to shoot at age 5. Safe House 52, a mutant-run collective buried beneath the ruins of an old truck stop that had once been a government checkpoint. They brought radiation-refined steel, claws, and raw loyalty to Johnny's cause. And from deep, burned corridors of the Susquehanna Valley, came the strangest group of all. The 12 of Bainbridge, silent ghouls wearing pre-war clergy robes, marked with strange old-world symbology, who claimed to have once guarded something beneath the river. They brought secrets, fragments of Enclave tech, and warnings. Each group arrived in waves day by day. The gates of Lancaster opened again and again. The field outside the city became a shifting army of tents, machine shops, medical units, training yards, and signal towers. Lancaster wasn't a city anymore. It was a nation being born under firelight. And at the center of it all stood Johnny Vanduke. Watching, recording, linking memories from every new handshake, every new leader, every whispered story of the Enclave creeping in from the shadows. And when they asked, "Why are we here? What comes next?" he didn't give a speech. He just looked toward the Atlantic, where salt hung in the air like the breath of a waiting god. And he said, "We march, we build, and then we burn their home to the waterline." The storm clouds over Lancaster had passed, but the fire never left the sky. Johnny stood with Elias alone, atop the battlement overlooking the eastern trench line. Below them, the wasteland stirred with the sound of rebuilding. Tents, screws, armor plates re-welded under a flickering moon. It was a city preparing for war. But what Johnny carried now wasn't just war, it was weight. The kind that made your spine ache even when standing tall. And Elias, stoic, sharp, and unshakably grounded, was the only one who needed to hear it. Elias. Johnny's voice was steady, but his eyes were far away. Locked not on the city, not on the people below, but on the faint glint of ocean light in the distant sky. I trust you. You kept the city breathing. You held the line when I was gone. So there's something you need to know. Elias said nothing. He didn't need to. He just turned his full attention, silent, ready to shoulder whatever it was. Johnny unclipped the wrist panel of the LC-01, revealing the call sign device, dim now, humming in low sleep state, like a lion dozing with one eye open. That enclave bunker wasn't just a black site. It was a grave. They had files classified, buried, scrubbed from every major archive system. Files from before the war. Hell, from before I was even born. They had one, labeled Vanduke. Elias narrowed his gaze, saying nothing, but his posture stiffened. Johnny went on. The file was old. Decades old. They had sightings of one man popping up all over the East Coast at the same time. Reports. Night raids. Pre-incident intel leaks. He never changed. Eyes glowing. Survived bullets, chemicals, fire. He was always there when things went wrong. Always there to end it. They couldn't catch him. Couldn't kill him. Until one day, something did. They found his body. They opened him up. And what they found didn't make sense. No oxygen intake. No food requirement. Healing like nothing they'd seen. Strength, vision, senses. Everything enhanced. Elias crossed his arms slowly. So your biology. Johnny nodded once. Your doctors were right. Project Luminary wasn't what made me. It woke me. I was already built for this, Elias. I already had it. The hive couldn't take me. The FEV couldn't reprogram me. And this. He lifted the device. This is the reason. This is the link. To others. Other versions. A call sign network. A lattice of me's across timelines, across reality. And now I can hear them. He stepped in closer, voice low now. Focused. Private. This device is hard locked to my DNA. You could strap it to 1,000 other wrists and it'll never open. It's damn near immortality. Power. Leverage. A living key to knowledge, time, memory, war. And only I can wield it. Elias looked him over slowly. No judgment. No awe. Just understanding. Johnny continued. We're small in this sea. These other Vandukes, they're out there. Somewhere. Maybe watching. Maybe waiting. Maybe fighting like we are. But our battle, this legacy, it's ours. It's Lancaster's. It's history now. He extended his arm. I need your men to fuse this device into the suit integrated into the LC-01 directly. No weak points. No risk of it being taken. Tell your best techs. No shortcuts. I want it part of me. And tell your doctors. I want another full round of tests. If this thing is evolving me, we need to know how fast. Then, the steel in Johnny's voice returned. A command. Not a request. But Elias, this does not leave us. Not beyond you, me, and Crag. Not even Milo. Not the other commanders. Not the outer circle. This much truth. It would break the wrong minds. It would collapse the will of the less educated. Turn panic into cults. Loyalty into fear. We don't need that. Elias nodded. It stays between us. He extended his hand. Johnny gripped it, firm. Then let's get to work. Because if we're going to war, it's time I start acting like a weapon. It took 3 full days, and every hour of it was fire-forged work under tight silence, locked within the underbelly of the Brotherhood's fortified lab, once a rail depot, now a sanctuary of engineering brilliance and sealed truths. The LC-01 armor was broken down to its bare spine. Stripped of its outer plates, its radiation siphons laid open like veins. Johnny stood in a reinforced stasis frame as Brotherhood technicians worked around him, weaving the call sign device into the suit's deepest layers. Not just attached, integrated, fed into the armor's biofeedback system and woven directly to Johnny's skin through micro-threaded neural nodes. No ports. No access points. No override. The device was now part of him. All information relayed back to Elias and only Elias. The technicians were hand-selected, sworn under code, and watched every second by Crag, whose presence alone was enough to keep the truth buried deep. This isn't armor anymore, one of them whispered as the final clamp locked shut. It's a conduit. Meanwhile, in the lower chamber, the second round of medical diagnostics began. Johnny sat bare-chested under dim light, electrodes laced across his skin, a spider's web of pre-war tech calibrated by minds born long after the bombs fell. The lead doctor was the same one who'd questioned his DNA weeks earlier, now staring at the readouts like she was watching scripture rewrite itself in real time. She leaned in toward Elias and whispered, not knowing Johnny's enhanced hearing caught every word. Baseline still scans human, but not fully. Something's shifted. Metabolic readings are impossibly stable. He's regenerating even faster than before, but it's subtle now. Controlled. It's like the device fused with his immune system, perfected it. And we scanned dormant portions of his brain activity again. It's lighting up in patterns we don't understand, patterns that mirror data strings from the call sign interface. He's not just thinking. He's receiving. Johnny sat silently, unmoving, staring straight ahead. Not angry. Not afraid. Just aware. His mind was still his own. But now, it wasn't alone. By the time the armor was reassembled, LC-01 had evolved. It moved with his breath, reacted to his focus, glowed with a soft pulse of energy even when idle, like the call sign was quietly listening for a reason to open a door, any door, across any history. The old armor had been forged to survive the wasteland. This new form, it was built to challenge the world that came before it. Elias approached him as he stepped from the surgical bay. The tests are done. And the suit's yours. Johnny gave a single nod. Good. He looked down at his hands, flexed his fingers inside the new synth-laced gloves. Then we're past the point of no return. He glanced toward the Eastern Command Station, where the scouts were loading new fuel cells and maps were being redrawn. Prep the city. Call the new alliance to the gates. And ready the fleet. He looked eastward, toward the sea. It's time we drag the Enclave out of hiding. The march to the coast wasn't quiet, and it wasn't quick. But it was unlike anything the wasteland had seen in decades. From Lancaster came armored convoys. Converted rail carts pulled by hydrogen-warped Brahmin. Mutants in exoplated freight haulers, ghouls driving stripped-down vertebrate chassis welded onto pre-war truck beds. And in front of them all, mounted on a pre-war military motorbike modified for radiation drift and terrain breach, Johnny Vanduke, his LC-01 armor synced perfectly to his body, the call sign interface flickering faintly with course correction data that didn't belong in any timeline. They traveled east for 3 days. Following what remained of the Delaware River corridor, crossing rusted-out bridges, passing silent ruins, pushing through zones where nature had clawed its way back through concrete and glass. Locals in scattered safe houses whispered as the army passed. Some joined. Others wept. Not out of fear. Out of hope they hadn't dared to feel again. On the morning of the 4th day, they reached the Jersey coast, a stretch of broken shore near what was once the outskirts of Atlantic City. The wrecked warship sat half embedded in sand and rubble, tilted starboard, its hull cracked but mostly intact, the remains of a Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser, lost during the early days of the Great War. Its cannons were rusted. The radar dish drooped like a bent spine. But the core superstructure was still whole. Steel, armor, foundation, all of it usable, all of it waiting. They named the site Camp Tempest. A massive crescent-shaped work zone formed around the hull. Salvage tents were set up. Brotherhood scribes established a mobile lab dome near the stern. Ghouls organized metal recovery teams to tear into the fractured hull with thermite lances. Mutants worked as heavy lifters, rerouting power cores and laying down plating across the ship's fractured walkways. Every group readings tacticians, afraid as engineers, Safe House 52's radiation harvesters, Gap scouts found their place. Lancaster was no longer just a city. It was a movement now. Johnny walked the sand-dusted deck of the cruiser late that night, Elias at his side. Below, the lights of Camp Tempest burned steady. We give it time. Get her floating, get her armed, get her sealed. Johnny glanced toward the eastern horizon. Nothing but Black Sea. Then we sail. Elias gave a soft breath. And what if they see us coming? Johnny's eyes glowed in the dark. That's the point. Let the Enclave know the wasteland's coming. Let them see me at the head of it. Let them understand there's no ocean wide enough to hide from what they created. Camp Tempest worked through the night. Steel on steel. Voices shouting over wind. Torches flaring like signal fires to gods long dead. And far off in the deep black of the Atlantic, the Enclave's home watched, unaware that the storm had already begun. Chapter 14 Smoke on the Water. It happened on the sixth night. The waves were quiet. Camp Tempest was humming under floodlights and flame torches, the work never stopping, not even under moonlight. The warship's hull now had full power across its lower decks. The central tower had been reinforced. Engines gutted and retrofitted. The shape of a machine of vengeance was beginning to take form. Then, spotlights flared on the ridge to the west. The camp sirens started to spin up. Turrets clicked online. Mutants readied their heavy gear. Ghouls vanished into the sand. Crag stood, hammer ready, on the upper bulkhead. Johnny. He already knew. He stood atop the forward deck of the cruiser, watching through glowing eyes as a dark line of armored figures approached in formation. Hundreds. Not Enclave. The armor was different, sleek, matte black with deep crimson trim. Their banners, old but restored, bore the original West Coast Brotherhood seal: no fractures, no splinters, no outcasts. The real deal. Elias came running up the deck, panting. That's not a raiding party. Johnny nodded. No. That's the rest of the Brotherhood. The convoy stopped at the camp's edge. The frontmost paladin stepped forward, helmet off, hair gray and wild with sea air, a scar running from jaw to temple. His voice carried like steel across the sand. We followed the echoes of your war east. Our last trail ended with the Appalachian chapter. We found the ashes. He looked up at Johnny. And then we found the rumors. A city that stood when it should have fallen. A man who didn't die when the bombs dropped. a warship rising from the grave. He looked at the camp, mutants and humans and ghouls all working together. This isn't a militia. This is a cause. Johnny stepped down from the deck, Elias and Crag at his flanks. The soldiers parted for him. He stopped in front of the paladin. The two locked eyes. There was no posturing. No flex. Just mutual understanding. Johnny spoke. This plan. We're building a fleet. We found the Enclave. They built their sanctuary on a pre-war oil rig, miles out in the Atlantic. They struck us once. They'll strike again. But next time. He gestured to the ship behind him. We take the war to them. The paladin raised an eyebrow. You intend to breach a blacksite fortress on open sea with a single cruiser and a volunteer army. Johnny stepped forward. We don't intend. We will. And with your help, we'll do it faster. The old paladin smirked just slightly. We have tech. We have power cores. We have half a battalion of scribes itching to get back in a fight worth bleeding for. He turned to his convoy. Brotherhood of Steel Camp Tempest is now under your shield. The soldiers saluted in unison. Ad Victoriam. Johnny turned to Elias, then Milo, then back to the rest of the camp who were now pouring out into the open to watch the newcomers. We just cut our timeline in half. Double the hands. Twice the fury. He looked to the horizon. Let the Enclave hear it on the wind. We're coming. Johnny stood at the edge of the forward deck that night, the warship humming with new life behind him, generators pulsing, welders screaming sparks into steel, Brotherhood engineers tearing into power nodes with the precision of surgeons and the fury of survivors. The stars over the Atlantic were quiet. And standing beside him, sipping from a dented tin can of synth coffee, was Paladin Marcus Dow, the grizzled lead of the West Coast Brotherhood convoy. Hair like a rusted bristle brush, eyes that had seen both glory and failure from the same chain of command. Johnny asked the question straight. So, what's the West Coast like these days? Dow didn't speak at first. He stared out at the ocean. The pause stretched long. Then he exhaled. Short version. It's a war zone in slow motion. The NCR New California Republic, they spread too fast, too thin. Tried to bring back democracy, taxes, bureaucracy, order. Took Vegas, built roads, posted laws. Built cities on top of bones and wondered why they screamed. He sipped again. Caesar's legion came up from the east like wildfire and bad religion. Slaves, crucifixions, conquest. Whole towns disappeared overnight. Fought tooth and nail. Left more ash than memory. And the Brotherhood. We used to be kings of the mountain. Then the war with the NCR broke us. They saw us as relic hoarders. Power armor tyrants. Took us to war over it. We lost a lot. He looked down into the deck plating. The glow of Johnny's armor reflected faintly in his eyes. But we're still standing. Hidden in bunkers, scattered in valleys, sometimes posing as mercenaries just to keep our scribes fed. We lost power, but not purpose. He looked over at Johnny now. What you've built here. This doesn't happen on the West Coast anymore. Too much division. Too many factions pretending they're rebuilding the world but can't even agree on what the hell it was before it broke. Johnny didn't reply for a moment. Then, sounds like the West is drowning in old flags and dying dreams. Dow smirked. That's about right. But there's something different out here. I see it in your people. The mutants and the ghouls not at each other's throats. The humans who aren't hoarding food or shooting kids over bottle caps. A warship rising out of ash, with everyone working on it. The West doesn't have this anymore. But maybe, it could again. If we win this. Johnny looked back out to sea. We will. And when we do, maybe the East teaches the West how to rebuild. Not just with metal, but with memory. Dow nodded once. I'd like to see that. And for a moment, the two men stood in silence. One born from the fires of the old world's final scream. The other, walking proof that not everything the bombs touched turned to ash. Two pieces of history. Both finally heading in the same direction. Morning rolled in thick with sea mist and the clang of steel. At the heart of Camp Tempest, on a reinforced command platform overlooking the shoreline, Johnny, Elias, Dow, Crag, and a full logistics crew gathered around a massive metal table bolted into concrete, its surface carved and etched with marker paint, magnet chips, and topographic overlays. What they had in front of them wasn't much, but it was enough to start a war. Elias tapped the sheet with his glove, voice sharp. This is it. Full inventory confirmed. Dow crossed his arms and glanced to Johnny. She's not pretty, but if the Enclave breathes they're gonna smell us coming. Available transport operation Coastbreaker. Naval. One modified Ticonderoga-class warship. Codenamed, the Phantom Rose. Primary carrier, command ship. Refitted for modern power cores. Twin railgun retrofit pending. Missile batteries partially functional. Crew capacity, 200 plus. Medical bay, communications uplink, drone hangars functional. 3 retro-class scout boats. Small. Silent. Great for recon or hit and run. Minimal armor. Capable of carrying 10 soldiers or 4 power armored units each. Modified to carry ECM jammers. 2 mobile landing platforms. Originally cargo barges. Now armored with steel scrap and layered plating. These serve as mobile deployment platforms for tanks, troops, and equipment. Air. 4 vertibirds. Salvaged from Enclave and Brotherhood wrecks. 2 have mounted weaponry. 2 are retrofitted strictly for troop transport. Range is limited. Must stay close to carrier. 2 lightweight airships. Non-combat. Observation and supply. Tethered balloon rigs with solar arrays and broadcast capabilities. Used as overwatch and high elevation recon. Ground, amphibious. 8 Brotherhood modified tanks. Converted T-series hulls, T-48S and pre-war surplus, with pontoons and buoyancy stabilizers. Slow in water, but viable. Autoloaders intact. Not elegant. Not quiet. But terrifying when they roll ashore. Crag grunted, tapping one of the barges. We slap 2 tanks on here, send M in undercover, and when those Enclave bastards open fire. He mimed, slamming a fist into the table. They find out they brought lasers to a cannon fight. Milo stepped in from the comms platform with a fresh report. NAV uplinks on the warship are synced to call sign triangulation. Johnny's device will get us close but not through their defenses. The last few miles, we're flying blind. Johnny nodded. That's when we land. Quiet recon goes first. Then 2 boats loaded with stealth teams. Once the perimeter's tagged, we drop the hammer. Dow traced a line from the warship toward a point deep in the Atlantic. Farther than any pre-war commercial shipping routes. No landmarks. Just a cold dead grid. This oil rig. You're sure it's real? Johnny looked down at the call sign device now fused into his armor, its glow reacting faintly to the discussion. It's more than real. It's their heart. And we're going to stop it? Elias leaned over the map. We have one shot at this. We fail, we die. They find Lancaster. They finish what they started. Johnny nodded. Then we don't fail. We bring the ghosts. We bring the hammer. And we bring every reason they should have killed me when they had the chance. The count was taken. The ships were ready. The sea was waiting. And so was war. The horns blew at dawn. Not a parade. Not a ceremony. A war cry, low and long like steel groaning under the weight of destiny. From Camp Tempest, every light flickered on in sequence. Tents collapsed. Cables unplugged. Generators packed. What had been a city of preparation became a moving war machine in under an hour. The Phantom rose her hull now freshly armored with radiation-hardened plating, her tower flying the reclaimed flag of Lancaster. A red rose burned into steel fired her ignition cores. A deep rumble echoed across the broken coast. The warship came alive. Ghouls flooded the decks, bolting down final equipment. Brotherhood scribes lined the lower levels, scanning reactor feeds. Mutants hauled fuel cells the size of coffins across wide iron walkways. Elias barked orders from the bridge while Craig's tanks were rolled carefully onto the mobile landing platform's massive sleds lashed together with polymer-patched pontoons. Above it all, two vertibirds rotated slowly, forming a vanguard in the misted sky, flanking a small surveillance airship pumping out encrypted relay codes to the Allied fleets on land. The remaining scout boats loaded up stealth ops, recon runners, demolitionists, snipers, and tech ghosts. And at the edge of the bridge, facing the sea, stood Johnny Vanduke. The LC-01 armor shimmered under the sunrise. The call sign device pulsed once, hard like it could feel the course he'd chosen. He lifted his arm, slow. And as the wind caught his coat and the ship groaned forward into the surf, he gave the order. Sail. Point us east. To the black water. To the storm. To the place they swore we'd never reach. The Phantom Rose cut into the sea like a knife, followed by her barge-borne escorts and high-altitude scouts. Waves smashed against the hull. Salt air tore across the bridge. The sky grew darker, colder, deeper. And somewhere, far across that endless blue, the Enclave watched, unaware the thing they feared most was already en route. And he was bringing a nation with him. The wind howled sharp at the prow of the Phantom Rose, salt spraying across rusted steel and scorched plating as the ship carved through black water like a vengeance unburied. The war machine moved slow, steady, humming with the breath of reawakened tech and raw purpose. It would be 24 hours before steel met steel. But already the storm had started. At the very front, standing where bow met sea, 5 figures faced the horizon. No guards. No armor detail. Just the heart of the rebellion. Milo, rifle slung, staring into the waves like he could see the future through them. Crag, arms crossed, breathing slow through his nostrils, eyes unblinking. Elias, half in armor, half in contemplation, Daytop had dead in his hand. Dao, the old warhound from the west, staring into the deep as if it owed him something. And Johnny, his coat fluttering, his armor glowing faint, the call sign asleep on his wrist for now. Dao took a slow drag from a battered filterless cigarette he'd probably saved for a moment just like this. His voice cracked like leather and iron. Odd day. Super mutants, ghouls, humans. He looked at Johnny. An evolved ghost. A half smirk, not mocking respect. He let the wind whip his jacket and spoke louder now. This new world, it may not be what we want. And boy do I miss the days of blue sky, clear water, and baseball games played in fields that weren't glowing. He dropped the cigarette, ground it under boot. But this right here. He motioned at the deck at the crew, the machine, the alliance of the unlikeliest survivors sailing to death and legacy. This is worth every moment. Crag grunted low, almost a chuckle. Never thought I'd be sharing the field with someone I used to consider food. Milo laughed dryly. You sayin' you wouldn't still chew on me if things go south? Crag shrugged. Only if there's no seasoning left. Elias looked around the group, quieter. The truth is, there's not much old world left to rebuild. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we stop trying to resurrect something that died, and instead build what should have been. Johnny stepped forward, just an inch past them all, eyes locked on the endless water. Humanity won't look the same. But it'll live. It'll breathe. Even if it limps, even if it glows. He clenched his fist. The Enclave never understood that. They want a perfect copy of a dead world. A myth. A lie. Preserved in steel and fire and gene purity walls. He turned slightly, just enough for the others to see the glow in his eyes. We're not here to bring back America. We're here to make damn sure the next world doesn't become the Enclave's dream. The sea roared on. Somewhere ahead, lightning cracked deep within the horizon. And behind them, a ship full of rebels, freaks, geniuses, and warriors, all born of broken lands, prepared to end a legacy that should have died with the bombs. They stood together at the front of that ship like something older than country, stronger than flags. Like judgment in motion. 24 hours remained. But history, it was already written. The wind didn't answer. It just rolled across the bow like a judgment waiting to be earned. Johnny stood with his arms crossed, armor humming low, the glow of the call sign just barely pulsing at his wrist like it too was listening. "So what's the plan?" Milo had asked. Johnny didn't answer immediately. He looked over the railing, watched the dark water move beneath Phantom Rose, heading ever closer to the heart of the storm. Then he turned slowly to face them again. His voice was calm, cold, focused. "Well, first we got a little point of contention." He stepped toward the center of the group, his boots ringing on steel. Eyes on Elias. Then on Dow. "You both brought Brotherhood soldiers to this fight. Real ones. Battle-tested. Disciplined. But, Elias, your chapter changed. You evolved. You took in ghouls. Super mutants. You found loyalty where no one else bothered to look. And Dow." He looked the old paladin dead in the eye, not with disrespect but with that slow burning intensity that made enemies flinch and allies pay attention. "You're chapters from the old school. You're ready to kill the Enclave, no doubt. But let's not pretend we don't all know how some of your men look at Crag." He gestured subtly toward the mutant, who didn't blink, didn't smirk, just stood still like a statue of war. "And I've seen how a few of your troops flinch when Milo passes. When one of Elias's ghouls steps on the same deck. So let me ask this plainly." He took a slow breath, his voice tightening. "Do you both trust your men enough to fight side by side? Because this plan only works if everyone plays their role. There won't be time for infighting. Not a second. Not a bullet. Not a blink." He stepped forward, boots hard now, voice rising, not yelling, but commanding. Can your people learn to play fair? Can they learn to fight with honor for the present, not with hatred from the past? Because if they can't, his hand hovered above his wrist, the call sign beginning to stir. I'll go in alone, and they'll never see me coming. Silence hung for a moment. Tense. Uncomfortable. And then Elias stepped forward. Eyes sharp. Back straight. I trust my people. They don't just tolerate our mutants and ghouls. They call them brothers. He looked to Crag, gave a small nod. Crag saved my life in the Southern Breach. I owe him. My chapter owes him. If anyone in my ranks so much as glares the wrong way. He looked to Johnny. They're off the roster. Then down. The wind pulled at his coat. He didn't blink. You're right. My chapter's old guard. We were raised on iron doctrine, purity, control, hierarchy. But most of the hardliners died during the NCR push. He looked to the steel deck beneath them. The ones who followed me east? They're here because they saw the world wasn't black and white anymore. He glanced at Crag, then Milo. They don't have to like it. They just have to follow orders. He stepped forward, a boot beside Johnny's. And they will. Johnny looked between them both. His eyes glowed faint in the night mist. Then he nodded. Good. Because when we hit that oil rig there is no fallback. No split line. No second wave. It's one force. And we go in like fire wrapped in thunder. The plan would come next. But the foundation was finally set. Not just with metal, but with trust. The war map glowed under the soft pulse of red deck lights etched with not just coordinates, but intent. Every node, every arrow, every drop of ink and steel told the shape of the battle to come. This wasn't a siege. This was a reckoning wrapped in strategy. Johnny stood at the center, armor quiet, his voice calm but cutting like wire. The command crew leaned in. Elias, Dow, Milo, Crag, Brotherhood scribes, mutant war leaders, ghoul tacticians, and squad captains from every allied settlement across the state. And when Johnny spoke, no one questioned him. The cold truth is this. Even with all our skills, even with all our experience, all our courage, the Enclave has too many men. Yeah, one of us can drop 10 of theirs. But they've got 20 for every one we bring. If we play this by the old rules, scout versus scout, heavy versus heavy, we lose. Every time. So, we fight fire with water. The table flickered. Elias tapped a toggle. The hologram projected the oil rig, its outer perimeter ringed with water defenses, turret emplacements, drone towers, and aerial pads. They'll expect our vertibirds to meet theirs in the sky. Dogfights, flanking maneuvers, old school tactics. Johnny shook his head. We don't play into that. We let our sea do the fighting and our air makes it impossible for them to stop it. He pointed to the 2 observation airships, now retrofitted with artillery sling mounts and precision drop ordnance. We put our airships above their water defenses. Rain held down on their pads, towers, gun nests, shell fire from above, non-stop. They'll never get a clean shot at the boats. The shelling turns the sea into a battlefield they can't control. Every vertibird they try to launch will be caged by sky and surf. Cragg leaned forward, tapped the landing platforms on the map. Tanks. Johnny nodded. We deploy the amphibious units with the boats, coming from the west and south flanks. That'll pocket them. Box them in. Cragg, your mutants hit first. Sweep the rig's outer corridors. Crush the lightweights. Break the spine before they can reinforce. No prisoners. No mercy. He turned to the ghoul officers. Lean, sharp-eyed, quiet. You're fast. Quiet. Unpredictable. Go for the heavies. They expect brute force to meet their juggernauts. They won't see you coming. Bring them down from inside. Sabotage. Explosives. Neck snaps in the dark. Elias and Dow stood shoulder to shoulder now, leaders of 2 Brotherhood worlds. Johnny pointed at them both. This is your storm. You're the only ones that can handle vehicle warfare if they've got anything heavy rolling on that deck. Tanks, auto turrets, powered crawlers, maybe even mechs. You take them down. You burn their last line of hardware into ash. He looked to the humans, the volunteers, the civilian fighters hardened into warriors over months and years. The rest of you make your way to the mainframe. We take out their servers. Everything they know, everything they've hoarded gone. We make sure their data dies with them. And then, Johnny took a step back. The room fell silent. He looked up at the group. All eyes turned. And his voice dropped just slightly. As for me, he motioned to the map, to the front edge of the oil rig's central chamber. I'll be going in first. I'll take a small craft. Quiet approach. He paused. I'll get eyes on the target and signal when it's time. But it was a lie. Because Johnny wouldn't take a boat. Wouldn't wait for cover fire. Wouldn't ask permission. He'd use the call sign. He'd jump straight into the lion's mouth. Because deep in that rig was something older than fire. The last breath of the pre-war government. The true enclave. Retired CIA ghosts who never left the game. FBI counterinsurgents that rewrote domestic history before it ever hit the press. Judges with nuclear codes in their pocket. Senators who watched the world burn from hidden bunkers. And a president and vice president who hadn't aged in 30 years thanks to cryostasis, compound therapy, and FEV-laced blood treatments. I want answers, Johnny said quietly. I want truth. And I want justice. Then he turned to the war map one final time. Get to your stations. The moment you see the sky crack and their towers burn, that's the signal. The plan was set. The ghosts were marching. And the reckoning was almost here. Chapter 15, 7:17. The sound of metal boots faded behind him as Johnny stepped away from the briefing deck, past the weapons rack, through the last bulkhead that led to the ship's undisturbed silence. His eyes glowed under low red lighting. The others were preparing for war. He was already in it. Time to get to work. He raised his wrist. The call sign flared. Not with heat. Not with light. With displacement. No thunderclap. No flash of energy. Just a shift. Like reality had forgotten where he was supposed to be and corrected itself too late. And then, metal. Everywhere. The air thick with fuel and ocean salt, cut with ozone and the sick scent of sterilized blood. The rig. Johnny materialized behind a structural pillar on the lower deck level of the Enclave's fortress, his armor completely silent as his boots hit the grated floor. No alarms. No detection. The call sign had placed him inside the rig's dead zone, an area unmonitored by cameras, unseen by patrols, but not for long. He crouched behind a stacked turbine casing. His eyes scanned the surrounding platform. And what he saw made his breath catch for just a second. Goddamn. The rig wasn't just big, it was monolithic. Easily the size of Rhode Island, a floating continent of gunmetal and black glass towers bolted into each other like a drowned city exhumed from the ocean. Air pads. Hangars. Living quarters. Barracks. Massive internal structures stitched together like arteries, hundreds of buildings spread across the platform's sprawl. Cranes moved on overhead rails. Turrets rotated with a eye-level precision. Vertibirds buzzed between corridors like bees to a radioactive hive. Johnny ducked low. Even with the call sign, finding that chamber, finding the president. Impossible. His HUD flickered. No map data. No internal schematic. They'd never keep something like that on a command console. Too risky. They'd keep movement segmented. Only accessible inside their suits. He glanced down the walkway. Two Enclave guards in black devil armor passed nearby, sleek obsidian plating with sharp-jointed limbs and glowing red visors, their voices static cracked inside helmet radios. That was the key. All right. He exhaled. I need a helmet. Just one. Doesn't matter if it's cracked, I just need the HUD interface. Give me their internal schematics, radio cross links, and troop routing. I'll find the president. And I'll find the ghosts hiding with him. He slipped into the shadows, silent as breath, the call sign beginning to sync with radio pings and biosignatures nearby. and somewhere in the digital black, a map was waiting to be stolen. A throne was waiting to be burned. The shadows were tied here, narrow alleys between fuel tanks, vent stacks, and heavy maintenance rails. Johnny hugged the side of a coolant pipe as the two Enclave soldiers marched past below, their boots clicking sharp on metal grates. "I can't fire," he muttered low, breath even. One gunshot, one echo, and the rig lights up like Christmas. "Can't risk it, not before the invasion force breaches the perimeter." The two soldiers moved with casual confidence, rifles slung but powered, heads scanning just enough to show they weren't rookies. Their Black Devil armor was intimidating, sleek, angular, built for intimidation and strength, but Johnny wasn't intimidated. He was calculating. Above them, a catwalk stretched over a maintenance shaft. A perfect perch. And just below it, a 10-story drop straight into a reactor buffer trench. Too deep to see the bottom. Perfect for one-way trips. Johnny slipped up the wall's lattice scaffolding with ghost-like precision. The LC-01 armor bonded with every movement. Silent. Flexible. Precise. He perched like a gargoyle over the catwalk. Power armor absorbs impact if you land right. But thrown upside down from 10 stories. He smirked to himself. Yeah. No one's walking away from that. He waited. Let them walk directly beneath. Timed their step. Their rhythm. The space between their lines of sight. Then he dropped. He landed on the catwalk rail, barely a sound, then descended like a hammer. The first soldier didn't even get to react. Johnny tackled him from behind, arms locking under his own, momentum shifting forward. GHH. And with a pivot that used the man's armor against him, Johnny launched him over the railing head first, twisting his core for maximum torque. Crunch. The sound of reinforced metal cratering on steel below. No scream. No alarm. Just an abrupt end. The second soldier spun too slow. Johnny was already behind him. One hand grabbed the back of the helmet. The other wrapped under the chin, and with a violent twist and crunch. Snap. The soldier's body went limp instantly. Johnny held the corpse upright for a moment, gently lowering it to the ground. Then he crouched and got to work. Quick. Efficient. Helmets intact. He detached it from the spinal brace, plugged the back interface directly into a small port on the call sign. The HUD flared to life, crimson overlays, encrypted text, command paths. Then, a digital map flickered open inside his vision. There you are. Dozens of interior sections lit up. Labels. Codes. Security tags. And one, sealed in the heart of the rig. Read. Omega Dome / Presidential Secure Command, Level Black. Johnny's jaw tightened. Found you. He slid the helmet into his pack, wiped the blood off his gloves, and melted back into the dark. Now it was a matter of time. And the ghosts of the old world? They were officially on notice. Johnny crouched in the shadow of a signal pylon, the crimson glow of the rig's internal lights reflecting off his armor like dying stars. The call sign hummed beneath his skin, synced, locked, and now guiding him like the ruinous compass it was always meant to be. The data from the Enclave helmet streamed across his HUD. Omega Dome. Presidential Secure Command. Level Black. He pressed a finger to the comms tab built into his gauntlet, hardwired now into both Phantom Rose's encrypted systems and every allied squad converging just beyond the reach of the Enclave's sensors. The channel opened with a faint hiss. Elias's voice crackled in response. "Johnny, status." Johnny's voice cut through the air, low and final. "Open fire. I found the bastards." There was no pause. No "are you sure?" No hesitation. Because when Johnny Vanduke gave the green light, hell followed. From miles out, the sky lit up with a flickering pulse. The two airships shifted into forward position, lining up their shell banks. Thum. 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 Artillery rounds screamed through the air, crashing into the rig's perimeter towers with explosive impact. Flame geysers erupted. Shrapnel tore into drone nests. Radar dishes twisted in their last breath. The boats surged in under cover, fast and low, mutants roaring from behind armored plating, ghouls already leaping onto lower gangways, knives drawn, sabotage charges primed. The amphibious tanks hit the outer sea wall next, slow, monstrous, grinding up the ramp platforms like rusted titans clawing into shore. Above, the vertibirds screamed in, looping and pivoting under the chaos, their guns lighting up the sky as they tore through automated defense turrets. And on the bridge of Phantom Rose, Elias stared out at the inferno growing across the horizon. "God damn it, Johnny. You really found them." The rig was on fire. The Enclave scrambled. Power armored units stormed from reinforced gates. Commandos barked orders. Sirens blared as interior locks slammed into place. But it was too late. Because the ghost was already inside. And the reckoning had officially begun. The rig shook beneath his boots, tremors rolling like thunder through steel veins as the battle outside turned from coordinated assault to sheer, methodical annihilation. Missile trails lit the sky. Drones crashed in flaming arcs into the sea. Mutants overran the eastern walls. Ghouls danced like shadows through reinforced corridors, silencing Enclave officers with surgical brutality. The Brotherhood. Rolling thunder. Tanks and gauze rounds, hammering through defensive emplacements with fire in their eyes and steel in their lungs. The rig was bleeding. But Johnny didn't slow down. Didn't look back. He slipped through the upper access hatch of the central lift shaft, his body moving between red warning lights and plumes of fire suppressant like a memory out of sync with time. The call sign directed him not with coordinates, but with familiarity. He knew where to go. Omega Dome. A black classified command node buried deep in the rig's central mass. Where the old world buried its sins in suits and titles. As he moved deeper levels sealed behind thick blast doors, hallways laced with override nodes, retinal scanners he bypassed using the copied HUD data, the noise faded. Not from safety. From secrecy. The rig's core was silent. Almost sterile. These weren't barracks or control rooms. These were temples of control. Places where no soldier ever walked. Where decisions were made in whispers, not weapons. And at the end of a long, reinforced corridor, sealed behind an arc of blast glass and biolock terminals, he found it. A circular chamber. Towers of servers encasing it like ribs. A central dais. 7 chairs. 3 of them occupied. 2 standing. 1 seated. The president. White hair. Suit perfectly pressed. Breathing assisted by some unseen system wired into the rig's floor. His eyes didn't look surprised. They looked like a man who had been waiting for this confrontation for years. Johnny stepped in slow. No gun raised. No words yet. Just glowing eyes. And a soul that hadn't forgotten Lancaster. Vault 717. Project Luminary. Or the children who never got out. The president gave a slight nod. So. You made it? I suppose. I owe you some answers. Johnny didn't blink. Didn't nod. He just spoke. Low. Calm. You're goddamn right you do. The chamber lit with sterile, surgical cold as the old man, the last president of the old world, sat in his throne of quiet wires, eyes lit by the faint blue of life support feeds. His voice, ragged but controlled, echoed through the dome with the weight of a dying regime's confession. Johnny stood still. Not blinking. Not breathing heavy. His glow lit the room in soft green, painting the polished steel walls like spectral firelight. And then, okay, Mr. President. Let's start with the obvious. Project Luminary. That body of the other Vanduke. Start talking. The old man exhaled. Not from fear, he was far past that. He knew he was speaking to history now. You want the truth? Fine. He shifted slightly in his chair. Tubes hissed. Monitors blinked. You were never meant to exist. That's what made you dangerous. You, all of you, the Vandukes. You were glitches in the code. Wild cards in a world that was supposed to follow a chain of command. The one we found, the one you'd call a Vanduke before you ever wore that name, he almost stopped the war. He was everywhere. Construction sites. Labs. Research black sites. Forward bases. Every time we tried to prepare for the end, he was already there. Blew up our servers. Burned down prototypes. Vanished into the dark with intel we never even realized was stolen until it was too late. He gritted his teeth, old fire flaring through pale eyes. We couldn't plan. We couldn't outmaneuver. We couldn't even breathe. Every damn night, he'd be there in some shadow in the ruins of the Cold War, the breath before the bombs. We'd see that glow. And we'd whisper the name, the Duke. He leaned forward slightly, jaw twitching. He was stronger than any power armor. Could walk through bullets, gas, FEV clouds, radiation storms. Nothing touched him. He made our secret war feel like a game we were always 10 moves behind in. And then came the raw truth, spat like blood. So we launched the rockets. We ended the world. Because it was the only way to end him. To end you. To end the Vandukes. Johnny didn't move. His eyes narrowed, but his heart steady. The president went on, bitter now. Defeated, but still speaking like a man who had carved choices into the bones of nations. Yes, we wanted the world. Of course we did. Yes, the Sino-American War, our weapons race, our Vault program, our coups, and blackmail and bioengineering, all of it was so we could hold onto it. But the Vanduke presence, it made us sloppy. It made us desperate. We didn't have the luxury to plan anymore. We had you breathing down our necks. He laughed just once. A sharp, dry bark. So we pulled the trigger early. Half the world didn't even have their shelters built yet. We launched with blueprints still warm on the printer. Because if there was no world left, there'd be no more Vandukes to hunt us. No one left to drag us from the dark. The room fell still. All the machines kept humming. And Johnny, he took a step forward, slow, deliberate, voice quiet like a storm whispering through ash. You killed the world. To escape being held accountable. You slaughtered the innocent, to avoid facing one man. The president didn't flinch. We did what we had to survive. Johnny's hands curled into fists. The glow of the call sign surged, pulsing once. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't need to. Because what came next wasn't about vengeance. It was about truth made flesh. Well, Mr. President, I'm still breathing. And I remember everything. So tell me the rest, Project Luminary. What was it really? What were you trying to build? Or were you just trying to replace me? Johnny stood like a shadow carved from fire and silence, the dim red of the Omega Dome reflecting in his armor, his eyes glowing like twin stars in eclipse. The call sign pulsed once, slow, deep, steady, as if it, too, were listening to the confession it had waited a lifetime to hear. The president leaned back, a man drained of venom but not shame. His words came not with pride, but with the cold finality of a bureaucrat who buried his sins beneath rationale and protocols. In a way, yes. Project Luminary was about you. Or, the thing you represent. When we opened up that other one's brain, the one we found before the bombs, we realized something that changed everything. He wasn't just enhanced. He was connected to something. The lights above flickered slightly as distant explosions shook the walls. The war was raging across the surface of the rig. But down here, in this chamber of burned secrets and long shadows, the real battlefield was memory. It was a network. Not man-made. Not digital. Something older. Biological, maybe. Dimensional, maybe. We couldn't understand it, but it was real. He knew things. Things he'd never seen. Tactical patterns. Language. Enemy strategies. World events before they even happened. Just like you. Johnny's voice cut low through the dark. I've never trained a day in my life. But I remember every war. I feel the trigger pull before I ever lift a weapon. You're telling me that was always the point? The president nodded, slowly. Yes. That was the point. So we tried to build one. Our own network. A neural system, layered through hosts. Children. That was the hive. We called the others conduits. The ones who mutated. They'd be the data matrix, the living archive. And one would always rise, the alpha. The leader. The wielder. The soldier. He looked up at Johnny, some bitter humor in his breathless exhale. You weren't supposed to be part of it. You weren't even on our radar. We told Vault-Tec to avoid Lancaster. I knew I felt it. Something about that place, it had the same weight as the first one. But Vault-Tec doesn't follow instructions. They followed convenience. Took children from wherever the paper trails were weakest. And, wouldn't you know it? They pulled the one child from Lancaster who already was the alpha. Johnny didn't move. But the air around him changed. He wasn't angry. He was clarified. Like hearing the final note of a song that played in his blood for 3 decades. You didn't create me, he said, voice low. You just woke me up. And everything that happened next was just you trying to fix the mistake of being afraid of a child you didn't understand. The president sighed again. You're right. We feared you. Because you weren't born from command. You weren't built in a lab. You weren't designed. And that kind of power, it doesn't serve governments. Johnny stepped forward now. Slow. Measured. No. It serves legacy. And you tried to rewrite history. But I am history. The call sign flared. Somewhere above, the rig screamed as Brotherhood rounds tore through its core. Johnny raised his hand slightly. Not to strike. Not yet. One more question. What did you call it? This network. The thing you found in him, the thing you tried to recreate with the hive. Did you give it a name? The president blinked. And for once, he looked haunted. Yeah. One of the scientists. Before he vanished. He called it the Vanduke call sign network. Johnny's face hardened into steel. Right. Then I guess it's time to shut the damn server down. The moment was quiet, too quiet. Johnny's magnum was raised, his hand steady, the barrel aimed square at the hollow center of the old president's skull. The man didn't flinch. He was too tired. Too resigned. And Johnny? He was done asking questions. You all know way too much, he said, his voice like gravel against steel. In fact, I'd say you know more than me. And the fact that you knew it would take destroying the entire planet just to get us off your backs. His finger hovered on the trigger. How did you know? Crack. The world jerked sideways. Johnny's hand snapped back, his magnum blasted clean from his grip, the round hitting the revolver at such a perfect angle it disarmed without injuring. Sparks flew as it skittered across the floor, spinning to a stop near the server banks. Johnny didn't move. Not out of fear. Out of instinct. He felt it before he saw it. The hair at the back of his neck stood. A strange, sharp tickling inside his skull. A flicker like someone had just rewound his heartbeat and played it twice. Then came the voice. Not spoken. Not heard. Just present. In the back of his head, woven through the call sign like a string being plucked. You won't win in a one-on-one fight. Buy time. Let your allies work their way to you. Keep them talking. Johnny didn't need to ask who it was. Another him. Somewhere. Somewhen. One of the many. Another Vanduke, whispering through the data net that defied all logic and timeline permanence. He turned slowly. Smoke drifted from the far side of the dome where the blast had come from, a fresh squad of Enclave soldiers entering through a side corridor, their weapons high, formation clean. But it wasn't them that drew his attention. It was him. The one leading them. The figure stepped forward slowly. Sleek power armor slimmed down, eerily reminiscent of Johnny's LC-01. The plating curved, designed for speed and balance, not brute strength. Its surface shimmered with a dark reflective sheen, not black, but void-like, absorbing light. And behind the visor, eyes. Glowing. White-blue. Unmistakable. Not human. Not normal. But familiar. Johnny stared, his face unreadable. Then he smirked. So they did pull it off. He took a half step forward, hands low, voice sharp. Where biology failed you, Technology picked up the slack. You couldn't make an alpha through evolution, so you built one on a damn blueprint. The armored figure said nothing. Just kept walking. Slow. Calculated. Like a mirror raised with violent intent. Johnny's eyes narrowed. Then he let a grin slip, almost out of respect. History really does repeat itself. Even in different timelines. The president behind him blinked, confused, still seated. What the hell are you on about? He's one of a kind. Johnny let out a short laugh, shaking his head. As if. He glanced toward the figure now fully stepped into the light. We've killed bio-slaves before. He cracked his neck, the glow in his eyes growing stronger. We'll do it again. And deep inside the call sign, the whisper came once more. He's not a threat. He's a test. Buy your time. Let the others in. The dome trembled slightly. Help was coming. But first, the puppet had to speak. The dome pulsed with the slow churn of reactor heat and distant warfire. Somewhere far above them, the surface of the rig was falling apart, turrets failing, enclave lines folding, mutants and ghouls screaming through broken glass and steel. But down here, it was quiet. A strange, clinical silence. The kind that came before a predator pounced. The bio-slave stepped fully into the chamber now, the glow behind his visor sharp and inhuman. He moved like a ghost, wearing muscle, precise, perfected, programmed. And when he spoke, the voice wasn't entirely his. It carried echoes too steady, too balanced, like he was channeling words that weren't his own. You already know how this goes, don't you? You're not escaping this place. He gestured calmly, one armored hand curling as if pulling fate inward. Without you out there leading the charge, your forces will fracture, fall apart, and retreat. He paused. You Vandukes always make the mistake of betting purely on yourselves. Johnny tilted his head slightly. His eyes narrowed. Then, without lifting a hand or a weapon, he responded calm. Dry. Like someone already bored of the speech. See, that's your first mistake. You think I'm a Vanduke in the way the others are. He stepped forward, slow, deliberate, the call sign beginning to pulse again with each word like it was syncing with his blood. You think I'm some cosmic janitor? A fixer? A drifter who walks the timelines looking for the clean version of Earth? A second chance? A redemption arc? He stopped just short of the circle's edge, eyes locked on the bio-slave's visor. But this wasteland? He smiled. Not kind. Not amused. Predatory. This is my utopia. I like the dirt. I like the rust. I like the fact that the air burns my lungs and the water bites when I drink it. Because this world doesn't lie anymore. There's no more flags. No more scripts. Just truth through suffering. and if you think for a second I'm fighting to restore anything," he scoffed, "then you don't know me. You only know the other ones." The bioslave's body tensed slightly, but not from rage. From calculation. He spoke again, voice deeper now, tainted with zealotry. "Regardless, none of it matters. You won't leave this chamber alive. Soon, we'll have all the DNA, all the data we need. Your entire genetic code will be replicated across generations. And when that happens," he stepped forward, "the Enclave will become you. Thousands of us. Trained. Controlled. Perfected. A world of Vandukes." He raised a hand skyward. "And fear will never touch the Enclave again." Johnny didn't move. Didn't blink. He just tilted his head, and smiled wider. "Yeah. Let's see if you still believe that after I drop your teeth into the reactor core." And at that moment, behind the chamber's southern blast doors, a rumble. The sounds of cutting lasers and gauze fire. His allies were coming. And Johnny, he just needed to buy a little more time. The walls of the Omega Dome rattled. Dust fell from the ceiling's cracks. Power conduit lights flickered as the rig's backbone buckled under the weight of war. But inside that circular tomb of history, everything froze. Two figures stood at the eye of the storm. One a manufactured god, forged in armor and arrogance. The other, a legacy in motion, glowing with fire older than time. Johnny stood calm, eyes bright like fire behind glass, the call sign humming louder now, not like tech, but like a pulse. A heartbeat. The network was awake. And the bioslave had no idea how close death was. "You think the power's on your side, huh?" Vault-Tec thought that. So did your hive. Johnny stepped forward, casually, like none of it mattered. "You can cage me. Enslave me. Kill me." His voice didn't raise, but the weight in it pressed like gravity. "But you'll never stop consequence. We all have timers. And yours is a hell of a lot shorter than mine." The bioslave snapped forward, stepping into the center of the room, armor gleaming like polished death, voice rising with fury and manufactured zeal. "The power. What is this, some old, crappy hero show?" He gestured wide, the dome illuminating around them. "This is reality, Vanduke. Look around you." And Johnny did. 30 Enclave soldiers in advanced power armor lining the chamber, weapons drawn. Turrets overhead, glowing red, primed, locked on his skull. The president, still seated, watching like a dying god about to be avenged. The bioslave stepped closer. "You're in a room full of soldiers. Auto turrets set to burst mode. And most importantly," his visor glared bright, "you're stuck in here with me." And just as his words echoed, the call sign flared. A ripple across the back of Johnny's brain. Data flooded in. Craig and Milo were outside the western blast door. Elias and Dow were coming down from above, rappelling along an internal turbine shaft. A third squad Lancaster's best shock troopers were breaching the northern wall. They're 10 seconds out. Don't give him the first strike. The bioslave stepped closer, blade ejecting from his wrist. Face it, Vanduke. You take a single step, you're dead. Johnny looked at him, dead in the eye. And then he smiled. A grin full of something not afraid. Not reckless. Just certain. You talk too much. Flash. The call sign flared, not a shimmer, not a blink. A full shift, reality breaking like water in a ripple. Johnny was gone. And behind the bioslave before the man's visor could even adjust. At that exact moment. Boom. The side doors blew open. Craig roared into the room like a tank with fists. Milo dove in low, 2 suppressed shots finding targets across the chamber. Elias and Dow descended through the ceiling, weapons ready, air rippling from their powered fall. Lancaster's breacher stormed the far wall, concussion rounds blasting metal and bodies. The chamber exploded into chaos. And behind the bioslave, Johnny whispered, "I'm not stuck in here with you." He leaned in. "You're stuck in here, with us." Then, he struck. The room detonated into violence. Craig slammed through the closest power-armored Enclave soldier, his bare hands bending steel like foil as he sent the man flying into the side wall with a thunderous clang. Milo moved like a ghost through the smoke, silenced shots ringing out in bursts of 3 neck, helmet joint, side vent, down they went. Elias and Dow directed the breaching squads with pure battlefield precision, shouts and suppressive fire carving through the chaos. The Enclave lines were crumbling, not because of numbers but because the leadership had arrived. Johnny didn't shout orders. He was already in motion. Kill the soldiers, secure the leadership. The squad's objective was clear: no more talking heads, no more hidden presidents and whispered programs. The time for questions was over. But for Johnny, it was personal now. The bioslave turned just in time, barely to catch Johnny's elbow with his forearm. Sparks erupted as armor clashed. The force of it made the ground vibrate. Both were thrown back from the sheer power of the collision, but Johnny rolled into the momentum back to his feet faster than instinct should allow. Still, even with the call sign pulsing under his skin, this fight was not his to win easily. The bioslave surged forward. A blur of mechanical precision and rage. He fought like someone born from mathematics and violence. His attacks were too sharp, too clean. There was no wasted motion, no arrogance. He didn't fight with emotion. He fought with engineering. Johnny blocked a knee strike to the chest, but the follow-up punch cracked into his jaw and sent him tumbling across the floor. Sparks flew from the LC-01 armor as it screamed in protest. He grunted, rolling hard, spitting a little blood onto the clean steel. He got to his feet. Barely. Not bad, he muttered. But I've been beaten worse by raidroaches with an attitude. The bio-slave didn't taunt this time. He closed the gap, spun low, and hooked Johnny across the knee. The world turned sideways as Johnny hit the ground hard, ribs cracking, possibly fractured his HUD, flickering red warnings. A boot came down toward his head. He rolled just in time. The strike dented the floor like a crater. "Come on," the call sign whispered in his skull. "Hold on. You just need to last. You're not here to win. You're here to break the system." Johnny growled low in his throat, back on his feet, pain coursing through every joint. This wasn't like the mutants or the ferals or even the scientists. This thing, this bio-slave, it was him. If he'd been made in a lab, if he'd been stripped of soul and loaded with algorithms. "I'm not even fully unlocked yet," Johnny hissed, circling the bastard. "And you're still sweating." The bio-slave twitched, the faintest flicker of uncertainty. And Johnny saw it. He smiled through the blood. "You might be better than me. But I've got something you'll never have." He lunged, throwing his shoulder into the bio-slave's center mass. They crashed into the central dais, breaking panels and snapping steel as they collapsed into the server core. Outside the melee, Milo barked into comms. "We're securing the last corridor. Johnny's still in the fight." Craig roared, shoulder checking two soldiers into the wall, screaming back. "Then keep it that way." And Johnny, still swinging, still breathing, still fighting. He wasn't winning. But neither was the thing trying to replace him. And that meant time was on his side. Clang. The bio-slave's fist swung wide, but Johnny ducked under it, stepping into the strike, wrapping both arms around his enemy's torso in a grip born of fury and desperation. Their armor sparked as it scraped and slammed, power cores humming, the air vibrating from the force of their struggle. Johnny didn't try to win the fight anymore. He changed the rules. The call sign flared. A blue-white pulse of distorted space rippled out from his gauntlet, distorting light, sound, reality itself. "You want power? I'll show you where it lives." Flash. The warp hit like a detonation. Time twisted, snapped. And in the span of a breath, they were gone. Re-entry. They slammed into metal. Not flooring, scaffolding. Rust-crusted, cold as grave steel, shuddering under the sudden mass of two armored titans crashing from thin air. Johnny and the bio-slave landed in a tangled spiral, rolling across the narrow railwork above the central reactor chamber, a place no one was meant to be without clearance or armor integrity. The reactor itself hummed beneath them, a monstrous, roaring heart of atomic breath. Pipes hissed. Vents screamed. Coolant mist wafted in white ghost trails around them. The catwalk groaned, cracked, and held barely. Johnny coughed blood into his helmet. His HUD flashed. Structural stability, 12%. Pulse resistance, warning. Spine stress, compensating. He staggered to one knee, gripping a twisted railing. The bioslave rose across from him, scraped, for the first time. Dented along the shoulder. Breathing just a little harder. He wasn't immune. He just didn't know it yet. Johnny stood fully. The cold wind of the reactor whipped around them, steam swirling up from the glowing pit below like they were standing on top of hell's furnace. He clenched his fists. Welcome to the core. You're not leaving this room either. The metal beneath their feet groaned again, another warning cry from a structure not built for gods to brawl on. Down below, the reactor's inner light pulsed like a heartbeat green fire, like the blood of the earth boiling. Above it, on the narrow scaffolding, two titans stood at odds. The bioslave's fingers flexed armor plates parting along his thigh compartment with a hiss of steam. A massive handgun unfolded into his palm, sleek, brutal, heavy. A .500 Magnum. Jet black, angular, built to punch holes through tanks, not people. He lifted it slowly, the glow of the reactor washing over its barrel like radioactive scripture. You think fists are enough, Vanduke? He said coldly. Let's see what bleeds first, bone or legacy. Johnny, eyes locked, didn't flinch. His own hands were empty, his magnum lost earlier in the dome during the ambush. But he didn't move. Didn't step back. He simply whispered. Let's even the odds. The call sign pulsed. Not like tech. Like command. Like truth remembering itself. The world blinked. Reality fluttered for half a second like a page flipping in a windless room. And into Johnny's hand materialized from data, memory, legacy. A .44 Magnum. His. Not mass-produced. Not stolen. The same one torn from his grip hours ago, now recalled from the air between moments, forged by the call signs linked to every weapon he'd ever claimed as his. The grip fit perfectly. The cylinder spun once. Loaded. By fate. Johnny raised it, eyes glowing. You want to test power? Let's test consequence. And just like that, the standoff shattered. Gun versus gun. Mutant versus manufactured. Legacy versus blueprint. And the reactor roared beneath them, hungry for whatever blood would fall first. Johnny's eyes gleamed with something feral, not madness, but clarity sharpened by years in darkness. The .44 Magnum rested easy in his hand, its polished steel reflecting the glow of the reactor pit below. And just when the bioslave tightened his grip on the .500, waiting for Johnny to raise and fire, Johnny grinned. You really thought I'd be stupid enough to take you on in a gunfight? His arm pivoted not at the bioslave, but down. Let's test the limits of your programming. BLAM. Johnny opened fire directly into the reactor housing. Boom. The first round pierced the protective alloy casing. The second ripped through a coolant pipe. The third detonated a pressure node. The entire chamber lurched. Alarms screamed. Coolant lines ruptured. Red warning lights flooded the walls with strobing emergency flashes. The reactor groaned, like the heart of some ancient beast stirred from slumber, and it was angry. "What have you done?" the bioslave roared, enraged, raising his .500 and firing 3 quick shots. Johnny dodged the first, the second clipped his shoulder, spinning him into the railing. He grunted, flesh burned through armor. The third never connected, because Johnny threw himself over the side. The bioslave ran to the edge, pistol raised, visor glaring down, only to find nothing below. Just mist. Fire. Cracking steel. Then flash. A ripple above. Johnny appeared in mid-air, call sign activated, descending like a meteor from the heavens directly behind the bioslave, magnum raised. He landed hard, shoulder slamming the enemy forward into the railing. The bioslave stumbled, caught off guard for the first time. Johnny leaned in, panting through blood and flame. "This whole place. You've got less than 3 minutes. My people are already evacuating. Your leaders are in shackles. Your soldiers are either dead or running." He jammed the barrel of the .44 into the side of the bioslave's helmet. "You lost." The reactor below screamed, plasma venting, metal folding inward as the temperature skyrocketed. And as klaxons howled like judgment, Johnny's final words cut through the chaos. "I told you all, consequence doesn't care about power. And you were born from a world that's already dead. Time's up." Clang. The bioslave's armored palm slammed against Johnny's hand, knocking the .44 Magnum free. It skittered across the reactor platform, sparks trailing from the steel floor. With trained precision, the bioslave raised his own .500 Magnum, the barrel locking onto Johnny's chest. But before he could pull the trigger, crack! Johnny's boot connected hard with his wrist, kicking the gun clean out of his grip. It soared over the railing, vanishing into the roaring void of the reactor below. The bioslave's balance broke, and Johnny lunged, tackling him to the floor. Metal screamed under the weight of both combatants crashing into the grating, a support beam buckling beneath them. The .500 Magnum, spinning midair from the disarm, bounced off the railing, and Johnny snatched it out of the air mid-roll. His arm swung down instinctively. Boom. A single round fired into the bioslave's thigh joint. The armor shattered, metal and flesh exploding in tandem. Wires snapped. Bone cracked. Screaming, the bioslave howled, reaching for the wound, but his hands spasmed, unable to obey. Internal systems overloaded. Johnny rose. The rig was dying. Lights burst across the chamber, blown from power overload. Circuits overloaded. Screens cracked. Darkness fell. Except the glow from below. The reactor's pulse, now unstable, now free. Radiation hissed from broken pipes. Glowing steam filled the air. The bioslave writhed, one leg mangled, sparks shooting from his neck poured. The radiation cracked through the armor, seeping into the synthetic meshwork and exposed organs beneath. He screamed, a machine feeling pain it wasn't designed to survive. The programming buckled. Pain protocols overwhelmed. The Enclave's perfect soldier burning alive from within. And through the haze, he saw him. Johnny Vanduke. Standing still, backlit by the soft thrum of a dying reactor, cloak and armor drenched in shadow and fury. Johnny's eyes glowed brighter than anything left in the chamber. And just before he vanished into the distortion of the call sign, as teleportation fire began to ripple around his frame, his voice echoed out over the metal tomb. Tell me, nightmares. Are you afraid of the dark yet? Flash. And then he was gone. The reactor wailed. The bioslave screamed. And somewhere in the distance, the Phantom Rose sailed, steady and strong, into a horizon where the last ghost of the old world was finally fading. The Phantom Rose cut through the dark Atlantic like a steel leviathan returning from war. Black smoke still trailed faintly from the twin vertibirds hovering above. Below deck, the wounded were being stabilized. Fires were out. Systems were green. The rig had fallen. And on the top deck, the command team gathered. Elias, Craig, Milo, Dow standing beneath the blood-red sun cresting the water line. They waited. Silent. Staring toward the distant pillar of fire rising from the ruined horizon. Elias, armor scorched, leaned against the railing. He said 3 minutes. Milo adjusted the wrap around his ribs, looking skyward. It's been 4. Craig paced like a caged juggernaut, fists clenched. Dow said nothing, arms folded tight, eyes hard beneath his scarred brow. The sea was too quiet. Then, a pulse. Not sound. Not light. A ripple in the air. A shock wave of presence. And from the center of the deck, Johnny reappeared. Not with fanfare. Not with sound. Just a flash of distortion and the hiss of hot metal hitting cold air. His armor was cracked. One arm hung limp. Blood leaked through the side plating. The .500 Magnum still in his hand, smoke curling from the barrel. He looked up slowly. Eyes still glowing. But not with fury. With resolve. Milo grinned wide. Took your damn time. Elias nodded once. The rig. Johnny just nodded back. Gone. Craig cracked a smile that looked more like a war cry. "Did you kill that thing?" Johnny looked down at the magnum in his hand. His fingers opened. The gun clanked to the deck. Left him to the dark. Dow stepped forward. "And the leadership?" Johnny's voice was dry. "Low. In chains. Lancaster will hold the trials." They stood together for a moment in silence. The rig's fire reflected in the ocean. A new day rising. A new world forming. Not perfect, but free. And Johnny, still bleeding, still breathing, leaned against the railing, staring at the burning wreck of the old world in the distance. "Let the ghosts burn. We've got a future to build." The fire on the horizon faded into a distant glow, the bones of the old world finally broken and scattered beneath dark water. The Phantom Rose moved steadily through the surf, her crew bruised, bloodied but undefeated. They didn't cheer. There was no fanfare. No victory speech. Just silence. A sacred kind of quiet. The kind you only get when you survive the impossible. In the days that followed, the captured Enclave leadership was brought to Lancaster in containment convoys, paraded not for spectacle, but witness. So that the world could see who lit the match that burned it all down. The recovery team scoured the coastline for black box data, records, survivors, anything salvageable from the ruins of the rig. Johnny remained aboard the ship, sitting often by himself, staring at the water, the call sign whispering quietly in pulses only he could hear. They had won. But victory didn't feel like a finish line. It felt like a reset. Elias oversaw the integration of the remaining Brotherhood chapters, forming a new doctrine. One that valued survival over dogma. One that understood the value of unity over isolation. Milo, alongside Craig and Dow, began building out a defense network, using the scavenged vertibirds, amphibious tanks, and even modified AI systems from the Enclave's fallen infrastructure. The loom mill, once a humble shelter, was transformed into the seat of the new Commonwealth, a coalition of wasteland communities bound by blood, truth, and fire. And beneath it all, Lancaster lived. Not as it was, but as it chose to become. And Johnny, one evening, he walked into the old radio tower atop the ship. No lights. Just the sunset outside painting the glass in orange and violet. He opened the terminal, breathed in, and activated the call sign. He didn't jump. He didn't vanish. Not this time. He just whispered to the quiet. Tell the others out there. Whatever world they're fighting to build, they're not alone. The ghosts are gone. And the future has a name. He looked to the water one last time, voice low, worn, certain. Vanduke. And for now.